What is up, my beautiful people of YouTube? Okay, we're back for day 8, the murder of Harmony Montgomery trial. Okay, Adam Montgomery, is he going to be in court today? You know he's not. This man is not going to face that court until the day he has to be sentenced. And I don't even know if he has to be there for that. New Hampshire, you need to change the laws. Okay, they need to change the laws in New Hampshire. This whole you can murder somebody and not have to go to court thing, that's a little bit too much freedom right there, right? When you're a criminal, you got too many rights. I think criminals have more rights than people on the street. This man done did some of the most horrible things along with Kayla. Okay, because a lot of people, say Kayla should be in there forever too. Forever. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. I'll start talking about this in a minute. Let me give some time for some people to jump in the room so I don't have to say good morning 70 million times, okay, as your guys come in. How's everybody this morning? Doing good? Got your coffee? You ready to go? It's going to be a big court day today. All right. You speak the truth. I mean, look, the girl is an accessory to murder. She is an accomplice. She's playing down everything she's done. Of course, any criminal is going to do that. Look, I think everybody does that. Anybody's going to play down their involvement. Do something bad, you're going to play it down a little bit. Everybody does, but I think she's playing it down a lot. I don't even think Adam was the only person hitting on Harmony. I think they both were beating on her. That's what I truly think. I don't even really think that girl liked Harmony. If she did, how could she allow the things to happen to that little girl right in front of her and never try to do nothing? Okay, I'm having a little pause on my camera. It just went off, so I'm froze, but I'm sure you can hear me. Okay, now I'm back. She had plenty of opportunity to get Harmony help, and she did nothing. The system failed this little girl. CPS put that child in the hands of this man when he shouldn't have never had a child. Probably shouldn't have never even seen his child. Then, of course, everybody around that was seeing this kid with black eyes, bruises all over, and didn't report it. You're just as responsible. We live in a world where people, they don't want to say nothing. They don't want to get involved. They want to mind their own business. And when you do that, kids like this end up dead. Just like in Savannah, Georgia. Okay? The neighborhood failed Quentin Simon. None of them cared. Nobody reported nothing. When you could clearly see the baby had bruises all over it. And then it leads to what? Eventually, when the baby's dead, then somebody reports it. In this case, what? It took 2 years. The little girl should have been in school. Nobody noticed. The mom, she's in and out of rehabs and trying to get stuff going on and is out of the kid's life. You got nobody really checking in on this kid to make sure she's okay. And the kid is with I ain't talking about just on drugs, right? There's people out here, listen, there's people out here every day that do drugs and never hurt their kids. Never. They jump off a bridge first. Do all the same drugs these people were doing and never hurt their kids. It ain't like drugs made them hurt this kid. They hurt this kid because they were monsters. They didn't hurt this kid because they were high. They hurt the kid because they're simply monsters. She was failed by everyone. Man, I know this is the time that they should stick it to them. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't the case. Should she be failed again by the justice system? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think the woman that was cutting her clothes off and helping squeeze the blood out of her and trigger warning people and organs and this crazy nasty shit. I couldn't even imagine it. I couldn't imagine how you could see that, watch that, not do nothing. That is something straight out of the worst horror movie. You don't even see kids get killed in horror movies. I have seen it happen in this one movie. Okay. But other than that, you don't see kids getting killed and butchered in horror movies. Thank you, PJ. These shades are nice that you got me. Versace. Okay. I like them. I mean, it is the worst of the worst. Could you imagine living with that in your mind every night? Okay. Seeing that. Once you know how you see things, you can't unsee it. You can't take back what you see. Once you've seen it, you've seen it. And this lady, you know, that's getting a deal that's going to be out of jail in 90 days. Witnessed the worst horror movie. Not only witnessed it, but took part in it. You know, it's horrible. It's horrible. I wish she would do something where she would catch a charge. So look, I don't want Adam to get out, but the lawyers, the lady that asks us all the questions a million times that everybody hates and wants to stab herself in the ears with pencils. I hope she trips her up. If she does and she catches a charge, it will be worth this 20 billion questions that drive you crazy that this lady asked. Okay. We'll look back at it and be like, man, she ain't a bad attorney. I'm going to hire her. Right. She is born and shit. And she asks us the same question 700,000 different ways. But look, you only got to trip once. That's it. She only got to get you once. So out of millions of questions, all you really got to slip up is once. I think that's why she does it. It's aggravating. You know, it'll drive you crazy, her questioning. What is he? Attorney Smith. Ain't her last name Smith? Is that right? I think her last name is Smith. She will irk your nerves, boy. She will. I know the jury's over there like, man, holy shit. At least on YouTube, you can tune her out for a few minutes, you know, and things like that. Because I try to tell people, I was like, sometimes when you're there, it's worse. Like when I'm watching her on YouTube, it ain't that bad because I can be doing other things. But when you're stuck in the courtroom and got to be quiet, she's hard to sit there and listen to. You know, and it must be hard for a lawyer, you know, because they know he's a monster, right? Why, you know, did they want to depress? Why would you just take on a case of a monster? Now, if I was a lawyer and I really thought you was innocent, I would defend you. But if you walked into my office and you said, I brutally butchered 3 people, I'm not being your lawyer. I mean, unless you said, hey, I'm going to pay you a ton of money and all I want you to do is make sure I don't get executed. Because that's what it would be like, okay, don't kill this monster. Okay. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't take that kind of money. I just, like, you need to get up off the planet. And lawyers know going in that these people are guilty as shit. And they still get out there, defend these people like they're not monsters. They're like Satan's children. They're evil, evil. You know, if you believed your client to be innocent, you know, if somebody came into my office and said, hey, you know, they're accusing me of this murder, I didn't commit it, I'm telling you, you know, then maybe I could defend you if I, you know, believed that you was in it, that there was a reason. But everything points straight to him. Everything. and her, both of them. And I don't see why give them a deal. I'd take the deal off the table and charge them both with first degree murder. They were doing planning. They planned after the murder. I mean, I don't know what this second degree murder shit is. This dude deserves to be in Alabama in the damn gas chamber. So we got 11 minutes. The countdown is on until we see who the next witness is. I do know that the Travis guy, he is going to be there. The one that rented the U-Haul with the young man that didn't have no damn teeth. Look, this is why you don't do no drugs, okay? My teeth are a little jacked up, but I'm an old man. I still bite you. I got them all. You know what I'm saying? This kid had no teeth. How the hell you got no teeth that young? That is drugs. Bad drugs. So my thing is this. I don't even just think Tone Capone was a plug. I think they were getting drugs from the girl, okay, and the Travis guy. And when Travis went and met the young man with no teeth, I think he gave him some drugs to rent the U-Haul. There's one thing Dolly knows is street people, you know? And that's probably how it went down, because nobody on the streets does anything for nothing. There's a favor for a favor and everything. It's just the way the world works. So if I'm going to go rent you a U-Haul, you're going to do something for me. And we know they're smoking crack, okay? Their teeth show that. Like, the lack of teeth show that they're either doing crack or that big M that be blowing up trailers all over the country. Houses be exploding and shit. If you got drugs that can make a house explode, do you think people should be doing those drugs? That's what your brain is at doing. Just like a meth lab. Poof, your brain is gone. Just say no, people. And look, when you get clean, that you can see there's after effects of drug abuse. Okay, even when they get clean. I hate to say it, there is. It tears your fucking brain up. And then even when you're clean, you're still, your brain, it don't recover. It don't completely recover from real bad drug abuse. It just don't. You'll see it in people. I can look at people and tell you as a former drug addict. From what it does to your face, to your skin, to just everything about you. Just say no, people. Just say no. Stick to coffee, all right, in the morning. Not don't go to the meth lab in the morning. Just go to Starbucks like normal people, right? And just get you some Starbucks. If that can't make you through the day, then you need more sleep, okay? Was you in the courtroom when Uncle Kev testified? I don't know. Was I? No, I don't think I was. Was I? Okay, I don't think I was. I was there when Kayla testified. That's the one I wanted to see anyway. Was her and Adam. The rest of the people I could give two shits about. To be dead honest, like all these people that are going to come in here and blah, 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 blah. It don't matter. He did it. He's guilty. This is just 100 people talking. That's it. Nothing's going to change between the first person that talked. The only two people we really needed to hear from in this whole shit was Kayla and Adam. Emma, thank you so much. Look at that. Gotta get to eat. Get me a biscuit this morning with that. Thank you. And if you got a new membership from Emma, make sure you thank her, okay? Because some shits ain't free. So Emma's working hard to hook you up. So you give her ass a big virtual hug, okay? This morning. She's rocking and rolling. So I don't know who's going to be on the stand today. But like I said, I got my first cup of coffee. The only cup, because I drink too much coffee. I get all jittery. And we're going to see what goes down today. We didn't even need to hear from them. You're right, B Fox. Right? You are absolutely right. We didn't really even need to hear from them. These are some people they should have drug out into the street and set on fire. Okay? We need to change the justice system. Maybe I should have got into politics. See, I ain't into politics. Maybe I should have got into them and we could have changed the system, and these people right now be ashes on the street. That's what they deserve. No deals, no deals, no deals. You know, we don't deal with terrorists. That's what they say. We don't make deals with terrorists. But we damn sure make deals with murderers, killers, and horrible ass people every day in this country. Okay? We just don't make deals with terrorists. And they really do. That's behind the scenes. Okay? But I ain't gonna talk about that because I don't want the FBI and the Men in Black to show up at my house again. Okay? Well, it wasn't the Men in Black, but it was the U.S. Marshals. Close enough. All right? Close enough. We don't want no knocks. That's why Dolly stays away from politics. And they like to assassinate you when you get a voice. You get a voice, poof. Dolly don't want to die. Dolly don't want to die. Stick with the court TV. Nobody kills you watching court TV. Right? They let you live. They're like, all right, you born and shit. We ain't gonna let you live. Exactly. See. Somebody out there knows. Somebody knows. You can't say too much in this world. Just change the laws. Let's get some of these people up out of here. Get them up out of here. We are 5 minutes away. Dolly, I wish they would come on down to Alabama. People here would make sure justice is served. And I believe that, Little. I completely believe that. I know Alabama would do us justice, right? He'd be up in that courtroom. You in Alabama, you're going to be in that courtroom. He would have been here in Virginia. He'd have been right in that courtroom. They would not have gave him that option. And when he'd have been like, yo, I ain't going to court, they would have strapped him to a chair. They'd have put a bag over his head, put some mittens on him so he couldn't even scratch himself, chain him up like you ain't never seen. They got the buck chair. I don't know what other states got, but here they got what they call the buck chair. And it's a big metal chair with wheels and all these like different places to handcuff you from and strap you to. It has straps, chains. I mean, it has everything on it. Like you ain't moving. Like they literally can strap your head back, right? And you buck. That's why they call it the buck chair. Like if you go against the system, against the grain, or you don't do what they say, they're calm. They what they do is they have a CERT team, and it's like a football team padded up like you've never seen, and they rush the cell, right? They'll just walk away from your cell and be like, all right. And then next thing you know, you hear all the doors in the jail open simultaneously, right? Everything opens. And they just swarm. And the next thing you know, they wheeling your ass out in that chair, strapped down like Hannibal Lecter. It ain't like a gurney either. It's like a chair. You're sitting down. And they got you strapped from the waist, from your legs, from your feet, to your arms, to your hands, to your head. And they got it where you can't even scream. You know what I'm saying? They just wheeling your ass wherever they're taking you, right? So he would be in court, even if they wheeled him into the court in the buck chair. So New Hampshire got a little too much, live free or die. That's their slogan. Live free or die. I can't make it up. I seen it on the sign when I was driving in. Ours is, Virginia is for lovers. Not live free or die. That's a little brutal. New Hampshire. Is there any other states that have any crazy slogans? Virginia's for lovers is kind of weird, but it's a nice place. I like Virginia. Do they make those for hospital sets? Asked them for myself. I don't know. What did that say? Put him in a duffel bag and bring him to court. There you go. That has to be the best comment of the morning right there. That wins the award. If there was an award for best damn comment, it would go to you. B Fox said, we didn't even need to hear from them. That was a good one. And this one right here. Put him in a duffel bag and bring him to court. Damn, right there. That got to be the comment of the day. That shit is good. Put his ass in a duffel bag. Hey, bitch, you going one way or another. They should drag him into court and let people hit him with stuff. You know what I'm saying? They should let every person in, like, random, like me, that was sitting in court, walk up and punch him in the face. The court TV dude, you know what I'm saying? His little cardigan sweaters and shit. He should go up there and poof. He was wearing Vans though, so he's probably a little bit cool. I was like, all right. You know, he got to look all, you know, the pea coat for court TV, but really he was rocking some Vans. I was like, all right. So this court TV dude, he's probably kind of cool on the side, right? But he got that look the part. It's one of those look the part things. He's probably a surfer. I wonder why he didn't want to go. I would want to go to get myself out the cell. That's what I would be thinking. Usually inmates look for any reason to get out the cell. You know, any reason whatsoever. Nah, he want to stay up in there. I don't get it. You know, he's talked all that shit when he was on the gun thing, but he knows he's never getting out. So what's the point, right? If you know you're never getting out, not a day in your life, what's the point of even going? He knows he ain't getting out. If he gets convicted of this murder, that'll put him over the limit that he'll never step out of prison. Right now, there's a possibility if he's not convicted of this murder that he'd get out one day at like 65 years old, 70 maybe. With modern medicine, and you know, you could live to 100 sometimes. So this dude could still be out on the street one day, and we can't have that. Okay, there needs to be so many years on him. He needs to be in a cell under the jail. And how, you know, if they have him in population, you know, I don't know, because he seems like he would be a high profile inmate right now, especially that he's on all over the media, TV, things of that nature. So he's probably PC'd up like damn Turtle Boy. Okay, he's probably in some pod where you can't get to him. All right, here we go.
Good Measure, a food company on a mission to help make it easy and delicious.
There's the eagle. The eagle has landed. Okay, the eagle has landed. We get to see my man Fudd this morning. We ready to rock. The judge is, you know, she's usually pretty prompt, right on time, you know. And I can tell you now, you don't want to play with that judge. All right. Did anybody see the Karen Reed stuff? Okay, because it's the same close area. It's 1 hour apart. Boy, that judge wasn't playing with Karen Reed and her lawyer yesterday. Oh, my Jesus, he won't playing. So I did get back. You know, I watch way too much court. But the judge was not playing in the Karen Reed case. They were trying to delay it. That judge wasn't trying to hear that shit, right? Because I keep thinking they're going to let Karen Reed go. And PJ keeps saying, no, no, no. Right? And, but it didn't look good. That judge was pissed off. Like, we gave you time. This boom, boom, boom. They asked for a delay. They said nope. So they got another motion, the 26th in the Karen Reed trial. And then look, so I left because there was talk that she was going to go to court, but I was ready to get back, you know, for the weekend, all those things. I did, you know, I was up there a few days. Them people that are out there protesting, acting like idiots, y'all look like idiots. Like, I feel bad for your brains. Like, what the hell are these people smoking? Oh, Boston I know what they smoking. Okay, I know exactly what they smoking. Okay, I get it. I asked myself a question. I thought about it. I was like, yo, there's a dispensary on every corner. There's just shit like, I know what y'all know. Okay, I get it. I didn't even ask the questions anymore. I know why y'all out there acting like that. Okay, it's crazy to me. Oh my God, they turned that whole Karen Reed stuff into a complete circus. Okay. All they need is some clown wigs out there holding them signs. I'm like, God, is like, do they think that's going to do anything? I try to tell people this. Court is held inside that building by that judge. That's it. The court's not outside the public opinion. That ain't how courts operate. Okay. You can get out there and scream and act like a clown all you want. That judge is in her chamber. She don't hear that. She's not watching that. She don't, when she walked out there and put foot in Karen Reed's lawyer's ass, okay, and said, this is what's going to happen. This is how it's going down. She don't care about all that. That don't control what happens in court. Even if there was 1 million people outside surrounding that courthouse right now in New Hampshire screaming free Adam Montgomery, do you think they're going to free Adam Montgomery? No. The man is a killer. Now, I believe she killed her boyfriend, but it's the possibility it was an accident, you know, in that case. But for all these like older women to rally to this lady, and she's walking around thinking she's a rock star. Okay. Little Dove, thank you so much. Smiling, waving at the cameras. Lady, she's thinking she's famous. Right? There's a difference. Famous and infamous. Like, you're walking around waving like you some rock star and the country loves you. No, lady, you just was a drunk woman that was drinking and driving. Like, people that are smoking that stuff in Boston, look what you're defending. Okay? Even if this, say free Karen Reed, okay, even if there is corruption, like, it's weird. It's cultish. Okay, it's a little bit cultish. And it's like, yo, y'all drink way much of that Boston Kool-Aid. It's good. That Boston, that shit is good. I ain't lying, like, good. But these grannies out there acting crazy and screaming and trying to fight with people and stuff. It's like, people, do you realize your age? Do you realize your age? That's what I be thinking when I'm watching these women scream and try to argue and get up in people's faces and stuff. I'm like, oh my God. And then, you know, their leader, of course, is in jail, but he's about to get out. He's about to get out. Dolly, you know better. It's 1,000,000%. Now, I know. These are older women. I'm just kidding about the Boston stuff, okay? It's a little bit of jokes, but a little bit of truth in it, okay? You know me, I mix a little bit of humor with a little bit of the facts. I don't think the old ass women out there are stoners. I don't. You know, there's probably a couple of them that are, you know. Thank you, Regina. But I'm just saying that I was making a couple little Boston jokes in there, you know. So let's get this party started. When is this judge walking in? Oh, wait, she got, according to my clock, we got 9 minutes. He is getting out, really? I'm way out of the loop on Turtle Boy. Oh, yeah, I think he's getting out. I'm not positive he's getting out, but I'm pulling for him. He's a turtle. I'm wishing him the best. You know what they say? You don't wish death or I just spilled some damn coffee on me. You don't wish death or jail on anybody. I looked up at my chat and the chat was going ballistic. Welcome. We need as the prosecutor on this child case. Straight up. I'm just catching up on the chat, guys. I hope it's a good day. See, I want them, because they're saying this is only going to take 3 weeks is what they're calling this case. And we're on day 8. Okay. And we got like at least 100 more witnesses. At least. All right, we got 220 likes and 552 of you in the room with us this morning. Hit the like so the algorithm has no choice but to share my face. Okay, I need you. I can't do it without you, YouTube. I'd be homeless, right? Living under a bridge somewhere. That ain't good. Y'all don't want that. Okay, yeah, I do not want that. Well, I don't want that. Y'all might want that. I don't. So just hit the damn like button, or I'm going to end up living on your couch in your garage somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You're going to walk out. I'm going to be sleeping in your car like Adam Montgomery. You don't want me sleeping in your car. All right, you can come out. The battery's going to be dead. I'm going to have Tone Capone in the car with me. You know what I'm saying? You can be like, who's this? I'm going to be like, it's Tone Capone, homie. What? You don't know? You don't know? I'm going to have a little dude with no teeth in the back. And you could have avoided that by hitting the like button, sharing my video. I wouldn't end up homeless with living with damn Tone Capone's car. He'd be like, how long were they living in the car? I believe they were living in the car 2 weeks, wasn't they? I think it was 2 weeks they were in the car. We'll take you, but Tone can't come. Okay, Tone can't come. What y'all got against Tone Capone? Huh? What y'all got against the man Tone? That's the nicest drug dealer I ever seen in my life. Name a drug dealer to buy you a pizza. Okay? Name a drug dealer that gives you leftover Thanksgiving. All right? Name a drug dealer that lets you sleep in their car and gives you rides. Name a drug dealer that does that. Okay? Tone the man. All right? He the damn best drug dealer and damn wherever he was a drug dealer. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't a bad, you know, I mean, but drugs are bad. Just say no. We don't support the use, activities, any of that. It's bad, people. It's bad. Just want to throw that out there. We do not support anything of that nature. Everything is for jokes and things of that nature. Tone Capone, terrible man, pushing that shit that kills people onto the streets. For sure. The drugs that he is selling, people die from every day. And we don't know if any of them drugs he's done sold ain't killed people. He could be a murderer. You give something to somebody that kills them, you're a murderer. Whoever sold the drugs to the Kansas City 3, they're murderers. You killed 3 people. There should be a war in our country. The war on drugs should be against these drugs that are killing people. First, okay? That should have been the first war on drugs, not on somebody smoking some dirt. Well, back then it was dirt. But I'm just saying. Good morning from Canada. Good morning, Canada. Dolly, the state has called 38 witnesses so far, so they have 17 more to call. Only they are not calling 200 anymore. The defense only has 2. So they have 12/17. Okay. Awesome. Well, damn, maybe they'll fly through this. Now, look, they may bring Tone Capone back, right? Because you notice all the witnesses they excused, but Tone Capone. So that means he's still under subpoena to show up to court. But that's good. Heck yeah, not that many witnesses after all then. Well, if it goes down like that, well, maybe we'll speed this up and we'll see him get his ass life in prison. But here's the whole thing. Like, the still bad part is Kayla's getting out. Everybody in the country needs to send a letter to the damn parole board. They need to get flooded. Be like, damn, nobody in the country want this girl free.
And so he stabs the guy 23
okay.
times. because of that, he goes to prison. And he's, I think, 19 at the time, not a huge guy. I think he was 5'7". And obviously, he was surrounded.
We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The goal needs to be to get Kayla in some lies. Well, that's what they're trying to do, but we don't want it to help Adam, you know? We can't have getting her in jail, get him less time, because that's what they're trying to do. And it's working. They planned this, and their plan is working to a T. I mean, working just like they planned it. And I don't know if the state sees that or what, but I see it. They knew they were getting caught. If they didn't know they were getting caught, why did they discuss, well, when I'll take the fall, you raise the kids? Because they knew they were getting caught. And they were so paranoid because of the drugs. Crazy. These people should be in prison forever. Yeah, Adam's there for 30 years, but 30 years ain't that long. PJ, please play Dolly's soap commercial. Please, to start the day off right. PJ ain't playing the commercial. PJ's at work. In a perfect world, they would both get the death penalty. Look, think about this. Joe Exotic is in jail right now for killing a tiger. For 27 years. This lady assisted in killing a baby. She's going to be out of jail in 30 days. No, 90 days. 90 days this woman be walking free. Joe Exotic still locked up. He didn't even kill Carol Baskins. Okay? Didn't even scratch her. Didn't even hurt her. He done got railroaded into prison for 27 years. This lady walks around with New Hampshire with a dead baby in a stroller. She's going to be out of jail in 3 months. I tell you this, you ever see her walking with a stroller again, it'd be horrible. Oh, free Joe Exotic. Somebody said free Joe Exotic, by the way. Yeah, definitely free Joe Exotic. Okay? If anything, lock up Carol Baskins, right? When I first watched, the whole Tiger King series, I was watching it. And the first thing I thought was Joe Exotic's an idiot, but he's entertaining. Okay? He's an idiot, entertaining. And by the end of it, I was thinking, now I know why he hates Carol Baskins, right? Like by halfway through that shit, I was hating the lady. I was like, this lady is terrible. Like absolutely terrible. She is doing the exact same thing he is. And this is trying to shut him out the game. Okay? Just think about the YouTube world. If another YouTuber is doing the exact same thing if you are, but they're trying to get you locked up and crush you off of YouTube. But you're doing the exact same thing. It seems like you would be allies, right? Help each other grow, but that ain't how the world works. People are competitive. I'm not competitive, but I deal with so many competitive people that are just, I don't get it. Why not grow together, but people rather crush you so they think they advance? I don't think that's a good strategy. They say, be nice to the people as you climb ladder, because when you fall off the top, them are the asses you're going to be kissing on the way down. That's what I've always heard. Be nice to everybody, because one day you're going to be kissing their ass. Love the soap commercial. First time you seen it. I want to reshoot the soap commercial a little bit better quality. I just did it one night playing around to see what it would turn out like, but I need to shoot it a little bit better quality. I shot it green screen, and if I would have shot it like with my good cameras and things like that, it would have came out really good. But I didn't. I just was playing around one night, me and PJ, and we shot it in like, I don't know, however long I don't know, it took us about an hour. Cause the scenes where I catch the lotion bottle, you gotta throw it to me. We gotta catch it, try to do so it took us probably about an hour to shoot it. You're definitely ordering some soap. Thank you. I think PJ's working on a promo code to save you guys some money, or there might be already one out there. I'm not for sure. Michael Vick is a poor excuse for a human being. Michael Vick. I bought my pit bull from the same breeder that Michael Vick was getting his pit bulls from. Just coincidental. I never met Michael Vick, but I did get a dog from the same person that Michael Vick was getting his dogs from. And this dude is a trainer. And that dog I got, his name was Benjamin. I got a picture of him on my wall right here. I had him his whole life. One of the most awesome dogs, pets I've ever had in my life. And a lot of the dogs that got took from Michael Vick, they went to this shelter down the street from me. And my friend's parents owned that shelter. So I would go over there and play with Michael Vick's dogs, but I've never met Michael Vick. But the dogs that were rescued, the pit bulls, some of them were rescued. And some of them went to different places because he had a bunch of dogs. Yeah, I don't suggest fighting dogs like that. That is horrible. He's definitely not a good thing. Like my dog, I never trained him to fight. He was the nicest dog in the world. Loved everybody. Never bit anybody. None of that stuff. It's the way you raise an animal, how you treat an animal. It don't matter if it's a little Lolo dog or a big dog. If you give a dog love, and train it not to be vicious, it's going to love everybody. But dogs too are like people. All right. They have their own personalities. They're their own little beings. And sometimes a dog can be really bad and not trained to be bad. Okay. It happens. It's like people. There's people out here that are just bad. There's animals out here that are just bad too. Yes, agree, Dolly. Yeah, so like each dog has its own little soul, its own little personality, like people. So, but if you raise a person with love, they're going to come into this world being a loving, caring person. You raise a person in horrible conditions, they're going to be scarred. They're going to be damaged. And then you come in, the world's an uphill battle anyway. You don't want to come in with a handicap. And that's what that is. When kids go through abuse and all this trauma, they're coming into the world with a handicap, thinking they're not as good. They don't love themselves. They don't respect themselves. And to me, that's just like having a disability in a game of chess. You don't get a fair fight. You got a pit husky mix. They're big old love bugs. It's all how you raise your animals, It's all training. It's all giving love. That's it. You see, you can take a big grizzly bear. And you get the right person that gives that grizzly bear. You get what's the dude that hangs out with the grizzly bears? But even the grizzly bears don't eat them. Chow chows. Them are mean ass dogs. Okay. I am so scared of chow chows. Look, I'll share this story real quick. I was walking down the street with my buddy, Adam, right? And he lived next door to these two people that raised chow chows. And I was like, yo, them chows are so mean, man. We were walking down the street talking about it. He goes, not these. These are my neighbor's chow chows. He goes, they're pretty cool. He walks up, he reaches over the fence to pet the chow chow, and this dog bites the shit out of him. I mean, just attacks him, tries to rip him over the fence. And I was laughing. I was laughing so hard, right? Because I just told him, I was like, yeah, them dogs are mean. And he was like, oh, not these ones. He went over, got his ass ate up. I mean, they chewed his whole arm. He had bite marks. I mean, both of them got him. As soon as he reached over that fence, they went to his ass. Chow chows are vicious. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I'm a little scared of chow chows. All right. It's something maybe mentally in their head. I don't know.
Please be seated.
They don't play though.
They're all here. All ready? Okay.
Let's do it. Are we all the way up? They got shitty mics. Oh no, we ain't all the way up. BuyDollySoap.com. Keep Dolly alive. These days, I like small dogs, like Lolo, Chihuahua, little lap dog. I can't just have a big ass dog knocking everything over, and you know, they're a little more maintenance. I can't say they're more maintenance. I think Lolo, the little tiny, my Chihuahua, cost me more money than any dog I've ever had. Because she's bougie and she only eats good food. She only likes good stuff. I think she was a queen in her past life or something. I don't know. So she is like the most expensive dog I've ever owned. She costs way more to feed. I had 2 pit bulls. And Lolo cost me more than 2 pit bulls. Easy. Way more. Like, what's up, MKB, the chatterbox? Awesome. Grizzly Adams. That's what I was thinking when I said the grizzly bear dude. Grizzly Adams. I went blank there for a minute. Good morning, B-fam. You like all dogs? I don't like all dogs. I mean, I like all animals pretty much. Some dogs scare me. Certain dogs. A golden labradoodle. That's what they had. I don't know. That might be bad luck. That's what they had in the damn Idaho 4 case. Remember they had that golden labradoodle? That might be a bad omen. Remember when they were saying the house was targeted? I had never heard nothing like that. The house was targeted. Not the people in the house. The police literally said that somebody didn't like the house, so they killed the people in the house. You remember that? In the Idaho 4 case, they said the house was targeted. They believed that the house was targeted. Not the people in the house. The house. I think Brian Kohlberger had a problem with golden labradoodles. That's what I truly believe. Maybe he was allergic. I think they're hypoallergenic. I'm not for sure. A blue wolf chow. That was dumb. I know. I thought the same thing. When they said that, I was like, okay, so somebody just riding by like, man, I hate that house. I'm going to kill everybody in it. No, that ain't how things work. Corgis. I like them. They're little midget dogs. If I get another dog, I'm either going to get, I don't know. Probably not going to get another dog. But if I did, what kind of dog would I get? I don't know. I want an alligator in a moat. That would be cooler. Okay. Well, PJ has a Frenchie, right? But I don't think he likes me. He growled at me last time he seen me. Okay. He was like, "Arr," and he's mean. 503 likes. Thank you. So right now, they're in the side chat. I guess the lawyers are discussing. This is kind of what they do. They come into the court and then they kind of go up to the bench and they game plan of what's going to go on first thing in the morning. Like, we're going to do this, blah, 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 blah. And they talk for a few minutes and then they go, okay. And then they're going to start the case. So they're just kind of in their pre-planning phase is what I would say of what's going to go down in court today. It seems like that's the first thing they start to talk about when they go to the side chat where you guys can't hear it in the mornings. That's usually what they're discussing. Okay, we're going to do this, blah, 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 blah. And they're kind of working it out. And then they kind of go to their stations and then boom, they go. Get a Cocker Spaniel. If I had to get a dog, I'm going to get me a tracking dog. Okay. Because I go looking for missing people. And I think a tracking dog would be probably the best dog to have, seeing I do true crime and look for missing people. Okay. So now I might need to get me like a bloodhound, is what I'm thinking, and train it from a puppy to sniff people out. Now, I already know how to train the dog to sniff, to find shit. Okay. I taught my German Shepherd quickly to sniff out stuff. All it is, you put it in a toy. That's it, and hide it. Keep playing with it with the toy. Put it in a toy, hide it. Right? So that's what they do is they'll have their toy and then they'll hit them with the scent. You know? So it's easy to teach a dog to sniff out things. So we'll just, let them smell it, hide it, give them a treat. Let them smell it, hide it, give them a treat. So I just need to get me a tracking dog. And then I'll train him. And he'll be the best damn tracking dog in the world. Lolo, she can't sniff out but chicken nuggets. Okay, you hide a chicken nugget, she'll find that. She don't want nothing but food. For a little tiny dog, all that dog does is eat. My seat's empty. Look, there's Dolly, the ghost of Dolly. Hey, don't put your shit in my seat, homie. They left that open just in case I come back. They're like, don't sit in Dolly's seat. You don't play that shit. There's nobody sitting my bench. They knew I got that backhand on point. All right, who's this dude? He's a ginger. How come we ain't got no sound? Oh, I'm muted. Shit. Sorry, guys.
There's some water.
And Mr. Beach, I'm just remind you that it's a big room and all the jurors need to hear you, so please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Beach, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Travis Beach, T-R-A-V-I-S,
Oh, here he is.
B-E-A-C-H.
And Mr. Beach, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Concord, New Hampshire.
And how long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life, 39 years.
He knows where the body's at.
Yes, sir.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I work at EB Metals in Bow, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for them?
The studs, RC. It's
He builds the metal roofs that that baby was
construction metal.
in.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of work you've done in your life, in your career?
Carpentry, roofing, tree work, painting.
Convict stuff.
That's about it.
Like Dolly.
Mr. Beach, what was your highest level of education?
I graduated 12th, sir.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
And I want to switch gears just a bit. Back in March of 2020,
He helped move the body,
where
yes.
were you residing?
Concord State Prison.
Okay. In early March.
I was Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point in March, you were arrested. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that arrest, do you remember the date of that arrest?
I don't, not off the hand.
Does March 5th sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to March 5th of 2020, where were you living?
I was it was Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm not sure the address.
And that's fine. You were in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
And who did you reside with in Manchester?
Barbara Ewell.
Do you know someone named Brittany Bedard?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Bedard?
She's my ex-girlfriend.
And during that
Ex-girlfriend.
period that we're talking about, early March of 2020, was she your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And how long at that point had you known Miss Bedard?
10 years.
Did she reside with you, with Miss Ewell?
No, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you know an individual named Brendan Middleton?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Middleton?
Through we were working together at Accurate Tree Service.
How long have you known Mr.
Yes.
Middleton?
This is him.
About 5 years.
And that's at that point back in March of 2020.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with him? Were you friends or something else?
I wouldn't say friends. It was more of a co-worker at the time.
Okay. I want to switch gears for just a moment. You mentioned going to state prison
Yes, sir.
on March 5th of 2020. Were you convicted of theft by deception and theft by unlawful taking back in 2019?
That's correct.
Were you also convicted of theft by deception in a 2014 case?
Yes, sir.
How about theft by unlawful taking in a 2016 case?
I believe I was incarcerated at that time.
Okay. Turning to this case, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
Since he was 17 years old.
17. Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
recognize the individual depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize this to be?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery you've known since you were 17?
Yes, sir.
Same one.
And back in early March of 2020, February into March of 2020, had you recently reconnected?
Hey, let's go get lunch. What's wrong?
All right,
Man,
Court TV.
It's tax season and I don't know what to do.
The mall in New Hampshire, and I was at the food court, and Adam was there with his girlfriend.
You know-
and that's how him and I started talking again.
Do you remember his girlfriend's name?
Kayla.
And at some point after that interaction that you had with him at the mall, did he contact you requesting your help with something?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what the nature of that communication was?
He asked me if I could rent him a U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you
For the U-Haul,
for the U-Haul?
later.
Shit. Hold on, guys. Technical issues real quick. I got to play it on this channel so we stop getting commercials. because I play for premium on this channel.
U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you
For the U-Haul,
for the U-Haul?
later on during the day.
I want to back up for just a moment. Back in March of 2020, did you?
That's what I just did. I switched it to the one I have premium
Yes, I
on,
did.
so it stopped getting commercials.
Facebook account, the name of that Facebook, your name on that Facebook account was.
Travis Beach,
Did you have?
or
Were you friends with the defendant on that Facebook account?
yes, sir.
And so when he contacted you and asked you to rent him a U-Haul, what did you do?
I didn't hesitate. He's a
Didn't
friend.
hesitate.
I wasn't thinking of anything negative. I was at his apartment. I saw everything packed up. I put one and one together, thought it was two, but it wasn't.
Okay. And let me stop you there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. You said you were at his apartment and you
I
saw
put
things
one and
happen.
one together. Thought it was two.
Do you remember where his apartment was?
You put 1 and 3 together, homie.
Union Street, I believe.
644
And that's here in
Union Street.
Manchester,
We
yes,
went
sir.
there.
Do you remember when you were at his apartment?
2020.
Were you at his apartment with a?
They're supplying all these people with
Guard that you
methadone in the morning
Yes, sir, I
before
was.
court.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, we're dealing with drug addicts, so you know all their friends are going to be drug addicts. So.
So, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the individual depicted there?
Adam Montgomery's son.
Okay. And you mentioned that Miss Beach was with you during that interaction.
Yes, sir.
Does this accurately reflect your memory of his son that day that you went to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just read the date at the bottom of that image?
Sunday, March 1st, 2020 at 6:02 p.m.
So having that in mind, does that refresh your recollection as to the actual day that you went to the defendant's apartment on Union Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he didn't have stuff packed up. He was over
Did you
there.
have any discussions with the defendant when you went to that apartment? Street?
We had multiple. Yes, sir.
Specifically with respect to the rental of a U-Haul van.
I'm sorry.
Specific to the rental of a U-Haul van.
Yes,
what
sir.
were those discussions that you had with the defendant?
We did. What were the discussions?
What did he say to you?
He asked me to rent him a U-Haul. He needed to move stuff, and that's it.
And you wanted to help, it sounds
Yes,
like.
sir.
So you
Did you
called
help
somebody
him?
else.
Did you in fact help him rent a U-Haul?
Not per se myself. I got somebody to rent him a U-Haul. So in aspect, yes, sir.
Okay. And I want you to walk us through that. You said you got someone to rent him a
That was a
U-Haul.
dude with no teeth.
Who is that someone that you're referring to?
Brendan Middleton.
And the same Brendan Middleton that at that point you'd known for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And so this wasn't the same day. This was a separate
He's
day.
getting scared.
Can you walk us through getting that U-Haul with Brendan Middleton?
I myself didn't have a license at the time. So I asked Brittany to get Brittany Bedard to get the U-Haul, and she couldn't. So we had Brendan Middleton rent the U-Haul because he's the one that had the license at the time.
The day that you got the U-Haul, where were you staying? Where were you sleeping that day?
At the time, at Barbara Yule's house.
So he did
At
all
some
this
point
just
during
being a
that
good
period, did
friend.
you go to the Conno Lodge and stay there?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many nights you stayed there?
They're there at the hotel doing
One night.
drugs.
Do Do you know whose name that room was in?
Pretty sure it was Brittany Bedard's.
And did the defendant also stay at that hotel with you?
Yes, sir.
Separate room or same room?
Separate room. He was on the first floor and I was on the second floor.
So you're staying at this hotel. At what point do you go and get the U-Haul to the defendant?
It was later on during the night. It was like it was dark. It was dark out, so 8-ish.
And can you tell the jurors who you went with?
It was earlier than that.
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Brendan Middleton.
Okay. And where did you go to get that U-Haul?
The U-Haul place on South Willow Street here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
South Willow Street.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after getting the U-Haul, Mr. Beach?
There's a gas station right next to the U-Haul place. We stopped there, put gas in it, and then we went back to the Econo Lodge.
When you say we went back to the
I'm
Econo
sorry.
Lodge,
Myself, Brittany Bedard, and Brendan Middleton.
At this point, they were homeless.
And
What would they have been
what
moving?
did you do when you returned to the Econo Lodge?
No, they were living at 644.
We did drugs.
I knew it.
At the Econo Lodge.
Yes?
I knew it was drugs. You can tell. I'm froze on the screen. Okay, so they muted. I froze.
Mr. Beach, when you say we did drugs,
Yes,
who is
sir.
the we that you're referring to?
Oh, everything's froze.
Myself,
Hold on.
Brittany Bedard, Adam, and Kayla Montgomery.
And what drugs are you referring to? What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
Okay.
Is that crack?
Crack cocaine.
Yes, sir.
At some point during that time, while you're doing drugs, did you exchange keys?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him U-Haul keys?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that interaction. Can you tell the jurors where you were when you gave him the keys and what specifically he told you?
Myself and Brittany Bedard gave the keys to Adam Montgomery, which he was staying at the Econo Lodge on the first floor. After that, Adam Montgomery and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. And I'm not sure.
He
You
just
said he
effed up.
repeated that.
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
When you say F, did he actually say the word?
Yes, sir.
What did he say? Can you tell the jurors?
Am I allowed to say it? I fucked up.
He repeated that
Yes, sir.
multiple
I
times.
apologize.
It's okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him to clarify?
I did. And he did not.
Did he say anything when you asked him to clarify?
All he kept saying was that I fucked up.
Where was Kayla during that conversation?
Kayla was in the first floor at the Econo Lodge with Brittany.
And I think you said this already, but at that point, when you went out to smoke the cigarette, you'd already given him the U-Haul keys.
Correct.
At any point during your time at that Econo Lodge, did you see the defendant drive the U-Haul?
I did not.
At some point, did you go back to your own room with Miss Bedard?
Yes, sir.
And prior to going back to your own room, had you seen him drive the U-Haul at all?
No, I did not.
Was the sun out when you went back to your own room, or
No, sir. It was still nighttime.
it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the defendant did with the U-Haul?
I don't.
Did you attempt to get in touch with him the following day about the U-Haul?
No, sir.
Do you think seeing those your Facebook messages would refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification in States
sir.
Exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
Will you take a look at the second page of this document and just look up when you're done? So let me ask you this while you're reviewing. Do you recognize what that is?
No, sir.
So
Okay, give me 1 second, guys.
at
I'm
the
having
top
some
of the
technical
page,
problems
does it
here.
say something there?
Meta Platform Businesses Record?
Meta Platform Business Records?
Yes.
Are you
Okay,
familiar with
let me
Meta?
see.
No, sir.
All right, so let's look on. Does it say what the service is there?
Facebook.
Okay. And then halfway down the page, does it say first and last name?
First name Travis, middle name is blank, last name is Beach.
Okay. And I want to talk about the specific records.
Yes, sir.
If I can have just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask that you review page 139, and I'm going to point you right here. If you can start there, and then this is front and back. So you just go through.
Would you like me to read out loud? Or?
No, just to yourself.
Okay.
And so I'm going to draw your attention to right here, this message.
Right.
So having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection with respect to
Now,
what
do you
reached
remember,
out to the
homie?
defendant about the U-Haul?
I mean, it's right. I don't remember it, but it states right there. So yes.
All right, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 140.
Don't be lying,
And I'm
homie.
just
You'll
gonna
end up
ask
in
you to
jail.
Read that top message.
Out loud.
Nope, to yourself. And is that the same message you just read on your?
On the yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with respect to these messages, are they fair and accurate in terms of the messages that you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 140 and mark full and published to the jury.
Any objection?
140 is the communication as opposed to the certified records. No objection to 140.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
I'm going to take these back.
Yes, sir.
Take them back. All right. Let me see. For some reason, my camera's messing up.
I'm going to ask that you hold on to this because we're going to go through it.
It's like froze on that screen. Like, I don't want to have to reset my computer. I can't do that.
So I'm going to put the exhibit that's in front of you, States Exhibit 140, up on the screen behind you. And I'm just going to ask that you look back and take a look at what's on the screen, the TV screen behind you.
I'll have to wait till we go to a break or something, and I can reset.
Other than
So
the
y'all don't
little red
lose it.
sticker at the bottom, is that the same image that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And so you can refer to the image in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you identify a few things. Starting with the top message, can you tell us who the sender of that message is? What's the name of the individual? It says next to author.
Travis Beach.
Okay. And that's you.
Correct.
Correct. The Mundo.
Can you tell us when that message was sent? And it's right below the author's name.
March 4th, 2020 at 1947.
And do you see where it says UTC?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Coordinated Universal Time, Mr. Beach?
No, sir.
I ain't either.
Fair to say, though, it's not Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you wrote? The slide immediately, or the message that says body.
Bro, what U-Haul did you drop it off at? Because he just got a text saying the van was supposed to be back at 2, so please let me know. WTF is going on.
And after you sent that message, did you immediately send another message? Can you go to the next, where it says body?
ASAP.
So if you can refer to the message below, can you tell us who the author of that message is?
I need to close something real
Facebook.
quick.
Okay. And is there a specific number attached to that?
Hold on a
Next
second,
to
guys. You'll be able to
Facebook.
hear
Next
it.
to Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us
I
what
need
that
to close
number
some
is?
stuff
Can you
real
read it
quick.
for us?
1000007885803.
Okay, and you initially said this was your communication with the defendant, Adam Montgomery. Did that used to have a name? When you made those messages, when you communicated with the defendant, did his Facebook account have a name?
Adams?
Adams.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of his Facebook account?
Adam Montgomery?
Okay, and that's no longer there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can go to when that message was sent, just below the author. And if you can read the date and time of the response.
3/4/2020, 1947.
So if you can go to the next message where it
sorry.
says sent.
You want me to read the number again?
No, not the number, the time where it says sent under the Facebook author. So the next line down from that.
Yeah. 000820.
Okay. And what's the date associated with that time? And I have it up behind you if you need to refer to that.
3/5/2020.
Okay. And if you can refer to the actual body of the message that you received from the defendant, can you read that for us?
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Okay. You've skipped one message. If you can go up to the message before that.
I dropped it off on Willow, my word.
All right. And let's go to the next message. If you can tell us that's also from the defendant. Can you verify that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the time of that message?
000844.
And that again is UTC.
Yes, sir.
And same date as the last message. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now let's go to the body of that message. If you can read that to the jurors.
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Do you know why the defendant didn't want you messaging stuff to him about a U-Haul rental?
No.
And let me back up. You said earlier you didn't know he
They
was using
are
the server
lying.
for.
Correct.
He knew.
Did
He
you ask?
definitely knew.
No, sir.
Why not?
Honestly, I didn't think I had to because I saw all his belongings packed up, and prior during the day he
This
said
dude
he
is
was having
lying.
problems with DCYF. So I kind of figured that he was moving.
And were you aware that he'd just moved into that apartment?
No, sir.
Did you ask Kayla what the U-Haul was for?
I wasn't allowed to talk to Michaela.
Why weren't you allowed to talk to Kayla?
I didn't ask.
Mr. Beach, did you ever meet a child named Harmony Montgomery?
No, sir.
Damn.
No, sir.
He ain't scared of Adam. He knew, and he told his friend, don't talk like that. They all knew that they were getting rid of the body because that's why he didn't want it sent over the messages.
And good morning, Mr. Beach.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. You indicated on direct examination that you reconnected with Adam. I believe you said it was February of 2020.
I didn't say February.
Do you know when it was?
Oh, here
Honestly,
we go.
no.
But
This
it was
dude's
at
full
the
of
Mall
crap.
of New Hampshire
Correct.
food court specifically.
Correct.
Fair to say that it was prior to these March events.
He definitely knows more.
Yes.
And Kayla was with Adam at the food court.
Correct.
Were any kids with Adam and Kayla at the food court?
They're two sons.
Lock him
Thank you
up
very
too.
much.
Yes, sir.
You need to be in jail, homie. You helped that man get rid of a dead baby. How dare you?
All right, you may step down. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, man.
Yes?
That man helped get rid of that baby. They should have kept him up there. I could have had 1,000 questions for him. Don't put your bag in my spot again, punk. All right, let me see. Okay, now we got to mute it. So he knew exactly where he what he did. You know, look how nervous he looked and scared. Like, oh, he was lying. He couldn't remember nothing, the dates. He was all wrong. They had to correct him multiple times. They should have kept him up there. Because he was with him. That dude was with Adam when he went and got rid of that baby. That's why the other dude told him, don't send me messages like this on Facebook. Yeah, he ran out of there. He couldn't have got out no quicker. He thought they were going to handcuff him. Set your bag in my seat. Everybody knows that's Dolly Bench. My ghost is sitting right there. Look. That's my spot. Ain't nobody sitting in my spot. They were like, what if Dolly shows up? Okay, who's this chick?
If you would please watch your step on the cords there, and if you could just remain standing when you get to the podium, please.
The ghost of Dolly. My spirit. My spirit's sitting right in that seat.
Yes.
Make sure y'all hit that like button, guys, as you come in. We got 700 of you here. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 likes.
Here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Tara Hilbert,
Tara Hilbert.
Tarahilbert.
Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. And what town are you living in right now?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
Almost 8 years.
8 years.
And where do you live? What street?
Orange Street.
On Orange Street?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Pretty much the property manager for over there.
Okay. And
Over where?
when you say the property manager, how many buildings do you help manage?
Just for that property, there's 4 buildings on that property. And then there's other properties elsewhere, but
Okay. So do you help manage the other properties elsewhere as well as the 4 there?
if the landlord needs help, yes.
Okay. How long have you been
Okay.
doing that?
5 years? 4 years? 5 years?
4 or 5 years?
Okay, so she's a
And
property
how far did you go in
supervisor
school?
at 644.
10th grade.
10th grade. All right. What are some of the other things that you will do for the landlord to help out for those 4 properties or for properties elsewhere? Can you kind of describe what some of your duties are to the jury?
I will help
You need a
with
name plaque
maintenance,
for your
clean
seat,
out
Dolly.
apartments if they need it. Clean
Yeah, the apartment
when
building.
before tenants moving in, I will completely finish cleaning it. I'll meet with new tenants before moving in, give them keys. If anybody needs any help, have any questions, they usually come to me and I take care of it.
I'm about to say, do they call you, or sometimes they usually even maybe knock on your door
Yes.
since you're right there?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Dennis Cloutier?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
That is our maintenance man.
Big beard?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known him?
8 years.
And with regards to the properties that you talked about, you take care of, is one of those properties 644 Union Street?
Yes.
Mr. Cloutier, do you know whether he has done work there at 644 Union Street?
Yes.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
So I'd like to go ahead and show you 2 exhibits.
To show you what's marked states 136 and 137. And just ask.
You felt bad for the maintenance guy?
Those images.
He was
Yes.
all right,
What do you
hippie
like to ask
dude.
them to be?
This is my building that I live in.
Okay.
This is the corner of Orange and Union, and then the other property of Union Street.
All right. I see that's all on 136. And what about 137?
That is my back parking lot.
Back parking lot for your building. Is it also the back parking lot for 644 Union?
Yes.
I'm gonna
Okay,
put
we
those
went
up
in the
here.
back
Could you-
parking lot too. So we were in her parking lot.
Specifically looking at exhibit 136. If you could just look onto the screen for a quick minute, Ms. Hilbert, just to confirm that's the same image.
Yes.
All right. And you went ahead and said that there was, well, could you please point out where 644 Union Street is in this, kind of the intersections?
This is Orange Street.
Mhm.
This is Union.
Okay.
This is 644.
So that's 644. The building that's right on the corner of Orange and Union, is that also one of the ones that you manage? Okay. And what about the building just to the right? If we go, would that be west on Orange Street there? Yes. Is that also one of the properties that you manage?
That's my building.
That's your building. Okay. With regards to a person by the name of Adam Montgomery, do you know who that is? All right. And who's that?
It was a old tenant of ours.
Could you please point out what was the building that Mr. Montgomery was staying in? That one there? Right. I'd like to switch now to exhibit 137. I've got that on the screen. I just want to confirm, if you would please, that what you're looking at on the screen matches 137 that's in front of you on the desk. Okay. And from this angle, could you please point out where Orange Street and Union Street are again, that same intersection?
This is Orange Street.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up, and that's Union.
Okay.
So the back side of that 644 Union Street, which building is that? Okay, the one looks like a porch built off the back.
Well, these are 3 separate numbers: 640, 642, 644.
Oh, okay. Those units inside those buildings, are they all accessible from the back as well as from the front?
Yes.
Right. And that, could you please point out the parking lot that's used by the people who live in that building?
Right here.
Right there. Okay. And with regards to your building, is that the building on the far left-hand side of the screen, still on this side of Orange?
This one, yes.
That's the one. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. Please feel free to have a seat. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, you also know an individual by the name of Kayla Montgomery.
I do.
How did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
How'd you meet him, lady?
Don't know our first interaction. I remember seeing him here and there. And then I feel like it had to do with the kids because I had a child, their children's age.
Mhm.
And it kind of just went from there.
With regards to, you said you had a child the same age as their children's age. How many children did they have that you saw?
At that time?
Yes.
Two.
Two. Did your child and their children play together sometimes? And where would they play?
In the parking lot.
The same one that we see here on Exhibit 137?
More at the parking lot on my side.
Okay.
But yeah,
At the time, Adam Montgomery, what was he doing for work? Do you know?
he was not working at that time that I'm aware of.
Separate from that, did you ever visit him inside his apartment?
No.
Okay. Where would you interact with him?
In the parking lot, my porch, and he was in my house a couple times.
And why was he in your house a couple times?
We were feeding him, Kayla, and the kids.
What time of year was that?
Summertime.
Something like a grill out or something?
Yes.
All right. Did he ever say anything to you about having a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about Harmony?
Just that he had a daughter named Harmony and that he hadn't seen her in a couple of years because her mother took her back to Massachusetts.
That's what he told you.
Yes.
And when would this have been that you had this conversation with him? What year?
2020.
2020?
Yep.
All right. Would you have conversations with him also in, let's say, to 2021 as
Yes.
well? With regards to, let me just say this. Did he ever say specifically where Harmony was with her mother?
I want to say it was Lowell.
Okay.
Lowell, Mass.
All right. That's your memory?
Yeah.
And when he was living next door, I'm sorry, not next door, but he was living in Union Street and you were over on Orange Street, right? So that's not technically next door.
To me, it's next door, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Still having some difficulties getting my cam
With
back.
regards
up.
to
What's
the
going on with
residents of
that?
Union Street during the time period that he was living there, how would you describe those neighbors? Were they average? Were they quiet? Were they loud?
I didn't see them the first 6 months of them living there.
Oh, and by them you mean
Adam and Kayla. Oh,
okay.
is that what we were talking about?
Well, yeah. Let me revise the
Sorry.
question. That's all right. That's all right. That's on me for not asking a clear question. So you didn't see them for the first 6 months. Let me go with that for a minute.
Yeah.
All right. And how would you get into their apartment from this photo that we're looking at here?
I'm back.
Can I stand up?
Yes, if you could.
So their back door is like right there.
Okay. So I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on the top right-hand side of the, or top right-hand, let's say, quadrant of the image. Is that right? Would you say that's the top right area of that photo?
To me, it's left, but
Top left. Okay. Top left of the stairs. Okay. But overall, if I looked at the whole photo, would you say it's the top right-hand side of the photo?
Oh, hold on. I got some technical difficulties. Let me go
With
to my
regards
settings.
to the noise, was there ever any noise complaints in those buildings?
There we go. That should fix
other
everything.
tenants. Yeah.
Wait, what
From other
happened?
tenants?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever receive one from Adam Montgomery?
There we go.
Not that I recall. I think everybody stayed away from him. They just stayed.
Volume seems low, you said.
I'll
Is there-
rephrase the question, Ms. Hilbert. So with regards to that particular building, did you ever respond to any sort of noise complaints at that building?
No.
Let me see if I can get you up some. Did I just pause it?
Okay.
Oh.
And I mean 644 Union Street, that is.
No.
And let me ask, with regards to Adam Montgomery, did he ever tell you where they were living prior to them living at
All right.
644
Give me
Union?
1 second,
Yeah, they
guys. I
told
got to
me
fix
that,
something.
They had stayed with.
Let me fix something real quick.
Rephrase the question, please.
That's why y'all can't hear it real good.
Okay. What, if anything, did Adam tell you about the location of where he had been living prior to him coming to be with you?
I knew about the FIT program they were in. And then
Did he
living
ever
in
say about any other residence he lived in before Fit?
a car?
A car. Thank you.
Okay. Let me try this.
I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to Kayla Montgomery. Did you have conversations or communicate with her as well?
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into the substance of what those conversations were.
There you go.
What were the ways that you would communicate with each other?
Sometimes through Facebook Messenger, other times on my porch parking lot.
In April of 2021, at any time, did you take Kayla away from the Union Street apartment?
Now we can hear. Good to go.
Because Adam had beat her pretty bad.
How did she look when you saw her?
Really bad.
And when
Hey,
you say
not a
really
tear.
bad, can you describe where you saw, I'm sorry, did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
Where did you see those injuries?
Her eyes, her nose, she was covered in blood.
Where did you take her?
To a hotel in Oxford.
When was the last, did she have anybody with her when you took her to the hotel?
No tears. Nope.
Her two boys. And
Oh,
the
she might break a
little
tear.
girl that she had just had.
The baby?
So they killing babies and
Later on,
babies. That is the
did the
crazy
Montgomerys,
thing.
both Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery and the children, move out of that apartment?
Yeah, they got evicted.
Okay. Were you a part of the clean out that was done on that apartment?
Was not.
Who would have come in to do that clean out?
Dennis.
That was the
And
hippie guy.
when a clean out is done of the apartments, when you manage them and the ones that you've seen, what's the sort of work that gets done on those apartments?
Pretty much just throw everything in trash bags, and I specifically put it on the outside porch, and Dennis will come pick it up with the trailer and take it to the dump.
What about with regards to any of the sort of appliances inside? Are appliances changed?
Yes.
And what's the typical turnaround time for a new renter to come in?
It all depends how damaged the apartment is prior. Sometimes it'll take over a month to fix the damages.
Once the apartment is ready to rent, usually what's the time period between that and when a new tenant would move in?
I'd say a week to 2 weeks.
Okay. So a week to 2 weeks assuming the apartment's okay, that's the turnover time.
Yeah.
Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Hilbert, thank you very much. Those are all the questions that I have. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Let's see what they say.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, make sure you like the video. Thumb it up. We in court today.
Ms. Hebert, you testified about a
Adam Montgomery.
conversation with Adam where he indicated that Harmony was with her mother and you thought perhaps Lowell.
Yes.
And that conversation came up in the context of him talking about missing her, right? And
625. Hell yeah.
well, where is she? And that was his answer.
Yes.
Now,
See if we can get to 1,000 early
we
this
also
morning.
talked about seeing Kayla with black eyes.
Yes.
And you're pretty emotional about that, right? Because you and Kayla had become very good friends.
Not just that.
Oh, right, of course. But one of the reasons was that she was quite dear to you.
Yes.
And over the course of the time that she moved
35.
in, you didn't really meet him for about 6 months. But then when you met him, you and Kayla became good friends.
Slowly, but yes.
And during that,
638.
after Kayla was arrested, you contacted her in jail.
Yep.
And you remained good friends with her.
For about a month, yeah.
For about a
Okay.
month. Then
Thank
she was
you.
like, F her.
Welcome.
647. We can do it. Hello.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No additional questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
If you beat up your girlfriend, you're going to jail. That's for sure.
Objection?
I see 653.
No,
I see 656. We got 709 in the room. Hit that like button, guys. We can do it. We on the run to 1,000 this morning.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state would like to call.
Witnesses are going fast now. This is what I'm talking about. Let's get them going. Let's get them going. This is run and gun action, okay? Fast pace. Let's get this over with and let's drag him out to the street and let's set him on fire. 668. You're awesome. 664.
Please go up right near the bail, and once the
672.
there, please
All right, who is this? Oh, but they got every drug addict in New Hampshire up in here today. Imagine being the plug in that lobby.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guerin, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do
these
you solemnly
know-
swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
672.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Mad. The Hatter's Madness.
And Ms. Guerin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name?
It's addiction
Oh, I
day.
apologize. Did I leave some photos?
That's what it is. Let's get all the drug addicts in one day. They got to be at the methadone clinic later.
I'm so sorry.
The methadone gang. Where's Big Bird today? I'm not sure. I had to leave. Quick recap. They're just bringing up a bunch of drug addicts today that were friends with Adam and
Is it
Kayla.
off? We're in mute.
I'm sorry. I don't know. It's a new phone. I'm so
Except for
sorry.
Lasley. She was a maintenance
thought I had it
supervisor at the
everywhere.
644 house.
Well, we will try to make our testimony quick, but we do need to have it in mute, please.
Yep, I'm doing it.
Turn your damn phone off, woman. Have some respect for the court. You didn't hear Dolly's phone beeping.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Guerin.
So sorry.
That's okay. If you would please go ahead, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Jessica Guerin, Jessica Guerin.
And Ms. Guerin, are you a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
How long have you been living in state?
About 13 years.
Does she
Well,
know Tone
13 years.
Capone? That's what I asked them all. Do you know Tone
Keep your voices
Capone?
up. It's a big room. All the jurors need to be able to hear you.
Ms. Guerin, let me ask you, you said you've been living here about 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to that, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester.
Man,
And how long have you been living in Manchester?
About a year.
How far did you go in school?
I'm still in school.
Okay. What are you studying?
Psychology.
Okay. And where are you studying
Oh, yeah.
psychology?
UNH.
UNH. And how much longer do you have to go on your program?
About 3 years.
And let me ask you, what sort of work have you had up until this point?
I've worked as a debt collector. I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs, Dunkin' Donuts.
All right. You said you've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs. I'd like to ask, did you ever work at a location in a rehab center called Granite State Recovery back in May of 2021?
I did.
Right. And what were your job duties there?
I was a recovery support specialist. So when clients would come in, they were usually pretty emotionally like in the air. So I was the person that kind of helped keep them level-headed and stay.
Okay.
I would run groups also.
Did you ever meet, and separate from that, I'd like to ask, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
She's the counselor. She
And-
seems like she probably was a
Go ahead
drug
and show
addict that
you-
became a counselor. Allegedly, for entertainment purposes only. She seems like
Do you recognize this person?
she's a little spaced out herself, but she's the
Adam
clinic lady.
Montgomery.
Adam Montgomery, the person that you met in May 2021.
Correct.
You also know an individual by the name of Shane Perkins.
I do.
Okay. And how do you know Shane Perkins?
It was somebody that I dated that was a friend of Adam's.
Was that back during this same time period of 2021?
Correct. It's right when I met Adam.
At the time,
Dolly, why is there
where
a
was
chat
Shane
under
living?
the chat?
At one of the
Huh?
facilities.
Okay. And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know where he was living back then?
700 likes, guys. Thank you.
Same house.
Same house? And where was that house? What city?
Auburn Street. I think it was 241 Auburn Street.
Oh, right here in Manchester.
Correct.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant, or generally, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about children or his children?
Yeah, we used to have quite a few in-depth conversations.
All right. How many children did he say that he had?
So for the most part, I only knew of the two boys. At one point, he mentioned having a daughter, but it was very.
I know.
brushed
We were
off.
just saying. Just
Say
saying.
very quickly and brushed off. What do you mean by brushed off?
He kind of he just changed the subject as fast as he could.
He just has an
Do
underbite.
you remember having a specific conversation with him about his daughter? And by this, I guess I want to ask, first of all, do you remember where this conversation was, where it took place?
Yeah. Actually, it was right at the corner of Union Street and Auburn Street.
Okay.
Dollar Deluxe, I believe. I was sitting outside.
All right. And who were you with when you were outside?
Originally, I was just sitting by myself waiting for Adam.
Okay.
I think so
And,
too.
waiting for
She's-
Adam?
Yep.
Okay. And did he join you?
Yep.
All right. And at some point, were you waiting for anybody else while the two of you were there?
Not really. That was a little muffled. So Shane had been having a really bad day.
Yeah,
He was
she's going to
sleeping.
school too. She
I
can
was
change your
messaging
life.
back and forth with Adam, waiting for him to come out so I could give him some flowers and a card that I had given. So that way, that when Shane woke up, he would have it there.
Oh, okay. And when you were talking with Adam, had you already dropped those things off? Had you already handed those to go in for Shane?
Not quite. He was sitting with me. We were just kind of
Nicely nosy. Hey,
hour and a half talking.
nosy.
And during that conversation, did you talk specifically with him about a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He never specified a name. He had mentioned that he had two boys and a daughter, but he had dropped the daughter off at her mother's in Mass somewhere, and just kind of changed the subject as fast as possible.
You said I want to make sure I got that right. And you said that he told you that he dropped off his daughter at her mother's in Mass, and does that mean Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, yep.
All right.
The
And then
recovery
you said
center
he
saved
quickly
you.
what?
That's good.
Brushed off the con. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but the conversation switched very rapidly.
I can just have a moment, Your Honor. Let me just ask you, Ms. Karen, when was the last time that you talked with Adam Montgomery?
Actually, I was just looking at my messages a couple days ago. I think it was March of 21.
So it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions.
Okay, awesome. Get on up out of there, woman. So she got her life together now. She seems to be clean. She's going to college. She's going to be a psychiatrist. So good for her. Hey, look, you can change your life, you know.
Statement called next witness.
Bring in Adam, says Honey Dip. I don't know if they're going to bring in Adam today. I don't know if we get no Adam up in here. But guys, if you're super cool, make sure you share this video on your YouTube feed, in your YouTube comments or whatever the hell it is, community, and share on Facebook.
We can approach.
What was the point of that this witness? I don't know what her point was. That she just everybody they had interaction with, you know. that really gave us nothing good. She was just a counselor. I mean, they're just calling people up there to hang out at this point. I don't know. I don't know what that had to do with anything to do with the baby. She didn't go there. She didn't see anything. Like, nuts. I'll be right back with you guys. Let me throw this up real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we see our next witness, this is a good time for the break. It's a little bit earlier than usual, but we'll take our break now, and then we may be able to go through lunch. We have a couple of matters that we have to deal with now. So why don't I give you your mid-morning break now?
Mid-morning.
Or anybody else? Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything online, and we will see you hopefully in 15 minutes or so. Like I said, there are a couple of things, so maybe a little longer, but we'll get you back in here as soon as we can.
Okay.
All right? All rise for the jurors, please.
Everybody rise. I ain't getting up. I ain't doing it. I'm comfortable. We got the best seat in the house today. Okay. Best seat in the house.
Before you, well, can we just, you may be seated.
So they let the jury out. So basically they're going to go into mute mode. They're going to have a little meet and discuss whatever the hell they had. Hey, Dolly, I don't have TikTok, but my two daughters do, and they have subbed up to you. Thank you, guys. I noticed we are at 500 subscribers on TikTok. Okay. I can't go live until I get 1,000, but at least we're halfway there. So I know a lot of my viewers are older viewers, and a lot of y'all guys don't have TikTok. But if you're watching and you do have TikTok, sub me up so I can get to that 1,000 so I can live stream from there. Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. Okay. There won't be a whole lot of true crime videos right down there. It's me doing some parodies, but sub it up because there's going to be a bunch of true crime stuff. I got a bunch of videos that I'm going to upload up there probably later today or tonight of, me going to the house. A lot of stuff from Karen Reed stuff. A lot of that stuff is going on to TikTok. So you guys make sure you sub it up if you're watching and if you got a TikTok. You said you'll be back. You're going to go make some eggs. Okay. Yeah. I started early with no breakfast, but I think I'm going to order me some food in just a little bit here in a little while. So Dolly don't starve to death today in court. Cause I was sitting up in court. Last day I was in court. I was in there. I didn't eat breakfast. Usually I ate breakfast before I went to court, but that day I didn't. I got up in there and my stomach was so growling. Like I wasn't starving hungry. Like I didn't even really feel that hungry, but my stomach was like, it was making all these crazy ass noises. So I was like, well, I need to eat, put something on my damn demon stomach before I get into court next time. Who's the character on TikTok? It's hilarious. Oh, that is the Dolly Cash character. He's a redneck from the trailer parks, and he drinks PBR. He was a character that I created a long time ago. For you people that have been on the TikTok, you'll see the parodies. It's like, but it's switching to true crime. At first, my TikTok wasn't true crime. It was just me making funny little videos of like a character. 722 likes. Woo! Keep them coming, guys. If you're just tuning in, make sure you like the video. So I create a TikTok for the little characters, but now I'm turning it into, more true, just all true crime, everything true crime. So the videos are still up from that's how the channel was created, the name from the character Dolly. So the Dolly character, of course, I'm calm, relaxed, chill. He's a little more hyped up, a little more rude, crude, offensive. Sorry, not a TikTok fan. You should put your soap info commercial up there. I might do that, the soap commercial. Dolly soap. All right. Let's see. Where is the soap commercial? I know it's up here on the computer somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack in your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's Luxurious Lather Bar, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take crack, flat, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients. Because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents, such as... Okay, I get it. Yeah, it had an echo. Okay. I'm having all kind of technical issues today, okay? Today is the technical issue day. I've seen sometimes if I'm sharing a screen, it will echo really bad. Okay, and that's what it was, is I was sharing the screen. So like if I stopped sharing the screen, it wouldn't do that. So, but we needed that screen shared so when we can see when Court TV's, technically I don't. I had to share it when Court TV comes back up because that's where my audio is on that screen. So what it is it's looping the audio. So it's playing two audios and it's causing the echo. Okay, they're showing the viewers. All right. There's Crystal. Ain't that who that is? I think that's the mother. Hold on. Is that who that is? The mother, Crystal? I can't tell. It's the back of her head. Ham and eggs. Ooh, that sounds good. I think that's the mother. Yes, Crystal. Yes. That's what I thought it was from the back of her head. So she's in court. She had got up and left that day when I was in there. I seen her leave. And I think she was with some dude. They got up and left. And I thought they were going to come back, but they never did come back that day. She was there a couple of the days that I was there. So I don't think she's been there every day, but she's been there a lot of the time. A good majority of it. Thank you for following me on TikTok. That is awesome. We'll be at 1,000 there before long, and then we'll be able to stream from TikTok also. There's no way you could sit in there. Well, they need to update the courtroom a little bit. Look, if you notice, everybody in there has a seat with a cushion. The jury, all their seats have cushions. They're nice chairs. Everybody else in there is sitting in a nice ass chair. And then you got to sit on that wooden bench that hurts your back, puts your legs to sleep. It's a nightmare. It is a damn right nightmare. They should at least put like movie theater seating in it. You know, something you can lean back a little bit in and be comfortable if you're going to be sitting there for hours at a time. Dolly, could you hear well when you was in court? No, it's still low in the court. They have really shitty audio. They only have 2 mics in the whole courtroom. They got to play musical mics while they're doing all this, right? They're moving the mic around. Good morning, Dumpling. Like old school church. Yep. Yes, that's Crystal. My husband did all the electrical work in that courthouse. Cool. That's awesome. Dolly, which soap scent do you recommend? I don't know. There's Love Spell. There's Raspberry Lemonade. It depends if you're a man or a woman. Pink Sugar is good for women. Love Spell is good for women. As far as the men smell, the Dalmani, which is Armani, but I just call it Dalmani because of legal purposes. I can't call it Armani because they'll sue me. Okay. But it smells just like Armani. That's good for men. And like I said, for a woman, I would say the Love Spell or the Raspberry Lemonade would be good. Raspberry Lemonade is our #1 seller. And then I think Love Spell, Pink Sugar, like somewhere in those ranges. But a lot of it's good. It's all the same recipe. It's just different scents. So you're pretty much buying the same soap. It's just a different smell of soap. My recipe's all the same. Just followed on TikTok. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. So as soon as I get to 1,000 mark, we'll start streaming to TikTok, YouTube, and soon I'm going to be on every platform from Facebook. Right now we're streaming on YouTube and Facebook, but soon I'll be streaming on Twitter, which is X, and Instagram. We're going to start a new Instagram, I think. I'm going to start a brand new Instagram for Dolly Vision. Because I think I got one. My Instagram now is the Jimmy Jam Show, and I don't never use it. So I'm going to start some new things for Dolly Vision. So I'll probably start a new Instagram. And I'm going to be streaming to that. I don't know yet. I'm going to be streaming to a bunch of different new places. Twitch. I'm going to be streaming to Twitch. I already have a Twitch, so that's not a big deal. I'm going to be streaming to Twitch. I'll have all the links up soon of all the platforms that I'll be streaming to. Aunt Nancy said that Kayla did not get immunity, just a break on the grand jury line charges if she talked. So that is true. She don't got a deal, right? If she says something that incriminates herself, she would go to jail. Dolly Vision, live promotion, live where they share each other. You get your 1,000 in an hour. Yeah, but I just don't want 1,000 anybody watching me. I want 1,000 people that are into like true crime watching it, right? If you ain't into true crime, why would you sub up a true crime TikTok, right? So I don't want to do that share for share stuff because I don't do that on YouTube. I don't do that on any other social media platform. I've grew my platform 1 sub at a time that tuned in, watched, and said, okay, I'm going to sub up. So I've never got nobody like, but then because there's YouTubers out there that buy viewers, okay, like buy views and stuff. What good does that do you? If nobody's really watching you, nobody's watching you. So I don't do stuff like that. Every sub you see on my channel is a person that has came here, was like, oh, I like what Dolly's doing. Let me sub up, give the video a like. There's no fake people. There's no bots. There's none of that shit. Dolly can't afford it anyway. Slow and steady wins the race. Definitely. Right. Definitely. We've been kicking now for what Dolly Vision for little over 2 years. And it's growing. Every day I look up there's new subs. So thank you guys that have been subbing up the channel and watching our stuff. That's awesome. We're going to bring you a lot of cool true crime stuff this year anyway. You cheated on TikTok. Did the follow train to get 1,000, and next 32 I've grown organically. Okay. Well, I'm sure when I grow live on TikTok, it'll grow just like it does here on YouTube. It grows everywhere that I go live on. I just don't like making a ton of little videos. I'd rather just do the whole live thing with you guys. I'm more of a live streamer. But I'm glad that everybody else has 1,000 subs and I can't get it. You know what I'm saying? I got 35,000 subs on this channel alone, and I can't get 1,000 subs on TikTok. But my viewers are, if you look at my analytics, they're a little bit older, my viewers. And the older people, we ain't so much into TikTok. We're just now coming around to YouTube. Personally, you're not a TikToker. Yeah, I never really got into it too, but I know that true crime, apparently a lot of people tend to watch the true crime stuff on TikTok. They want it in a little short, quick, little hit and miss thing. So I did a bunch of little short videos for TikTok. And I'm just trying to grow the numbers so I can live stream. That's all I really care about anyways, the live streaming. Jimmy, you have to do the WAP dance. That will get you quick. Okay, I ain't doing all that. Okay. Start doing the kiki. You know you love me. All right. Nah. I mean, I've watched some TikTok videos. I ain't never wanted to sit around and make TikTok videos. My kid does. She has thousands and thousands of followers. Tiff does. And so does her friend. Her other friend had like so many followers. I was like, holy shit. I need to pay you to plug me, kid. You know, she had a ton of followers. But I don't know. I just think it's another way to promote the channel, get more eyes on it, more eyes interested in these missing people and these searches and different things. And it's just, you know, maybe they'll turn the younger generation onto some true crime, just like us. There was something that led you to true crime, led me to true crime. So there needs to be something that leads these young people to true crime. So they need Dolly. Okay. Kayla doesn't deserve a deal. My allergies are bothering me. I found Dolly through him trolling a channel. Then she recommended him, so came over, and now she dislikes him. Okay. But that's how it works. Sometimes they love you. Sometimes they hate you. You know, that is the nature of the YouTube game. These YouTube streets are crazy. But I've been staying out the streets. I've been in the courthouse. You know what I'm saying? I've been busy doing true crime stuff. So I haven't had a lot of interactions with other YouTube channels. Okay. I'm too busy being a YouTuber to be messing with YouTubers. If you busy, you ain't got a whole lot of time for that. All right. You get idle hands. Next thing you know, you're fighting with every YouTuber, and it turns into a shit show. And I like a little bit of drama here and there, but I don't like it constant. You know, constant drama drives me damn crazy. A little arguing here and there, that's fine, but like constant, these channels that are just fight and go back and forth with each other constant. I knew I wasn't doing that in 2024. I was like, I ain't fighting with none of these people no more. Whoever talks bad about me, I'll just talk bad about me. Because it's people do it is to get a reaction. You know, they want to say something about you, so you say something about them. That's basically what it is. It's helping promote other people. Right? As soon as I say I can't stand this dude and I say who it is, you're going to go see who that dude is. It's curiosity. Okay. So me, I'm not giving anybody that. I'm not doing that. I'm not fighting back and forth with people over stupid shit that don't matter. It has nothing to do with anything on this whole damn thing for a click and a view. Let's create a fake fight. There's a lot of that shit that goes on YouTube, you know. Let's create fake content so people watch when it starts to get a little slow. Take a day off. That'd be a good thing you do, you know, like, hey, you don't have to YouTube every day and try to kill each other. Why don't you just take a day away from it? Just followed on TikTok. Yes. We're getting closer to that 1,000 mark. Okay. Because I was like, I see all these people with all these thousands of subs up there, but it's just never really interested me. But people are like, hey, it's a good way to get people to see your channel, you know, to get it out there more. And I'm like, all right, let's do it. So TikTok it is, I guess. Quentin Simon brought you to True Crime. Do you still have a Patreon? Yes, I still have Patreon. And I'm going to start getting some more stuff onto that Patreon. So everybody that's been over there, it's been kind of dead. My Patreon has. So I don't really plug it much. I am going to revamp it. I'm starting to revamp everything. So the Patreon will be back up and jumping. Like I said, we're going to be streaming on TikTok, Instagram, X. We're just trying to do it big this year. Okay. On all platforms, all the way around the board. Be the year of the turtle. All right. I want to hit these numbers up closer to that 100,000 mark. I see a lot of people that have that plaque and I ain't got one. And I'm jelly in the belly. Okay. I want my damn plaque on the wall. And I ain't got it yet. All right. I didn't put in years of grinding. And I ain't got a damn plaque on my wall to show for my hard work. Can't have it. Can't have it. This is the year. Okay. This is the year or I rage quit. This is the make it or break it year right here. Okay. I'm going to disappear for every year. I'm going to start doing magic. Okay. Something else. I'll be like the next David Copperfield. Be Chris Angel and Dolly. You see Dolly? He disappeared. Be my first magic trick and be gone right off of YouTube Street. Poof, gone. Like, damn. He rage quit. Now he's homeless. Pulling a rabbit out his hat. All right. Let's do it. Y'all ready? Oh, they're looking for me. They're like, yo, look at this girl. She's scratching her ear. Damn, they zoomed right up on her, didn't they? They're like, she's nice. She's there. She's friends with Jay for Justice. So she's there in Jay for Justice's chat. She's been there every day. She was there every day I was there. I think one day she won't, but every other day she's been in the courtroom, hanging out, watching. She's the one that told me about the sign being on the house. She was like, there's a sign on the house, and she showed me the picture of it. So when I was talking to the lady at the house, she was like, yeah, somebody came by yesterday, was taking pictures. And I was like, is it a blonde hair girl? And she was like, yeah. I was like, that's who it was. Because she showed me the picture she took. She's like, I rode by the house. I got a sign on the thing that said Adam Montgomery killed Harmony. That's how I knew there was a sign there. Truth Seeker said, I followed you on TikTok. Thank you, guys. Dolly's True Crime on TikTok. I think we might be around, I don't know, somewhere over 500. So we're a little over halfway there. We'll be there soon. Another week or so, 2 weeks, 6 months. Who knows? Look, they're looking for Dolly. Dolly ain't there today. That's my spot, though. Look, empty as hell. My bench empty. They were waiting for me. They were like, look, man, where's Dolly? He going to walk in any time right now. I'm right here, though. I got a new seat. It don't hurt my back as bad. All right, thank you. Good morning, Dolly, PJ. Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning to everybody that's tuning in. If you're just waking up, wake the hell up, people. We already been here since 8 o'clock this morning. Well, 8:30ish. We've been here 2 hours already. So get your blood flowing. Get your coffee going. Already, they've been going through witnesses like this morning. They've already called like 3 or 4 witnesses. They're like, even the lady that does all the questioning, she ain't even been asking a lot of questions this morning. It's been more the Chris Hansen sounding dude. Are you on Twitch? Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I don't remember what my Twitch is. Maybe it's the Jimmy Jam Show on Twitch, because that's what it is on Instagram. So I think on Twitch and Instagram, it's the Jimmy Jam Show, because that's what it was originally called before Dolly. But we don't use Jimmy Jams anymore. So now it's just Dolly. but the sites are still the same. So they're going to change up to Dolly Vision. Everything's going Dolly Vision. And that's to do away with some of the confusion because we have multiple channels with multiple names. So now we're consolidating. And hit the like button, everybody. Just like Beth said. Thank you. All right. Look at my empty seat. I would have got a lot of court TV time today, you know. I'd have been over there breakdancing, doing the running man and shit, the robot.
Please be seated.
Oh. You're willing to restream my... You can stream it. You can stream me on TikTok. I don't care. I've seen there's other videos of me on TikTok where people have put me on TikTok, but I didn't put me up there. But people have. So, yeah, feel free to share me on TikTok. If it helps me get to 1,000, I want true crime people to sub up, okay? I mean, if you ain't into true crime, what good does it do to sub me up? I'm just going to bring true crime.
Your Honor, Attorney Smith is still.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So she has the device. They've had it for a few minutes.
Okay. That's fine. I just wanted to be in here so that if the witness comes up and is in, I would get some of you anyway, so that I could address her. She could be on the stand.
531 people. Awesome.
We can stay, Your Honor, for that.
And see, that's real people too. That ain't like sub for a sub kind of thing. That's 531 real people. You're not into crime, just like how I narrate. Okay, that's cool. 760 likes. Y'all keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Y'all get up early. Getting up early working for you this morning. I got up at like 7 o'clock. I slept good last night too. Prayer Garden said she saw you in the courtroom the other day on her live. Cool. Shout outs to Prayer Garden, everybody that's been supporting Dolly. I know Grizzly's True Crime shouted me out in the courtroom too, so thanks to Grizzly.
Counsel, just approach for a minute.
It's good to hear people shout me out for my true crime work instead of being an asshole. But thanks, guys. I appreciate all the support for real. And you know, to me, like even if, like I've always said, I don't have a problem with any YouTuber up here. It's just YouTube to me. I shout out to you too. I took screenshots. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support, sharing Dolly, letting people know about Dolly. We're definitely growing, okay? And it's good to see some new people in the chat room coming in. And that's what happens when you're hitting that like button and you're sharing. New people are getting to see it. New people are getting to meet the Turtle Gang. New people coming in. And some of them people are really cool people. So it's a good way to meet new people in the room is liking and sharing. That's how new people find us. You was number 760? Yes! 760. That's a good number. Has a good ring to it. 760. You shared me on your community page. Awesome. Awesome. That's love right there. I feel the love. I noticed yesterday I wasn't even live streaming while the court was, but while I was flying and doing all my stuff, y'all still gave the video over 1,000 likes without even seeing much of my face. That's probably why y'all liked it. Maybe I should just take my face off of this and I come up here and be like 10,000 likes. Right, but as soon as my face hits here, it's like 800. You thought the blonde in the courtroom is Big Bird. No, that's definitely not Big Bird. Okay. Big Bird is not over there. She may be on the left side, but she's definitely not on the right side. Big Bird does have blonde hair though, but that's not Big Bird. She is a really nice chick though. She's friends with Jay for Justice or a viewer for Jay for Justice. I don't even know if she's a YouTuber herself, but she's there for a YouTuber. That's what she told me anyway. I'm here for Jay for Justice. And the other girl that was there, which I don't see her in the courtroom today, I think she may have left and went back to Kansas. Because you got to remember, for us YouTubers, when we fly in, you got airline tickets. You got hotels that are a couple $100 a night. You know what I'm saying? So your YouTubers are only going to be able to cover it in spurts, little spurts, because it's so expensive. So, you know, we can only bring, it'd be hard to be there and bring you the whole court case. We're not, you know, Court TV, they got millions of dollars. They can afford to put that dude in a hotel. We don't got it like that. Number 777. Thank you. But maybe one day. Rental cars, you know, rental car, airplane, hotel, and food.
No, I want you to review it first.
Hold on to it until lunch.
I will lose everything. Just approve it, please. Sorry, if you would just.
Some parts are hard.
Yes,
Some
ma'am.
parts. All right, let's do it. Make it comfortable. Harmony's mom in court. She looks mad. Okay, why don't we get any volume? Oh, there it is. What the hell? It's all the way up. Why do they keep muting it? I thought it was my volume for a minute. No, it's all the way up. So they're talking to the judge about something already. Why is this woman got her arms crossed like she's in defensive mode? Kayla's mom's already been in the court. Dolly broke the internet again. No, they're inside. They're in the side chat, sidebar, whatever the hell they call that shit. I'm not a legal professional. I'm an idiot that watches court TV. Okay. They're talking there. They mute every time they talk like that. Once she sits down, I'm sure the volume will come back on. Hostile witness judge. Was she in jail? No, she wasn't in jail. She just like a mad ass woman. She is in defense mode. Yeah. She looks like they bothered her by subpoenaing her ass to court. She was like, y'all subpoena me to court again. I'll scratch your damn eyeballs out. Look at this. Nah, I don't want to be here. Y'all made me show up. I ain't got shit to say. Look, they don't even want to show her now. She looks so mad. She looks mad. Yeah, I agree. If you think she looks mad, hit the like on the video and hit 1 in the chat. That lady looked pissed off. She walked up to her like this. Like, damn. Show Fudd. At least he's happy over there, you know, rubbing his eye and shit. I'd rather see Fudd. I see a lot of ones. Maybe that ain't drug. That's just mad. That's old. You know. Grumpy. I think a lot of people agree. She looked mad as mad. I don't know who is she? Anybody know who she is? Miss Mad shows up today and for court. Is that Adam's mom, maybe? She looks pregnant or like she had I don't know. I don't want to say that because she might not have. And then I'd be body shaming. Who is this witness? I don't know yet. She's Miss Mad is what we're calling her for now. All right, because you came in like she ready, like she look a little teed off. So we don't know who she is yet. We're about to find out. But as soon as she stepped up there, they went to side chat. Like, mute the mics. Let us talk this out. Right? She's probably up there telling everybody to F off. Fudd's wife is mad at all of us. Maybe. I don't know. We're making him famous. We're making him famous. Next thing you know, he'd be in a movie with Tom Cruise. You'd be like, damn, that's Fudd. Right? They went for Dolly. he wouldn't get that recognition. You know what I'm saying? We got nothing but love for that man. He working hard up in that court. I got to see him work live. He sat over there quietly all day long. That's hard. That's hard not to say nothing. He didn't do no talking. He just sat there and rub his eye, drink his coffee. I mean, that's a hard day work right there. I mean, that man, he needs a shit. I want that job. That's pretty much what I did. Sat there, did nothing, rubbed the crust out my eye. So me and Fudd did about the same thing that day. I mean, we really basically did nothing. But every now and then I ran outside and live stream, so I felt like I was working harder. He never even had to go in the cold. Okay. So I work hard for my money. He don't work that hard. He just chilling. Okay, in the heat. With a badge and a gun. Dolly Vision can everybody can stream me on TikTok. Stream away. Stream it away. Do all the TikTok and sharing Dolly you want. All right, just remember to tell them add Dolly's True Crime on TikTok so I can go live and bring greatness and take over TikTok. Okay, that's my plan. I'm taking over. I didn't come to take part. I come to take over. At this rate, it's going to take me 100 million years. But hey, I'm patient. I'm really patient.
Clear the courtroom for a moment. I'm going to ask everyone to go out so I can make an inquiry. I will
Everybody.
ask for the cameras to be turned off. Cameras to be turned off.
They're turning everything off. Oh shit! This lady done said something crazy. Turn the cameras off.
The court monitor, we're going to place this under seal.
Oh, they're sealing it. He didn't turn the camera off. We still got audio. We can hear it. Somebody's crying. Hear it?
I want no audio or video on right now. That, okay.
We got audio right now.
Defense team can remain present. This is going to be an
audio.
And
We still got audio. Ah, you bitch. Damn it. Damn, something went down. Something went down. She's crying. What happened? What do you think happened? What do you think happened? Jolly. I didn't jinx it. I didn't jinx it. I was happy we still had sound. What do you think happened? What do y'all think happened? Something went down right there. Did she turn in new evidence? Oh my God, what is going on? Wow. I don't know. They went straight to the ceiling. Thank you so much for gifting them memberships. Gigi Mac. I mess your name up every time. Okay. But thank you for gifting those 5 memberships. Who was crying? I think who's crying is Crystal. I think that lady just went up there and said something crazy or something that's off the record that they have to make. They're looking into something and they wanted the cameras, the damn audio, everything immediately off in the court. Okay. And they kicked everybody out the courtroom. So that means no YouTubers, no nothing are in the court right now. They didn't kick court TV out. They didn't put the camera up at the ceiling. They didn't cut the audio off. The judge was like, yo, cut that shit off. Cut the audio off. We heard too much. It was already supposed to be off. It ran an extra, 20 seconds after she told him to turn that audio off. That ain't good. I hate for this judge to be like, okay, y'all want to do something stupid like that? You ain't going to follow my rules, court TV, right? Because look, the producers, for you guys that don't know this, where you go in the courthouse and then there's a little side room before the court. And usually you go in there and talk to your lawyer. Well, Court TV has that whole room. They have that room, law and crime. All the news networks together have took over that room. And then they have one camera and one cameraman with the photos that take pictures. And he comes back and they distribute it to all of them. That's how they do it. That's why they asked me, did I want the photos? So the media kind of works together, believe it or not. It don't matter what network, TV, whatever you're with, they kind of work together. So if they ain't following these rules and they're watching live, they're listening to the judge live. Okay. There's no delay between them. They are in another room, but they're watching the feed live. They should turn that stuff off. When she said it, immediately turned it off. That's what I was thinking. She gave up her location. No, that's not Adam's mom. It was Red, Crystal's mom. I hope that is Adam's mom. If I hurt a child, my mom would be the first to throw me under the bus, and I would do the same to my kid. I don't know what is going on, guys. We're going to find out, though. Who is Crystal? Crystal is Crystal Sorey. That is the mother of Harmony Montgomery. Okay, she is the one that was kind of struggling in and out of rehab. She battled her own addiction, and that's why she wasn't in her child's life a lot, is because she was going through these things. You know, and according to people that know Crystal, Crystal's not a bad person. You see, she's in court every day. You know, drugs are terrible, and she took the time away to go get herself straight, to get her life in order, and she couldn't be a part of her kid's life, and she left her. You know, the state put that kid with with his dad, and that's where everything went bad. Okay, but of course the mother should have been around, but the mother was battling demons. Okay, and she's probably still fighting demons right now. And there's two parents. Okay, no parent thinks the other one is going to kill the kid. I'm sure Crystal thought the baby was okay. You know, maybe not in the best place, but not going to end up dead with her daddy. Like when my daughter would go with her mom, I didn't think she was going to be dead. You know, and I'm sure when she come to stay with me, her mom didn't think she was going to die either. So I don't want to blame Crystal. You know, people go through lives and struggles and things of that nature. And she's going to live with a lot of regret. She's going to have to, if I hadn't done these things, I would have been there and those things. And that's a terrible thing in itself. And I think sometimes life is its own worst punishment. Okay. For things you do, you always pay the consequences. You reap what you sow in this world. Okay. That's why I tell people, put good stuff out in the world. Do good. Every little good deed you do, you will be paid back sevenfold in this world. For every bad thing you do, oh my God, it's going to be so bad for you. Everything I've ever done bad, karma has come back to kick me in the ass. Still continues to kick me for shit I don't even know I did. Okay. I'm just like, poof. I'm like, oh, that was something I did. You know what I'm saying? Something I did in a past life or something. But you're going to get yours in this world. That's one thing I do know. Everybody is. Think you slick and think you got away with something? No, that ain't happening. You know, one of my favorite sayings up here, what happens in the dark always comes to light. Sometimes it takes 50 years. Okay. But it always comes back. It always comes back. And even if it don't get you in this life, it's going to get you in the next one. Okay. That's why I'm saying sometimes karma hits me and I don't even know what it hit me for. I'm like, damn, I thought I got hit for everything. And then I just chop it up as like, that's some past life karma right there. I did something in another lifetime that I deserve to get kicked twice. Okay. And I just accept it and go, okay, let me do better so I don't get the shit kicked out of me. So my life will be okay. I truly believe that. So when I have a decision to make, do I do good or do bad? I try to go towards that good because I know as soon as I go, it's easier for me to do bad. But in the long run, I'm going to pay severely for that. And as you get older, you make better decisions. You're like, fuck that. I don't want to pay no more. I done gave up all my karma kicks. Okay. I was just trying to entertain while there was nothing. Okay. A hostile witness refusing to testify.
It was important for us to take up some additional matters. We're now ready to resume testimony. Attorney Agati, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Giles, would you please stand? And please raise your right hand.
Why ain't they
Do
showing
you
us?
solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will
They're
be
not
the
showing
truth,
us.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Why ain't we showing her? What is Whitney?
Giles, as we
what
are
is
being
with the
recorded
court?
here today, would you please state your full name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Nicole Marie Giles, Nicoleggiales,
And Ms. Giles, how far did you go in school?
11th grade.
11th grade. I know that you've got some difficulties with regards to being here today. I just
He's
want to
in
thank you
jail.
on behalf of everyone here in the courthouse for being able to testify for us. I'd like to ask, at one point in January to July of 2020, were you living at 177
Oh,
Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition or FIT shelter in Manchester?
Yes.
And what was your room number that you were staying in?
I see you, PJ.
I think 8.
She's in jail.
8. Okay.
I believe.
While you were there, did
Hostile
you meet
witness.
any individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
And where was Adam Montgomery living in the building when you were there?
Room 1.
Room 1. And who was he living with?
Kayla, Declan, and Seamus.
And Declan and Seamus, were those his children?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know where he was working at the time? Did he ever tell you where he was working?
Yes.
Where did he say he was working?
Portland Pie.
Did you ever visit him down there?
Yes.
Yeah, we already seen her.
The rooms in your room, room 8, and their room, room 1, could you describe those rooms for the jury who may not have seen them? What do those rooms look like?
They're like bunk beds. I don't know, it's more or less like a hotel room, but you just have 2 bunk beds in there. You have your own bathroom, and it's shared living space.
Shared
Are
living.
you allowed to change the furniture while you're living there?
They ask you not to.
And what about the orientation of the furniture, where it is in the room?
You have 1 bed on one side of the room, 1 bed on the other side of the room. There's a door in the like when you walk in. Then you have a window that has bars on it, so kids don't fall out. And a bathroom with a tub and toilet and sink.
Okay. How often did you talk with Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery? How often?
Daily.
Daily?
Yep.
During your time together, while you were staying in room 8 and they were staying in room 1, did you ever see Kayla Montgomery with bruises on her?
Yes.
Okay. Where were the bruises that you saw?
Pretty much all over her face, her abdomen, her arms, her legs.
So he was beating all on
Did
her.
you ever ask Kayla about those bruises?
Yes.
What did she say caused them?
Objection, hearsay.
We can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
That is hearsay. All right. So we go back to mute. I get it. They had arrested. Some people in the chat are saying she was arrested to get her to show up to court. She's a hostile witness. So he probably boot stomped her. I bet she's scared because she's an inmate. 813 likes now. Thank you guys. Make sure if you're just tuning in, you hit the like button. If you ain't subbed up yet, sub up to Dolly. We're going to be doing a lot of awesome stuff, a lot of awesome court cases, coverage, searches, all kinds of stuff this year. So if you ain't, sub up. Help me get that plaque on my wall so I don't have to rage quit YouTube. Okay. I will rage quit in a minute. Okay. You don't want me raging. They're going to be calling me the Raging Cajun Dolly before this said and done. We're going all in this year. All right. It's either we win or we lose, but we throwing all chips on the table in 2024. Okay. Dolly needs Fud's job. That is exactly right. We go big or we're going home. That's it. Also, drug use leaves bruises on the arms and legs. I am glad you said that because I seen a person that I thought had been beat up really bad, and it was a junkie. Okay. And they told me that they shoot drugs in the different parts of the body because veins collapse. I didn't know that because I've never done nothing like this, guys. But apparently, when you do these drugs and you're not a doctor, you start poking around and your vein will collapse. So these junkies have a bunch of collapsed veins, and it causes them to bruise all up from where they'll shoot dope and the vein will collapse, and they'll have their whole arm be bruised. I've seen it on people's legs. This dude told me he shot like drugs in between his toes one time. He's like, yeah, I shoot up in my feet. I swear the dude said that to me. And he said that to hide track marks, that he was shooting drugs into his feet. That's and people tend to look bruised up. Now, I don't know how they were doing their drugs. I don't know if they were, shooting the drugs up or if they were snorting drugs or what they were doing. But I know in her picture, that didn't look like no snorting, no drugs. Them pictures looked like they were banging drugs. And crack is terrible. Like, you see what it does to people, like their teeth, and holy cow. Like, that dude could have been no over 30 years old and every tooth in his mouth was rotten. Every tooth. Jimmy, when they shoot up, if they miss a vein, they will bruise up. Yeah, so I mean, I've seen a lot of people with bruises that are not from being hit. So, and especially with people that do drugs. And then, like, just say no. Like, the people that be picking at themselves, like picking, oh my God, that is the nastiest thing. And I think that's from that, whatever they put in the big M, when you see people like all like picking at their skin and like digging at themselves, that is in their faces all like, I don't know, it makes acne. I guess all them chemicals that are in them drugs are pouring out your pores. So their faces get ate up with like just, and then they get craters and shit all in their face from the bumps because they got so many bumps on their face from doing the drugs coming out their pores. And then they end up with all these craters on their face. Like, you don't see no craters on this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hell no. You keep that shit, right? You can keep that. And people over there literally sweating meth. And it's just tearing their skin apart, just destroying their brains. Like I said, when you don't do drugs, even when you get clean, you can see the side effects of drug abuse, even in clean people, right? Just because they're clean, you can still see it. You can say that person was a drug addict. They carry that. You done cooked a little bit of your brain, and it's kind of easy to spot, and it's terrible. I'm glad they're clean, okay? But just know, even if you get clean, you're damaged a little bit. These drugs ain't just stop them and you okay. Let's do it.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I apologize for the interruption. I'd like to ask you, could you describe what you saw in Kayla? You said there were bruises in different parts of her body. Could you describe what you saw? What color were the bruises?
Sometimes purple, sometimes yellow. Depends on how soon I seen them.
And what were the size of those bruises that you saw?
Some were small, like fingerprints. Others were like this.
God bless you. How often did you see them on her?
Pretty often.
And pretty often, how often is that? I don't want to put words in your mouth. So
there was like a new one pretty much every day.
A new one every
day. Did the Montgomerys move out of the fit shelter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything to help them in that move?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I helped them move out with their belongings.
And how did you help them move out?
I helped them take their stuff from their room. I put it in my vehicle and I brought them to their apartment.
Okay, I see. So you had a vehicle. You were helping with your vehicle to move things over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did they move to?
On the corner of Orange and Union. I don't remember the exact address.
644. I do.
Did you stay friendly with them after the move?
I was just there.
Did you ever visit them in their apartment at that new building?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like?
It was kind of cluttered, a little messy. There was cockroaches. Um, it was only a one bedroom. There was holes in the walls, ceiling. Um, there was one time I went there and like I don't know, it looked like the living room was torn apart and half the walls. The bathroom.
Wow.
Let me ask you, you said living room was torn apart, half the walls. Let me ask about a couple of specifics if I can. What about the light fixtures? Did you ever notice anything about the light fixtures there?
Yeah, they were hanging from the ceiling.
Okay.
They weren't like secured. I when he first moved in, he had thought that
There was cameras.
it was one color and now it's a different color. And then he assumed the owners were spying on him, listening to his conversations.
Did
Paranoid.
Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about any plumbing issues at that new building?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that the tub had backed up and because I had asked, I went in to use the bathroom and the tub was dirty and I asked what happened. And he said that he was waiting for the landlord to call because
He definitely paranoid.
So what did you suggest to him?
I didn't really suggest anything.
Separate from time there at that location, are you aware whether or not Adam and Kayla were ever over at the Econo Lodge staying there while they still had the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
And are you aware what time of year that would have happened? Spring, winter still, I should say, or spring or summer or fall?
I want to say it was winter because it was like right after tax season.
Right after tax season?
Yes.
They had that money, that tax money. I bet they claimed that kid. They used that kid for money, for its benefits. Never reported that kid missing. Never enrolled it in school.
Just a
And it
moment,
took
please, Your
2
Honor.
years for anybody to realize this baby's missing.
Sorry. I knew that was coming. When you were interacting and talking with Adam Montgomery, what behavior, if any, did you ever see about him believing that somebody was recording him or listening to him?
He actually thought that quite often.
And did you see him do anything as a result of this? Any actions that he would take?
He was just like, I don't know, he would ask if I thought it was true or like, look, the number 5 bus keeps going by. They go by like 5 times. I was just going by the shelter. I'm like, that's the route, I believe. I think it was a 5 or 6. One of those two, not exactly sure. But it drives straight down Lake Ave to go downtown. And he just thought it was following him.
Stimulus.
And then, the whole light fixture thing, I don't know. He's just didn't make sense half the time. So I didn't listen to him half the time.
At any point when you described before that you had seen these bruises on Kayla Montgomery, at
He was
any
on
point
cocaine,
did
crack.
you offer for her to get her out of that relationship?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did she accept your offer back then?
Not really.
Okay.
Not exactly. She was afraid.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe.
All right, they're approaching again. Here we go. So we don't even, who was this one of Kayla's friends? How did this lady know him? Dolly gives commentary. Court TV does not. That is true. If you don't want to hear my mouth, you just go over to Court TV. But every time it gets quiet, it's pretty boring. You need some commentary in this. You need something to lighten this shit up. They met at the Fit Center. Oh, yeah, that's right. She lived in the same building, number 8. Yeah, she lived in apartment number 8 in the Fit Center. Triple D says she lived in the hotel. It wasn't a hotel at the Fit Center. It's the Families in Transition. I went there, checked it out. And I'm going to get those videos up so y'all don't have to watch an 8-hour stream to see the parts, to where I went to everybody's house and went to all the locations. They'll be on my TikTok, Dolly's True Crime, and also I'll post them on YouTube and my Patreon. Thank you, Dolly. Not a problem. I'm glad y'all guys could be here with me. Let's see if we can get Dolly to 1,000 likes before lunchtime. Okay, we got to break the record. We've been hitting 1,000 daily, but let's see if we can do it before lunch. All right, before lunch. We're on a 1,000 like mission before lunch. I think we're at almost 800 or something now. I think. Not sure. So if you haven't, do us a solid. Hit the like button. That's what helps the algorithm share this channel. Share it on your Facebook, anywhere you feel like it. You can stream me. You can restream me. If you TikTok me, I don't give a damn. As long as you don't send me a bill, we good. All right. All right. What is all this talking? What's with the special treatment of this lady? Why can't they show her after they done showed her? Like they got her head cut off. Like, we can't see the lady now, but we done seen her. Like, that don't make no sense. Like, they can't cut back. They can't take out the live. Are they going to make Court TV blur her face out? Your ex-husband kicked your mouth in? Wow. Somebody needs to kick him in the mouth then. That is horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Okay. All right. Thank you, PJ. I see what you sent.
Ms. Giles, I apologize. I just have one other question. I'd asked you before about the bruises that you saw at Fit. And I just want to ask you, what did Kayla say caused those bruises that you saw at Fit?
Originally, she would say she fell, or, Seamus threw a toy, Declan hit her with a bottle.
Okay. Did she ever say anything about Adam causing those bruises?
Not till we were alone.
I'm sorry?
Not until we were alone.
And what did she say when you were alone?
She would say that Adam was doing it and she's afraid and she couldn't. She needs to get out of there, but she's afraid to leave.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giles. Your Honor, I understand that limiting instruction is appropriate. We would ask it be given at this time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the questioning that you just heard about what did Kayla say, the responses to that question can only be used not for the purpose of the truth of what Kayla said, but to determine the credibility of that witness. Okay, so the prior consistent statements can be used only for the determining the credibility of the witness when the witness's credibility has been attacked. Okay, so not for the truth, but for assessing credibility. All right.
It is still morning.
I
Good
saw
morning,
that
Mr.
Crystal
Rogers.
had witness tampering
My name is
charges.
Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'll be asking you a few questions as well. I just want to begin by clarifying your testimony today.
Mhm.
You are saying that when you were at the shelter at Fit in January and February of 2020,
Mhm.
you observed bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her in private, she said that those bruises you observed were from Adam.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't want to hear that.
Miss Giles, do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy?
Yep.
So they're saying she's a liar.
This interview by Detective Dunleavy was in June of 2022.
Yes.
1.5 years ago, actually more than 1.5 years ago.
Mhm.
And I apologize. We're making a record, so we do need to have like a kind of like a yes or no as opposed to an mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This interview conducted by Detective Dunleavy in June of 2022 was at the police department.
Okay. I don't remember.
All
You do not
druggies are
remember
liars.
where it was?
That is
No, he's
very
come to my
true.
house a couple of times. He came to, my house a couple of times. And I know I did go to the police station once, I believe. I don't remember when.
Do you remember there being an interview specifically that was recorded?
Sure, yeah. It was at when we were at the police station. I think he did one at my kitchen table twice, or something like that.
Okay. What I'm wanting to focus on is the interview that took place at
That is
the
my
police
TikTok.
department.
Okay.
And you do recall having an interview at the police department?
Yeah, I don't remember what his questions or anything like that.
You don't remember what it was about?
I know what it was about. It was about Adam, but I don't remember all the questions. It was over a year ago. I'm lucky if I remember what I had for dinner last night.
Oh Lord, listen to this lady
This
lie.
interview was conducted by not only Detective Dunleavy, but also Detective Rayhill. Do you remember that?
There was some other guy in there. I don't know who it was.
And when you were there for this interview, you knew that it was about Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
This lady be lying. No wonder she
And you
got up
wanted to
there
do
mad.
everything you could to help, right?
Right.
You knew that it was being recorded, right?
Yes.
You knew that Adam had already been arrested at this point for second-degree assault.
I believe so, yeah.
861 likes.
Harmony's disappearance was already in the media at this point.
Okay.
Hey, Monkey
By
Shadow.
okay, do you mean yes?
I don't pay attention to the news. I don't have cable.
Oh Lord, you ain't got local news, regular TV, got news. So she's pretty much against Adam.
But you do recall that this interview was regarding Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And the police were asking you questions.
Right.
Wow.
You wanted to answer those questions correctly.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that. Lean on me.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yes.
You wanted to tell them everything that you knew.
I didn't know nothing.
The police asked you about the time you spent with Adam and Kayla at the fit shelter, correct?
I don't watch TV either. I watch Netflix.
And specifically,
YouTube.
the police asked you during this June 9th, 2022 recorded interview whether you were aware of any domestic violence between Adam and Kayla, correct?
Yes. And I said no.
Because you a liar.
You said that Kayla on occasion referred to Adam as a dick,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
But you did not state that you had observed at any point any bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Right.
So she's changed
You
her
did not
story.
tell the police that Kayla had confided in you about any domestic violence.
I agree.
You did not tell the police that Kayla was in any way scared of Adam.
Right.
And this was, again, an interview where you knew what the subject was about and you wanted to do everything you could to help the police.
You don't remember.
Okay.
Selective
By
memory.
okay, you mean yes?
It happens a lot in court.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Giles.
Mm-hmm.
She could be scared of Adam, not wanting, Want
Ms. Giles, about those questions you were
waiting on
just
people
asked,
are safe.
you didn't say anything about the domestic violence, about the abuse that you saw on Kayla in June of 2022. Do you recall Detective Rahal coming to meet with you in January of this year to talk about this? I'm sorry?
Yes, in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sorry.
Was it not rehabilitate?
Overruled.
Thank you. So, Ms. Giles, with regards to that conversation, you were just asked a moment ago about why you didn't say anything about domestic violence with Kayla back in June of 2022. What changed? What was different between June of 2022 versus when you talked to police in January of 2024?
Just like flashbacks and memories of different things and demeanors and situations.
Oh,
When you were
Lord.
speaking with police
Oh,
in June of
Lord.
2022,
Oh,
did you want to have
Lord.
anything to do with the investigation?
No, I did not.
And in January of 2024, why did you sit down with police and talk with them then and share more information?
She's scared of Capone.
Some
Tone
of my mother
Capone.
and I feel for Harmony's family.
And your testimony here today about what you saw, what you experienced, and what you heard people say with regards to that,
True.
is that the truth, just as you've taken an oath to tell today?
Yes.
Crazy.
Thank you. No further questions.
Kayla's addicted to Adam. It's sick.
Ms. Giles, the
Yeah.
interview that you participated in June of 2022 was voluntary, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember. To be honest, I honestly don't remember. I know I was called in.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry, but you were not subpoenaed to appear at the police station, correct?
No.
In fact, when you were advised, or when you arrived, you were advised that this was voluntary. You did not have to speak to the police.
I guess I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But you were not in any way told that you had to speak with the police.
I don't think so.
And again, this was not a short interview. You covered a lot of territory during that interview, correct?
I think I was there for about an hour, yeah.
If I were to, just about an hour, you said, right?
I think.
So if you were told that the interview began at, say, for example, 10:24 and ended at 11:20, that'd be about an hour, right?
Yes.
And you were there voluntarily that time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But maybe.
Do what I could.
What you said.
Didn't think I'd be here risking my own life.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're trying to prove she's a liar. But yeah, she is a liar. But it don't matter. None of these people matter. He did it. He's going to prison. There's no way. I looked at them 12 people.
Yeah.
They're finding him guilty.
You may be excused. You're not to take
Fact.
pictures on the way out.
You're excused. Not allowed to take pictures on the way out. Well, she went out through the jail way. She didn't come out through the front way. I don't
State
think.
may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. Michael Doe to the stand.
And she might have walked out the front. I don't know. All right, next witness.
Please go through it. Please watch your step on the courts there. And remain standing when you get there.
I know we got a lot of cops to testify still.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to ask. Mr. Doe, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Michael Dobe, Michael Dobe.
And Mr. Doe, what town do you live in?
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
How long have you been living there?
10, 11 years.
And how far did you go in school?
I have an associate's degree.
In what field?
Criminal justice.
And with regards to that associate's degree in criminal justice, can I ask a little bit about your work history? What are some of the kind of different jobs that you've had in your life?
Yep. So I've worked about 15 years in the security and asset protection field.
And what are the different businesses that you did security and asset protection for?
I did security at the Mall of New Hampshire, and then I did asset protection for Kmart, Rite Aid, Walmart, and Macy's.
In Macy's. Are you still working at Macy's now?
I am not.
Okay. Where do you work now?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
And what do you do for them?
I was hired as a police officer, but I'm currently working in dispatch until I can go to the police academy.
And when is that scheduled to be?
April.
In April of this year?
Correct.
Okay. You said that before you were working at Walmart. What are the different Walmarts that you've worked in?
I was mainly out of the Manchester, New Hampshire store. I would assist in other stores, like just during inventory.
So he's about to become
And the Manchester, New Hampshire store, just for jurors who may not be familiar, where is that Walmart in Manchester?
725 Gold Street.
Okay. Now, if we were going to leave here at the courthouse, what would be the way that you would take to get down to where that is, where Gold Street is?
Me personally, I would just go up Central Street to Beach, take a right onto Beach to South Willow, and then South Willow to Gold Street, and then the Walmart's right there.
How long did you work at that particular Walmart?
Approximately 2 years.
And what are the other Walmarts that you've worked at?
There was a few. Keene, Hooksett, and a couple of other ones, but I don't remember the towns.
So would he bust him still? And I'm thinking.
To the Manchester one, was there anybody else that was working security and asset protection with you at that location?
Yeah, there was a few of us.
How were your shifts divided up? What shifts would you work most of the time?
We were just based off of the needs of the business, so it wasn't anything in particular. Sometimes I would open, sometimes I would close, and same with the others.
Are you familiar with the layout of the store? I would assume so, but I don't want to make an assumption.
I am.
Okay. And with regards to that layout of the store, could you go ahead and just kind of briefly talk us through, if I were to go in the main entrance of that particular Walmart, the one here in Gold Street, what do I walk into, and what are the different areas of the store that I can walk to?
So there's two main entrances at Walmart. There's the grocery entrance and the general merchandise entrance. When you go through the general merchandise doors, it's the general merchandise area, health and beauty, stationery, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And then the grocery entrance is where the grocery side is.
Inside that particular store, is there a device over near the well, I should ask, is there a service counter?
There is.
Okay. And near the service counter, is there a device over there that's called an Echo or ECO, ECO ATM?
There is.
Echo ATM. Could you explain to the jurors what an Echo ATM is?
ATM machine?
So essentially, it's just a humanless pawn shop. You can put your electronic items in it, and it will give you
Oh.
And while you were there at that particular Walmart, had they always had an Echo
Well,
ATM
phone,
machine there?
right?
As far as I remember, yes.
And you ever used the Echo ATM machine yourself?
Not to its fullest extent, just to get an estimate to see how the kiosk worked.
Could you describe that for the jurors, actually? What's the process that a person would go through if they're going to go ahead and use this device to turn in an electronic device?
I don't remember the exact steps, but from what I remember is it gave me a sticker to put on the back of my phone, and then I would plug it into the machine, and I would set it on to the kiosk, and it would analyze it or does whatever it does, and then it gave me an estimate.
And then, so it gives you an estimate, and what does that estimate look like? Are we talking about dollars?
Correct.
Okay. And then, have you taken it any farther with that particular machine?
I did not. It gives you the option to either agree to take the money or to give you your property back, and I opted to get my property back.
Have you seen other people using that machine?
I have.
when a person, have you seen somebody use it that opts to go ahead and recycle
Yeah,
their
we got one of
electronic device?
Walmart too, where you can sell your phone.
I
Your old
haven't
phones.
watched people start to finish do it, but I have seen people get cash out of the machine.
Okay. I'd like to ask, with regards to an interaction you had with the Manchester Police Department back in early January of 2022, were you ever requested for security camera footage from around that area of the Eco ATM and the entire store?
Yes.
And was that request for between the time period, for around December 30th or December 31st of 2021?
It was.
How familiar are you with the security camera layout at that Walmart?
Pretty good.
Can you describe it for us, the different types of cameras that are used and the different ways that you can either view those cameras live or view recorded footage?
Yep. So we have stationary cameras, which are cameras that are just in one spot and don't move. Some are high up, some are low. And then we also have PTZs, which stands for pan, tilt, zoom. And those cameras can pan 360 degrees, zoom in and out, and tilt up and down.
And where do you access the camera system?
From the Asset Protection Office.
And I take it, working in asset protection, you had access to that office?
I did.
He did.
With regards to the recording that was done, how long did, back at that point in 2022, how long did Walmart hold on to recorded surveillance footage?
It just depended on the camera and how much activity was recorded on that camera, but it was anywhere between 2 to 3 months.
Were you asked to then, again, get video footage from December 30th or December 31st of 2021 and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I was able to do that.
So how did you do that? How do you obtain that for the officers when they requested it?
So pretty much generally what they do is they'll give me a time frame and a general description of what I'm looking for, and then I would review that video, and then I would burn the times associated with the video frames.
Were you able to find a specific time for an Eco ATM transaction that the police asked
Yeah,
about?
they'll give you $5 for a $300 phone.
And were you able, from viewing that video, to see the people who came in and made that transaction?
I was able to, yes.
From the cameras that you had available and the footage that you had available, what, if anything, were you able to view or record about their movements inside the entire store?
So I was able to see 3 people approach the Eco ATM machine, and then while one person remained at the Eco ATM machine, 2 others then proceeded to walk around the store.
Were you able to recover the footage of all 3 of those people the entire time that they were within the store?
I was.
And once you were able to see that footage, did you make a recording and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I did.
Okay, so he's just a security dude at the Walmart that overseeing that chaos, the kiosk that you sold your phones at.
Thumb drive that's been marked State's Exhibit 141. With regards to that particular thumb drive, are you familiar with that drive?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review the contents?
I was.
Let me get comfortable.
The video that I provided the Manchester Police Department.
And for the purposes of today's hearing in this particular court proceeding, are those all of the recordings that are available for us today of that particular interaction? That
883. We got 30 minutes. Let's get me to 1,000, guys.
Other video cameras that you talked about
Before lunch.
that cover other areas of the store, so you can follow people around from one location to another.
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the video that you provided to the Manchester Police for those particular video files?
It is.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 100.
What's a little blurry?
To be published to the jury.
Any objection?
Help Dolly and PJ get to Chromicon.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published.
Thank you. Just I would like to ask you, with regards to this particular series of, or this areas of video footage, how are the video footage itself, is there a notation that's made or somewhere in the recording about the time that the video was captured? Is that in the footage, or is there another way that that's recorded on this drive?
Some camera angles might have it on the
Prime
screen when
time.
you're
I got
watching
it.
it. Otherwise, it would be on the document itself, like the saved profile.
Crime Con. I got it. I got it, PJ. You started it. I never said it until you said it that day.
Mr. Doe, what I'm going to do now is I'd like to have us take a look at the footage that you have.
My stream is blurry.
That you were able to provide. And just give me a brief moment.
It'll get better. It might be my internet.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. Hopefully we'll have the footage over there.
Goldie says, I love the way you say it.
Mr. Doe, with regards to these particular drive and its contents, I'd like to go ahead and show you the index of the files themselves. Excuse me. Apologize. With regards to that, is that accurate in terms of your listing of all of the files that are available on this particular drive?
Erica says crystal clear on her end.
Those videos, correct?
I have.
Again, they're accurate for what was provided.
Correct.
With regards to that, I know they're rather hard to see, so if you'll excuse me for a second, I'm going to bring them back over on my screen. And I would like to have you kind of take us through the store.
Okay.
And I'd like to watch different areas of this video footage. We may not watch every single one, but it's my understanding you testified these do cover, for the purposes of today's hearing, all of the relevant video times of these three people being in the store.
That's correct.
So I'd like to start with the file that is entitled Entrance General Merchandise. And with regards to that, I see that there's a title on this slide, General Merchandise, that specifically goes to 1355.
The True Crime Convention. There you go.
Yes.
Support Dolly and PJ in the True Crime Convention.
Correct.
And also, I should ask, with regards to these videos, is any audio recorded here, or is it just video?
Just video.
Just video. Excuse me just a second, sir. I apologize for the delay.
I think we're almost halfway to our goal
General merchandise video.
for the True Crime Convention in May, into May.
With regards to this, the people that you followed for this Eco ATM transaction,
I am pretty chill.
that had been done on December 30th of 2021. If you would please point out the three as they come through the store.
Okay.
Let's see it. I want to see this.
I'll pause it.
Okay, who's that? Kayla?
These are the three individuals.
Right here. Okay.
So could you describe the very first person that's walking in that group, and I'll use the pointer to point to that individual.
Yep, it's a female wearing either a dark blue or a black jacket.
Oh, that's that blonde hair
And
girl. I
then there is
think.
another female behind her wearing
Kayla?
a long sleeve blue shirt, and then a male wearing a black jacket and a tan hat.
And stopping the video in a few seconds into
I don't
this,
know
we're
who
still
that
seeing
is.
the same three individuals.
That's correct.
What three people you think it is, guys? Let me know in the chat.
So this would be those three coming into the store.
That is correct.
Is there another camera just a little bit deeper from that very exterior door that also covers people coming through kind of a vestibule area?
Yes.
And is that one entitled one of your PTZ? What does that stand for again?
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Pan, tilt, zoom. Thank you. Pan, tilt, zoom. Would camera number 17 be able to show us more footage of that doorway?
Yes.
Playing that file. 1355.
I think that'll help him as being a cop and loss prevention before he become a cop, because he'll understand everything, the cameras, how the cameras work, all that stuff. So I guess that'll help him in law
I'm going to
enforcement.
pause it right there. Go ahead, sir.
These are the three individuals that we had saw in the previous video.
that area that we see them walk off the screen, where is that area leading to?
That's the front of the store by the registers, and they're heading towards the service desk.
Oh, he's screaming into the
I'd like
mic.
to go to the service desk video that you provided and referring to track service desk overview monitor. Again,
That's what I'm thinking too.
21,
The chick that rented the U-Haul.
5550 through 1429.
Yeah, that looks like the angry witness.
Go ahead and pause this video here for a brief second. Generally, what part of the store is this?
This is the front end of the store, and this is the service desk area.
I knew that. Look at it and tell.
What do I see? Kind of at the very top of our screen here.
There's the thing, the kiosk right there.
Yep, those are the front end registers.
And can you please point out where the Eco
Right there.
ATM machine
Right there.
is to recycle electronics? Where's
It
that?
right there. See?
So you're pointing to the green device on the left-hand side of the
That's
screen.
my mouse
Against
moving
the
over it.
wall. Is that a good, accurate description?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is go ahead and keep playing this video for a moment, and then have you tell us when you see those same three people come back.
Yes, sir.
You of the camera.
These are the three right here.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Right there.
Correct.
Could you please point out where those three are again? First of all, we'll start
Right
with,
there, right there, and right there.
Our color jacket from before.
Yep.
Okay. And the woman in the light blue colored sweatshirt. And the gentleman.
So
with
what
the
phone
dark
did they
sweatshirt and
sell?
tan hat.
Adam's phone?
Joe, I'm going to let this play for just a minute, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions while it's playing. So
Okay.
I apologize, but all of our attention is going to be on the screen right now as we're watching this. The woman in the light blue sweatshirt, what color bag does she have?
You ever been to Walmart? What are you, Paris
The
Hilton?
gentleman with the dark sweatshirt, may have just pulled up his pants there, with the tan colored hat, what color shoes generally?
Looks black.
Now, when you have used this device yourself, this Eco ATM, how long did it take for you to plug in the device and get an estimate about what you might be able to get for that device?
Just for the estimate, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes.
Okay, so they're going to be there for a minute.
I'm just going to back it up a little bit. I apologize. I think I was talking over something.
There was 3 phones. Okay.
So do we still see the same two females that came in using the device?
That is correct.
And the
The
gentleman,
one that
can you
kept
see that
smiling on the
gentleman in the tan
stand.
hat here?
No.
903 likes, guys. We're only 97 away from the 1,000. See if we can hit by lunch. Dolly record. Okay. We'll see. That's the record. Let's see if we can hit 1,000 by lunch. We're doing at least 1,000 on the video. So let's see if we can do it before lunch. Yes, I got it.
Tan hat now.
I got
Yes.
the list.
Where is he?
He's back at the Eco ATM machine behind the female with the black jacket.
Go ahead and press play. Could you please stand up again for a moment and
Yep.
show us where he is?
Yep.
Ain't it crazy how often we're probably standing or shopping next to murderers? Yeah, there's crazy people in this world. That's why I don't like people near me. You don't get in the dolly bubble. I don't like people real close to me. You notice in the courtroom there was nobody on the
Watching
bench.
The three of them at the machine, Mr. Dope. This particular camera, does this
I put off that
actually
vibe, like, don't get near
tilt,
me.
or is this just a fixed camera?
This is just a fixed camera.
So the video image that we see is this is the angle we get. We can't zoom in anymore.
That's correct.
What's in the pink bag? I don't know. I hope they ain't walking around Walmart with, you see anybody in these videos with bags, you got to worry. 917. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Everybody that's been liking the video. You guys are awesome.
Gentleman in the tan hat, you still see him in this at this point in the recording?
I do.
Point out where he is, please.
Oh, glad your husband's all right, though. That's a dangerous situation. Ooh, Lord. What did he cough? Right into the microphone? He blew my damn eardrum out.
You know, if I can ask you, with regards to the Eco ATM, again, as we're continuing to watch the footage together, with regards to that device, do you know whether or not that device records photographs of the individuals who are using the device?
It does.
So that thing takes pictures of you too. It snaps a photo of you. I didn't know that. Don't trust that thing. It's a spy. It has eyes. The lady behind them is nosy. Maybe they need to call her as a witness.
The light blue colored sweatshirt. From this angle here, can you see whether or not she's leaning on the ATM?
It does. It appear that she
Ankle
is,
monitors.
yes.
Oh Lord.
And the other
People in them damn
dark
ankle
colored
monitors.
jacket, is she still standing next to her?
She is.
And it's my understanding you've seen this video a couple different times, correct, Mr. Bill?
In case the phone is stolen, says Dumpling. Yeah, that's, I'm assuming that's why it takes it.
Scanning at this particular device, this goes on for some time. Is that right?
It does.
At some point, Mr. Doe, as we're
I
watching,
think she's
along
scared of
here,
being hassled
are we
or
going
scared
to
of Adam.
witness the gentleman in
I don't
the
know.
tan hat with the dark-colored sweatshirt and the possibly black shoes or at least dark-colored shoes. Are we going to see him walk away from the two women that are using the device?
That's correct.
And when he comes back, does he have on all of the exact same clothing, or has it changed?
It's changed. He had removed his jacket and he's wearing a staff T-shirt.
So, and during that time period, do you see the two women leave the Eco ATM while he's gone and then coming back changed?
I don't recall if it's during that, but I do recall one of the females leaving with the male at some point.
Did he say he had a staff T-shirt on? Like what? Like a Walmart shirt, or like, or just a shirt that said staff?
In your review of this section of the video, does the gentleman in the tan hat ever stand up to the screen, or is he behind the ladies like he is now?
He's either behind the ladies or standing to the side of the machine.
Which side of the machine?
You can see the
closest
video.
to the registers. So from this angle, it'd be the right-hand side.
Right hand side, top of the screen.
Correct.
He worked at the pie place as a dishwasher. That is right. He worked at the Portland Pie. Ain't that what they called it? Or something like that. Oh, that's not right. You took the baby there. They probably got $7 for that phone. It'll be a $300 phone. They'll give you $10. They're like, here's your $10 for your iPhone 15. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff is a ripoff. He worked at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't remember them saying he worked at Dunkin' Donuts. I thought it was just Caleb that worked at Dunkin' Donuts. Exactly, no money. Yeah, they don't give you nothing in the machine. Okay. Why are they watching the whole video? I mean, we really can't see him. What good does this do to watch the whole video? I don't get why they're dragging all this out. What significance does this have? But okay, they sold the phones. You think they were trying to hide information and these people knew it?
We're now about 9 minutes and 40 seconds into this particular camera footage. Can you still see the same three individuals?
I can.
I just dropped my mouse.
Do you know how many items were recycled during this transaction?
I don't.
Some people say they sold 3 phones.
And I should ask specifically, do you know any of the individual items that were recycled during this transaction?
I just know of a phone, but I'm not sure of a particular phone.
So not a particular number or make or model or anything like that?
That's
just
correct.
A phone.
Correct.
929 likes. We're almost there, guys. Hit that like if you're just tuning in. Let's get to 1,000 before
Gentleman in the
lunch.
tan hat, where is he now at this point in the video?
He's still on the side of the Eco ATM machine closest to the service desk, so that would be the left-hand side of the machine.
Did I get the money out? That's right, Beth. We're getting close to that 1,000 like mark. And you could help us just by whoosh. And it's free. It keeps me not homeless.
Mr. Dove, if I could direct your attention over to the right-hand lower side of the screen.
Oh, okay. I might have been on the
Can you
plane.
tell us how long this video track is, please?
It's cut off a little bit, but I believe it's a little over 33 minutes.
33 minutes.
Yeah, we ain't watched 33 minutes
What
of
I'd
this,
like
bro.
to do is I'd like to move forward a little bit in time. I know you stated at one time that this individual is going to change his clothing, the gentleman in the tan hat.
That's correct.
Characterization, I think he testified he took off his jacket.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Let me
Objection
withdraw.
is sustained.
Yes, you're right. Mr. Dove, I believe that, I apologize, you did testify at one point that he's going to take off his jacket, correct?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward in time to a moment to when we see that, if we could, please.
Okay, there you go.
So I
That's a good way to
apologize,
word it.
My eyes are not what they used to be for me to be able to see. Are we about 2 minutes or so? Oh, hold on a moment. At this point, is the gentleman in the tan hat walking away?
He is.
Okay. And what about the young lady who was wearing the dark jacket?
And
Yes, she's
bag.
following him.
She's following. Okay. Now, I believe you said that you have other cameras in the store that cover different sections of the store. Is that right?
That's correct.
With regards to that, let me ask you, are any of those cameras a little bit closer to be able to see an individual's face or what they're wearing.
Yes.
And why is that? I'm going to pause the video here. Why is that? Why do you have cameras that are closer to people as compared to a camera like this, which appears to be up in the corner?
So some of the departments, we consider them high risk, meaning that there's a lot of theft that comes out of that department. So there's better camera angles in those aisles. So some of them are closer, not exactly face level, but it's almost face level. It's probably about 6.5, 7 feet from the floor. And we call those the public view monitors. And that's because when you enter the aisle, the camera, there's a monitor above the camera that shows yourself in that aisle. So you can actually see yourself in that aisle.
A customer can see themselves.
Correct.
And what's the point of having that set up?
So people know that they're on camera.
What I'd like to do is
You don't
talk to you
steal.
about,
Makes
this video
sense.
footage here for a moment. I'd like to go to a different track if I can to one of those cameras, so you can kind of explain that to
Everybody knows they're on camera in Walmart, boy. They got thousands of cameras.
A track that you've provided listed cosmetics EVPM 6, again on December 30th, 2021, 14/28/33 through 14/28/51. Is this one of those cameras?
It is.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat here?
He's wearing a Coors shirt.
You stated before about his jacket. Is that still on or has that been removed?
It's been removed.
Could you please point out where the gentleman in the tan hat is? And the lady in the black coat. Is that the same, are those the same individuals that we saw before coming into the store together with the other female wearing the light blue sweatshirt?
Yes, that's correct.
Ah.
Light.
Oh, it does say staff
It's written
on
on
it.
the back of his jacket there, or shirt, excuse me.
Staff.
Staff. And the front of the shirt, did you see the logo?
I did. I don't recall. I believe it was Coors Light or something of that nature.
You have cameras on multiple areas of the cosmetics aisle, so can we follow where they went to right after they turned the corner there?
Yes.
I'd like to now play for you a track you provided listed cosmetics EPVM4, again, December 30th, 2021, 14/28/47 through 14/29/13, and ask you some questions about this.
Okay.
The two individuals that walked in the middle of the screen, did you recognize who they were?
Yep, those are the same individuals.
Same individuals. So they just videotape you all around Walmart. Don't scratch your ass when you
Now
go
I'd
to
like to move,
Walmart.
to
Okay.
the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 6, December 30th, 2021, 14/29/10 through 14/29/21. These are the same individuals that we're seeing here on this video.
Yes.
Can you, now that you've got, to be able to see the gentleman, can you make out what's on his shirt?
I see the letters COO.
And from this aisle, does that progress to another aisle that has video footage of the two of them closer up like that?
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to now show you the file that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 5, December 30th, 2021, from 14/29/18 through 14/32/16. Let us know if you see those same two individuals come on this video clip, please.
I do.
Could you point out where they are?
This is the male and then the female.
Can you still see the same tan hat from before?
I can.
with regards to these last three video clips that we've watched and the one that we're watching right now, do you see the dark colored jacket that he had on for before?
He is not wearing the jacket.
I'm going to pause the video here about halfway through. Now, do you have a chance to see the other half of his shirt here?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize the logo on that shirt now that you see both halves?
Yes, it appears that it says Coors.
Press and play.
Okay, so they still walking their ass around Walmart looking for stuff to steal. I gotta crush me a little bit of food real quick, then a roll. I'll be right back with you guys. What is the point of all this? What does this have to do with? I mean, I get the phones, but what does all this other stuff got to do with anything? Who were the three people? They didn't even name the three people yet.
Mr. Job, you said that some of the cameras are very close. Is that some of the closest cameras that you had when you were working at Walmart to a person's face and features?
The only other close ones I would think of would be the entrance and the exits.
And is there also kind of a, say, a middle view as compared to kind of an eye in the sky for you? Is there one almost that's like in the middle where you get a little bit closer to the individual, but maybe it's not up on a ceiling?
Yes, there are some of those.
And specifically, do you have any like that that comes with a label called razor blades when it comes to your video?
Yes.
Why is it that Walmart keeps video footage over at the razor blade section?
It's just another aisle that's considered high risk.
I'd like to play one of the other tracks that you've provided, titled Razor Blades, again, December 30th, 2021, from 14:32:50 through.
People actually steal razor blades? Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Ask you about this video.
They are
Is
expensive.
this that other view?
It is.
Can we see the same two people in this video?
We can.
I apologize, I was talking over that part. Start from the beginning again. Could you please let us know when you see them, and I will pause the video footage as we're playing back now.
I see them, and they're on the far left of the screen.
Could you please point out where they are in this image?
Yep.
Thank you. Let's play. The cosmetic section that we saw them walking through before, is that just to the left or the right of this camera footage?
It's to the left.
To the left. Okay.
I don't know what the point of all this is. Just to say they sold the phones or something? I don't know. It's a lot to get to that point.
Do you see them again?
I do.
Please point out where they are on the screen. So down at the bottom center, coming up the aisle.
That's correct.
Where are the exits for the store in relation to this aisle?
The exits?
Yeah.
So the general merchandise exit is just to the right of this camera view.
So it's pointing to like the top right off the screen.
Correct. So just past this aisle is the pharmacy, and then right after the pharmacy is the general merchandise exit.
And what about the grocery exit?
That's farther down.
Same direction.
Correct.
And with regards to these two individuals, were you able to capture footage, or were you able to see footage that was captured of them exiting the store?
I was.
I'd like to specifically play, again, from the same exhibit, track that you provided entitled Exit Grocery, December 30th, 2021, from 14:36:25 through 14:36:34. You see the gentleman in the tan hat?
I do.
And can you describe what he's wearing at this point?
He is still wearing the tan hat and the Coors t-shirt.
And then 2 more seconds in, you see the woman in the dark coat for them from before.
I do.
She's still wearing the dark coat.
She is.
With regards to all of the footage that's available,
That's Adam, but that ain't Kayla.
does it
That's
appear that she
definitely Adam.
changed, her
See the neck
appearance at all
tattoos?
during the
I think
time
that's
that she's in
Adam.
the store?
It does not.
And other than the fact that he removes the dark colored jacket, does it appear that he changes his appearance other than the jacket?
It does not.
Do you know where that jacket went or where he placed it?
I do not.
He walked in with a jacket, walked out with no
Back
jacket.
at the service desk monitor. 42, 32 minutes in. You've reviewed all of this footage, is that correct, Mr.
Yeah,
I have.
I've seen that.
In regards
I thought
to
it was
this,
Adam,
Is there,
but that wasn't
does this
Kayla.
particular individual, the one in the light blue sweatshirt, stay there and finish a transaction before leaving?
She does.
Do you see her exit with the other two or not?
She does not. She actually exits a different door.
A different door. That's strange.
Mr. Doe, I'm going to end there. With regards to that and the other footage on there, once you have that provided, once you had that obtained, who did you provide it to the Manchester Police Department?
I don't recall if I gave it to an officer exactly or if I dropped it off at the front desk, but I know the video was for Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Other than the footage that we went through, I know you stated that there are additional moments in that footage of that you provided of them walking around the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
For what's been admitted as an exhibit here today, is there any additional footage of them closer up to the face, or
He
what we
ditched the
see was
jacket, is
close?
what you're saying.
That's as close as we could get.
Thank you. Just a moment, please, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Job. I have no further questions for you. Defense counsel may have.
Just brief, excuse me, just briefly.
Oh Lord, here we go, this lady.
For those that don't know what an Echo ATM is and how it works, you walk up to the machine with whatever you want to exchange, right?
That's correct.
Yes, we
And
know
then you
this lady.
scan it, right?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know the rest of it?
I don't know the entire process, no.
Okay, okay. And have you seen, never mind. Thank you, Your Honor.
He didn't know what to ask him.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. No, we'd ask for the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is just the right time to take a lunch break. So thank you for your attention this morning. We'll take a lunch break now, 1 hour, hopefully starting back in 1 hour. So please be back from lunch at 10 after 1. Okay, 10 after 1.
After
Thank you,
one,
everybody.
guys. We're gonna do a recap. Hold on. Trying to eat the last couple bites of my food.
All right. Any preliminary matters we need to deal with?
Your Honor, just with regards to the state's next
You can be
wit-
seated. Sorry.
With regards to the state's next witness, we will ask if the lights can be dimmed as much as possible due to the medical condition that he is facing right now.
Any objection?
No.
Okay.
No.
Dim the lights.
Okay. Let's surprise the jurors and let's really start at 10 after 1. If for any reason there's some issue that comes up during lunchtime and you want to see me, just let a court officer know or let someone know. They'll come get me. I'm available. Okay.
I will be reviewing another exhibit by the state that I have not seen. It is not about the next witness, and I'm sure the next witness will be a while, so it's nothing that needs to be brought up during lunch, but I don't know if I will have an issue or not.
If you do, let's try to if you do and you do and we can address it before we come back. I'd rather do that than try to do it when we're when we just have a short break. So if there's something that we can address that you have, then let me know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh yeah.
Judge is human. She got to
Counsel,
eat too.
Anybody needed for transport for tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
I'm sorry, Tuesday. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So there we went. We went to mute to the bald eagle in the sky. So the next witness, they're going to have to dim the lights for. So, this person has some bad cataracts or something that the light. Dolly has really sensitive eyes to light. So next time I go up in that corner, I'm going to be like, look, before I can sit in there, y'all think y'all can put a cushion on that bench? I got a butt cheek disorder. It's called this bench is hard as hell. And it gets tired sitting there. Can I get a cushion? Could you dim the lights? Maybe take my shoes off. Okay. Next time I go, I'm going to try to take my shoes off in the court. I know for sure if you took your court shoes off in the court in Virginia, they'd probably lock you up. But if I take my shoes off and kick back, I wonder, I don't know if I really want to chance it, but maybe just kick my shoes off. Okay. Go in there with slippers on, like some damn, they lenient there. They're just so lenient and go with the flow. I think I really could go up in that court, sit in my spot. You see, they saved my spot today. Nobody sat in it or nothing. They're like, I don't know if that guy's coming back because I've been there. So they're probably thinking, oh, that's where he sits. Everybody kind of sits in the same spot every day. So they left my spot open. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? My spirit is there. Okay, and look, you try to sit there, my spirit will slap the shit out of you in the spirit world. Okay, don't be trying to take my seat. Now they look like they're speeding this up a little bit. We got 965 likes. We were close to 1,000 likes by lunch. Y'all let me down just a hair, but I still love you guys for liking the video. It don't matter if it's 1,000. I'm just picking with you guys anyway. But it does help us in the algorithm. And it does help new people see this face. We love FUD. I see that. I see y'all love FUD. Not too much of FUD today. He might have a day off, right? He might have things to do. He's a superhero on the side. Okay. He's like an 80-year-old superhero. Have a great weekend, people. You too, Carol Ann. You have a great weekend as well. So far, I can't even talk. My weekend is starting off great. Okay. I slept today. Well, last night I actually went to bed. I slept really good. You know, for the last few days, I've been in a hotel and I don't sleep good when I'm on the road like that. I don't. I get just a few hours sleep a night. So when I made it back here yesterday, I was exhausted. I mean, absolutely just wore out. PJ even said, "Yo, you look tired." I was like, "I am." I was like, "We're going to get some dinner and I'm going to go slam to sleep like a brick." And that's exactly what I did. I went and got all fat and then I went and hit the bed. But I slept good for the first night. And since I've been going to the stuff. So that was the first night in my bed, my pillow, so you sleep best when you in your spot. You know what I'm saying? And that's my spot. So I slept so good. I feel rejuvenated again. Like I got energy again. I was so drained. Yep. You was talking and then snoring. I know I was so tired. Me and PJ were sitting around watching, Love on a Spectrum, because me, some might say I'm on the spectrum. And PJ likes me. Okay. So we were talking about, look, you got me, and there's always somebody out there for somebody, So we started watching the show on Netflix, Love on a Spectrum. And at some point, I was just like cheering on these people, hoping that they find love because, there's a lot of special people on that show. And there's a lot of special people in this world. And it's cool to see some special people, meet some special people, and they go off. And, the thing is, we don't need a whole lot of special people having babies, though, So, but they're doing these dating games where they're going out on dates with other people with the same disabilities or similar disabilities that they have. I kind of got hooked on it pretty quick. I was like, this is actually pretty good. I was watching them go look at the monkeys and the giraffes and shit. Just something random that I clicked on because I knew I was going to sleep. I was just like, let me play anything because it don't matter what I play at this point. As soon as I sit down, I'm going to sleep. You never heard of it? Yeah, it's a show that's on Netflix. I randomly picked it on Netflix. I was just like, let me click on it, and then we started watching it, and then we got was binge watching it a little bit. There's always someone for someone. That is true. That show shows you that no matter how unique you are in this world, okay, or how special you are, or whatever disability you have, there's always somebody out there for you. It's just a matter of them people finding each other, okay, or getting close enough to each other to spark some type of relationship. So, but the more of that story was, we started watching that show and I was out. But I feel a lot better today. I woke up early, drank some coffee. I don't feel drained. Court don't seem so long. We're already halfway through it. Dolly wants them to find. I definitely want them to find love. Okay. Just we don't, some things are genetic, in nature. So, you got to be careful of those things when you decide to make these decisions in that type of environment. I guess that's a real touchy situation there. But I like to see everybody in this world happy. No matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, whatever it is, whatever challenge you need to overcome. I love seeing people overcome them challenges. They are refreshingly honest on those shows, on that show. It is. It's like some people just don't have evil souls. They don't know how to be bad. They only know they're not. I guess the word is they're not intelligent enough to be manipulative or to backstab you or to create a lie. So they only know to tell the truth and what they're thinking, and if the whole world was that genuine, I ain't saying that everybody have all those other problems, but I'm just saying that genuine as a soul, that you don't lie, you can't create some scheme, just I look at it like a innocent soul, you know. But anyway, we got monsters in this world that don't care about anybody, like Adam Montgomery. Okay, straight up monster. Okay, guys. My computer went down. I actually tripped a breaker. I guess my little space heater I had blowing on my feet tripped a breaker, so I'm resetting everything now. I'm on my cell phone, but I'm resetting my studio stuff right now. So give me 1 second and I'll have everything back up for you. Good thing that happened right at break. Okay. I trip a breaker at the break time. Can y'all hear me okay out there? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Have everything back up on the screen. My computer's just loading. It has an update or something. Yes. Okay. Cool. That's the good thing about StreamYard. At least the stream don't go down. It gives me time to jump onto another device. So my computer's at 93% and loading. Cool. So we know Adam was in the store. I don't know who were the other two girls in the store. But don't put it in the chat right now because I can't see the chat. But give me a minute. Once I get everything up, I'll be able to see what you guys are saying. I mean, I know that was Adam. Was that Kayla that was with him? It looked like another girl he was being all flirty with. All right. All right, my computer's turning back on now. Oh, come on. When the power goes off like that, everything loads back up so slow. All right, let me restore this page. Okay, that brought everything back up. All right, give me 1 second. I need to go over here to this. I just got to close some things. But good thing it happened at break. Oh, wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me put this on headphones. I don't have to turn my audio back up, but that's good. Okay, so that's done. What else do I need to do? Oh, I need to open. 1 second. I got almost everything set back up. Okay, let me do this. There I am. Now I'm back up on the screen. Give me 1 second. Okay, there's that. I can go ahead and close this now. Close this. Give me 1 second. This is the last thing I got to do. Now I can shrink all that. Shrink all that. Open this back up. Enter Studio. Okay. There we go. Now I'm back. Okay, it took me a minute. I had to get everything situated. Yeah, quick power outage. My little space heater tripped a breaker. I was kicked back, had my feet kicked up by the heater, you know, just heating up my toes. And ouch, my headphones. Y'all can hear everything okay? Everything good? All right, we should be good out there. So what have we seen today in court? Okay, a little bit of chaos, which they showed the lady. Then she didn't, you know, I guess she was a bad witness or a hostile witness. They ended up not showing her for some reason. Okay, we seen that go down. We seen Travis, the one who rented the U-Haul. He rented the U-Haul. Well, he got somebody to rent it. He had the other toothless dude rent the U-Haul. But they let him off the stand so quick. And I truly believe that dude knows where that baby is. He said he effed up. Why didn't they go into that more? I have no clue. I was listening to it. I was like, why don't they touch on that a little bit more of like, what do you mean he effed up? And you rented a U-Haul for a dude that's saying he effed up. You've been in prison before. You just ordered a, okay, cool, I guess. 2 more likes, guys, and we hit the 1,000. Awesome. Thank you guys for everybody that's been coming by, liking the video. We hit 1,000 by the time lunch is over. I mean, I was trying to do it before lunch, but after lunch ain't bad. So if you're just tuning in, like the video. We've seen the head of security dude, loss prevention. He went over all these long videos that really don't have much to do with. I think, like I said, we didn't need to see any of this. And I think the jury, like when I was looking at them people, like their face, they're convicting him. They're not going to go off and think for a long time. They're going to walk out the room. Amy says, I was like 999. They're not going to do it. They're going to walk right out the room, turn around, come back in, and be like, guilty. Okay. It ain't going to take them long whatsoever. 1,000 likes. Y'all did it, guys. Thank you. Big virtual hugs. And definitely after the video's done, it's always good to drop a comment. That kind of helps us in the algorithm a little bit. And I got some videos coming out today. I'm going to be working on some videos this week because I haven't put out any videos. It's just been live streaming because I've been on the road. So I got a couple of videos I'm going to be working on later this evening. I'm going to get some of those clips put out on TikTok and YouTube. So I got a lot of things to do once this is done today. Plus me and PJ is going to go out and hang out and kick it for a little while. But later on tonight, I'll get all those things done. Whoop, whoop. That is right. So what are we going to see after lunch? It's been, look, the other days with the experts, that was boring. I'd rather watch the druggies that act crazy and fidgety on the stand than the experts. The experts are kind of boring, right? We know they got DNA. We know she was in the ceiling. We know he did it. He's guilty. The rest of this shit is just show. Like it ain't gonna make no difference in none of it to that jury. Right now, once you could look in their face when they seen that ceiling towel on the floor, they were convinced he was guilty. That was it. That's all they needed. They could have walked out there and said, "Here, This is where her body laid. Kayla said she was up there. We have DNA proof that she was there. The baby's dead. He did it. You're done. That's it. That could have been the whole case. We're on day 8 of something that could have been done in 8 minutes. True story. So let me see what this is. And we got about, she said 1:10. So we got about 40 minutes before they come back for lunch. Let's see. I'm just going to make sure that there was no updates on anything. He was saying that the person in the video was Keely Small, the new girlfriend Adam had that died from an overdose. I'm curious, why wolf he have wife with them? Oh, so the girl he was dating died from an overdose? I hope my Adam's mom testifies. Soto killer got bond reduced. Okay, a little off topic. Gotta go for a little while. Gotta pick up grandbaby. Okay, Granny Bandmaster, you have a good one. Hope you have a great day. And you guys, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back with you, okay? What am I doing here? Oh, I haven't shared the screen. That's why. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I need to share the screen anyway. If not, we won't have sound when it comes back. There we go. I'll be right back with you guys. Stay tuned. Okay, I'm back with you guys. Something in here is bothering my allergies. I feel like I got to sneeze. So maybe I need to dust or something. Maybe it collected a little dust while I was gone. But something in here, or there's some pollen out or something. I don't know, but something's bothering my allergies. Like this whole time, like last 10 minutes, I feel like I got to sneeze, but can't. So I'm in one of these, like, I feel like I'm about to, like, achoo! And Kayla was still dependent for him. I'm sure Adam wanted it. Kayla would. She sure has done a lot worse. He asked. I know what it is. What is it? Oh, people have been smoking in my studio. That's probably what it is. It's the smoke that's probably bothering me. But I don't think that's it. This is like something. It might be dust. Yeah, well, I'll dust everything down today, get everything cleaned up. I haven't been in the studio in a few days, but something's definitely bothering my allergies in here. And it's been like that like all morning long. Did a cat sneak in? No, I haven't been around the cats. So it ain't nothing from a cat. But I am allergic to cats. Okay, but it ain't nothing to do with cats. I think it's just dust. Your allergies are bad today too. The cat did try to sneak in yesterday. Yeah, but it didn't make it back to the studio. It's bothering me in the studio. So I haven't had the window open. I think it's just dust. I need to clean up, wipe everything down anyway. Wash your flaps. Definitely. You better wash your flaps. The reason could be he did not want to pay child support as well as get state benefits by having custody for her. Yeah, that's probably what it is. You know, usually we live in a world where dudes usually don't have custody of their kids. I mean, you are seeing more and more men with custody, but these horrible ass dudes shouldn't be having custody of their kids. Like, it just blows my mind. But if she was in a situation where, you know, she was in foster care and none of the foster care people seemed like, the one lady had some stuff going on, you know, and gave her up to another lady. So she was being kind of passed around in foster care. Now, if the dad would have changed his life and would have been a good dude, then this would have been a good story. You know, man, I was in trouble when I was young. My kids got taken. I got out of prison. I got my life together. I got my kid back. That'd be a good story. But this ain't a good story. This dude got out of prison, didn't get his life back together, was a horrible ass person, got the kid, and then killed the kid, beat the kid brutally to death. It don't get much worse than that. You know, and then he's a coward that don't show up to court. If I was accused of something I didn't do, I would be there defending myself. I'd be screaming to my lungs, I didn't do this. They would have to drag me out the courtroom. I'd be like, man, I didn't kill my kid. You're crazy. I would never do that. You don't hear him saying any of these things. You don't see him in the courtroom. He just does not care. He knows he's gone forever. And he's a coward. Yet a murder trial for Corey Bigsby starts March 4th. I've seen that. We're going to be covering some of that too, guys. It's crazy. His dad is out of jail with an ankle bracelet, and he murdered his child. Okay? They still haven't found his child's body, and his daddy ain't even in jail. You think the Harmon Montgomery stuff's bad? This is really bad, and this is happening in my neighborhood. So Corey Bigsby, man, that dude, he deserves the rest of his life in prison. And I believe the reason they gave him an ankle bracelet and let him out is because they violated his constitutional rights. He asked for an attorney 7 times, and they didn't give him an attorney. They just kept questioning him. So, of course, he's going to sue the state of Virginia, but he's still being charged. But he went up for like a bond hearing. They let him out, and this dude is a baby killer, and he's living right down the street from me. I mean, I can literally walk to where he's at. I don't know what they're going to do in this case since they did violate his constitutional rights. But either way you look at it, this man has killed and disposed of his baby, and he needs to pay the price for it. And right now, he's not paying the price. He's living his best life at his daughter's house. So hopefully when this court comes up, they can go ahead and get this over with quick so this trial is not real long and drawn out so we can get this man into prison, because that's where he needs to be. Even though he'll end up winning a lawsuit and you can have that money, but you're going to spend it on prison canteen. That's how I look at it. Give them the money. We violated your rights. You're right. We did. Guilt this shit of it. Virginia's bad about violating your rights. We violated your rights. Okay. You can have the $1 million, but you can be spending that shit on canteen because you ain't never getting out of prison. That's how I know Virginia's going to, if they let this man out of prison, it's to help them in this suit that they know they're getting sued. That's how I look at it. If this state lets this baby killer go because they scared that they're going to get sued, it's going to piss me off a little bit. All right. Because that little boy's life is just as valuable as anybody else's life on this planet. And he deserves better than that. So the police dropping the ball like they did and violating this man's rights is the reason he's walking the streets right now. Well, I mean, he's on house arrest with an ankle bracelet, but it's the reason he's out of prison is because the police didn't do their jobs right. So at first they charged him with 30 counts of endangering a child and different shit for leaving the kids home alone. He would say he'd go to Walmart middle of the night and leave all the kids there. He said he didn't know what happened to Cody. Cody's never been found. Okay. We live in an area that's the Bay. There's so many places to hide a body. I went out searching for Cody Bigsby. He's nowhere to be found. There's been huge search parties, massive, multiple times looking for this little boy. Not to be found. His daddy knows where he's at. His daddy has wrote letters in jail, kind of like Kayla has. There's some similarities. He said the baby was in Maryland buried underneath a tree. Of course, they've dug up every damn tree where he said. This baby ain't been found. He's the last one to see the baby alive. He was the last one with the baby. The baby had been missing for months, but he waited months and months to report the baby missing. Unlike Kayla and Adam that didn't report the baby missing. He did report his baby missing, but he made it to months and months later. So they have the date that he went missing, allegedly, but a lot of people believe it was months prior to that. Nobody had seen Cody Bigsby or anything. So this, of course, this trial don't get much attention. Okay. This is the world we live in. Cody's a little black boy. He don't get as much attention as some of these blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids. I hate to say it, but it's just facts. It's true. So I think it's really important that there's some justice served for this little young man. You know, maybe the mainstream media don't pay you much attention, but I believe every life is created equally, and he deserves everything that every other kid would get, the same type of treatment. So justice for Cody Bigsby. I hope his daddy rots in a prison cell, just like Adam Montgomery, for the rest of his natural born life, and they can be pen pals. Okay? That's how I look at it. Put him in the same cell, bury him under a jail, you know, send him to Guantanamo Bay, and make these people tell us where these kids are at. I guarantee you this. If you said, Dolly, I'll give you immunity from the crimes you commit, like they've done Kayla and them, I would be able to tell you where these babies are at. Because you give me 20 minutes in a room with a person, trust me, I've watched Hostel 1, 2, and 3. You are going to tell me where that baby's at. I guarantee you. And you're going to tell me in a matter of seconds. I walk right out and tell you exactly where both of them babies are buried at. And all you don't have to do is you just don't charge me. Give me immunity. Just like the murderers you give up there, give me the same, give me that. And I guarantee you this, you'll know where the babies are at. For sure. Ain't no doubt in my mind. Just be like, all right, we ain't going to charge you. And just leave. I guarantee you, when you come back, we'll know the location. Yeah, just the way it is. You would give it up. You would for sure give it up. Once one of your pinky toes came off with a pair of bolt cutters, you are going to talk. Okay. At that point, you giving up everything you know. You telling it all. Just the way it is. Even the mob would cut a finger off. Okay. Remember them cigar things? You're going to talk. Okay. You know what they say. You know how it start the conversation. You're going to tell me, or you're going to tell your God. Evil as that is, right? It's God's wrath. It's what it is. It's how I look at it, because that's what you deserve. They put good people out here to punish bad people. So I have no problem with punishing bad people. I don't feel bad about it. You murder somebody and they execute you, that's what you got. That's what you get. I'm not going to drop a tear for you. I'm quick to say, let's get these monsters off the planet. Pull the switch. I'm team pull the switch all day, every day. 3 weeks before he died, my granddaughter got broken arm from falling out of a loft bed. We went to the judge to get them out of there, and he wouldn't. Good always trumps. I mean, you know, they say good always wins, but you never know. Some of these evil people in this world, they seem to get away with everything. Justice for Harmony Montgomery. Here's the thing. When you take the death penalty off the table, he'll never tell. So if he was facing execution, he would tell where that baby was at. But since he's not, and he just knows he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison anyway, he's never going to tell where that baby's at. And both of them people are going to point the finger at each other. So we never get that baby. Crystal, she'll never get to bury her child because of these scumbags. That's horrible. And you could hear her crying in the court. I'm pretty sure that was her. Whatever that lady said when she came out there, because you know why I know it's her? Because she was sitting there right in front of where the cameras are. And that's when you could hear it, that she was crying. So, and then, you know, of course, they went to the ceiling and things of that nature, send him to Alabama. Put him in a cell with Bubba. Yeah, I mean, if he hits general population in a prison, he's in trouble. But you see the neck tattoos. What if he joins a gang and he, you know, he don't get the cell with Bubba? That's the thing. Just everybody's like, oh, everybody says, oh, he'll get what he gets in prison. That's not always the case. Okay. I mean, that's not always the case. Some people don't mind being in jail. Some people thrive in them situations. They're already monsters, you know, so they fit right in those places with other monsters. So I don't think you always get what you deserve when you go to prison. Yeah, people get stabbed and stuff like that, but it's not everybody. That's usually people that are involved in gang activity and things like that inside the prison. They'll tell you, you know, you go to prison, keep your head down, stay all of shit. Nobody will bother you because people have their own situations going on. If you just stay out of that shit, they'll kill each other and not mess with you. But, you know, there's always that chance that somebody could Jeffrey Dahmer him with a broomstick. But I doubt that happens. Adam Montgomery ain't Jeffrey Dahmer. He ain't no frail little tiny guy either. And he's a killer. So he already has that killer mentality. And he probably stab you in your sleep. You know, I wouldn't want to be locked up around somebody like him. I can tell you that. Because he is a killer. And when you go to jail, you know who they worried about in jail? Killers. Even other inmates. Like, that dude's a murderer. Because they think, hey, you might try to murder me in my sleep. So you got to look at him, and he's a killer. Other inmates may be scared of him. Okay? Say I'm in there for B&E and we in prison, right? You got me in a cell for B&E, and this dude's in here for murder. You think I'm going over there and messing with the murderer? No, that ain't happening. That's a killer, dude. I'm not going over there. I'm in here for B&E or something stupid. You know, I wouldn't be in jail for B&E. I'm just saying hypothetically. You know, just say you in there for, you got pulled over with some Colombian bam bam. Are you going over there messing with the dude that killed somebody? I don't think you are. Okay? You're going to stay right over here with the other Colombian bam bam people. You ain't going to be messing with the killer. Because you're going to be thinking, man, he might be plotting on killing me. But the only thing is, there's a lot of killers. Okay? And everybody's dangerous when you're caged up. So, I'm going with the bam bam people. You see what I'm saying? There's certain people you ain't messing with. You just ain't. When I was in jail, I was the juice man, right? And there's certain parts of the jail that even as the juice man in the jail, I just pour your Kool-Aid in the cup, right? There's some people so dangerous they lock them into what they call, in my city it's called the 87 because it was built in 1987. So they call it the 87. When it rains outside, it literally rains in the jail. It's like the ceilings are fucking leaking. It's like really being in the old jail. Like the new jail is like pods and shit. It ain't that bad. The 87 is where they put the worst of our inmates. Okay. Now I'm in jail for a misdemeanor crime. So I'm working in trustee. I'm filling your juice drink up, walking around the jail free as shit. Right. Because, you know, I'm in there for misdemeanor crimes, nothing, just stupid shit. I remember I go up and I don't usually get close to the bars, you know, because people are killers. There are rapists down there. There's people that then shot people, stab people, and all kinds of stuff. There was this little old man, okay? And his name is, I'll tell you his name, they call him Mr. Prophet, okay? Because he owns this horse ranch and he's rich. They're a pretty wealthy family. And he's in the 87 in the worst part of the jail you can humanly be in, okay? I look at him, he's a little old man, don't look like no threat in this whole entire world, okay? He don't look like he could hurt a damn fly. So the inmates was like, yo, hook him up with an extra drink, because he's an old man. They were looking out for him, you know, like, hook him up, man, hook him up, give him some extra, you know, because he's an old man, plus he's a rich old man. So he comes up to the cell and I get kind of close because he talks real low. And I don't usually get close to the cell because people could grab you. They could try to stab you, anything, right? I ain't saying that's going to happen in the jail, but in that jail, there's been people brutally beat and raped in the jail. Okay. And I mean, when I say brutally beat, I mean, it was $100 million lawsuit for some 16-year-old kids they locked in the 87. They got beat and brutally raped. Okay. In the 87. I'm pouring juice into 87. Okay. So the worst of the worst or in that 87. So I lean in so I could hear him. And I looked at him. I said, what you up in here for? Right. And he said, this is his exact words. He said, Because I stabbed a motherfucker. I backed right the hell up, right? I backed right the hell up away from the bars. I was like, okay, I got you. I hear you. He stabbed his friend on the front porch over an argument at 80 years old. Okay, he stabs his. He said they were out there drinking, and he stabbed his friend, and he was in jail. That's what he said to me when he leaned into me. He said, "Because I stabbed a motherfucker." I backed right up away from the cells. I try to stay out arm reach. You know what I'm saying? When you stick your cup out, I reach out and pour it in your cup so you can't try to grab me or anything of that nature. But that's what he told me. He said, "Because I stabbed a motherfucker." It's like, oh Lord. Dolly don't get down like that. You know how many people Dolly stabbed? 0. You know how many people Dolly shot? 0. Okay. You know how many people Dolly robbed? 0. No, never nothing, right? How many people I punched in the head? Now there's a few of those. Okay. I might have punched a few people in the head in my day, but as far as robbing, stealing, killing, raping, all that other crazy shit that these people were doing, there was literally times where I go down there and people were handing me bloody clothes. Hide this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Because they would get in the cells and they start fighting each other and beating the shit out of each other to where they need it. I walked in the cell one day and the dude's whole forehead was split open. He just sitting there with his shirt on his head. He's like, man, throw this shirt away from me. I was like, man, you touching that damn shirt? You done lost. It's covered in blood. Covered in blood. So they're trying to hide the evidence from them fighting inside the pod. So it's crazy. There's some bad parts of that jail. Your friend was killed in jail. I seen a dude get beat so bad in jail. I've never seen somebody get beat so bad in my whole entire life. And he was mobbed by like 6 to 8 people, robbed him in the jail. And then, you know, when I first heard robbed him, I was like, what, you know, he was robbed. Like, they are mobbing people in the jail, mobbing them. Like, how do you fight 8 people off? You can't. And that's in the jail. That ain't even the prison. Okay. And, yeah, they robbed this dude and they beat him so bad. And I went to court the same day with this guy. The judge let him immediately out of jail. Let him immediately out of jail. Not only did he let him out of jail, but he told the deputies to go downstairs, immediately call the paramedics and take him to the hospital. That he was to be released immediately. He said he didn't care what he was charged with. So whatever he was charged was, I don't know. But whatever it was, the judge didn't even care what it was. He said that they'll release the dude immediately. And not only that, but give him an ambulance. That's how bad he showed up in court. That's how bad he was beat. Both his eyes were closed, completely closed. His eyeballs were swollen out like almost the size of baseballs, not even golf ball size. I mean, they were bigger than that. It literally looked like they were if he would have opened his eyes, it looked like his eyes would have shot out his head. That's how bad his head was swollen up, like his lips. This is no lie. I've never seen somebody beat this bad. Never. Right. And I've seen him get them, but you know, with so many people, you can't see how bad the dude's getting beat. His lips were split down the seams of his lips. So his lip folded over like this, and it looked like, and his top lip was folded up. It looked like he had 4 lips. Like it looked like he had this. It was the crazy. It like it split his whole mouth open. He was missing teeth. I was like, it was bad, like so bad. I've seen people beat up. I've never seen nobody like. He looked like he was literally going to die. Like I'm not even. If somebody came to me right now and said, "Jimmy, that dude didn't make it," I would go. His head was huge, and it was like. That's probably one of the worst things I ever seen in jail. Okay. Locked up. I was like, that was horrific. So yeah, you can get hurt. You get hurt bad in them places. You know, you can get hurt bad. It shows you real quick how real it is. You know, you see something like that and you see it happen. And I don't care who you are. You ain't stopping that many people, you know, and it's just a matter of how bad they want to beat you. If they would have lasted any longer, they would have killed them in the jail. And then of course, you know, the jail, they get sued. It's all, then they treat the inmates like shit. It's crazy. Bleeding in his brain, that's deadly. I was surprised. This dude was on his own 2 feet too. Like he walked in there. I mean, he was assisted by the deputy, but he was standing. I don't know how in the world this boy was standing. He was young too. I mean, he was young. He couldn't have been no older than, I say 22, 23 years old. And he was just destroyed. Like there's no way he didn't leave there and need like facial reconstructive surgery. He got beat up so bad they let him out of jail. I've never heard that either. Like, I mean, if they said, look, you take that ass whipping and we'll let you out, I'd have never took it. I'd be like, y'all can lock me up for the next 5 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking that one. That was bad. 1K, baby. Boom. And maybe something like that could happen. We get lucky and, you know, somebody see Adam in a pod and do him like that. But this was a robbery. People think that people go to jail and they stop breaking the law. No, they just do it in jail. If they're robbing people on the streets and beating people up on the streets, when they get to jail, they're robbing people in the jail. They're beating people up in the jails, you know, stabbing. It's crazy. Like, this depending on what area you're locked up in. And damn sure don't get up in one of them gang infested jails like Savannah, right? I was in that and I was thinking, oh man, this is going to be really bad. That was my first thought in my head. When I looked around the pod, I was like, I'm the only dude in here that's not in a gang. So, you know, instantly you in the bullpen and the whole bullpen is gang members. The whole jail is going to be gang members. That's when it gets really bad. Okay. I was just thinking this Georgia stay is going to be bad. Virginia, not too notorious for gangs. Okay. Believe it or not, everybody around here will kill you by themselves. They don't need a gang of people to kill you. They just kill you on their own. Everybody around here is like a one-man gang. We don't have real big problems with the Bloods, the Crips, the Latin Kings. I mean, there are those here, but it's not like they don't dominate the jail. Most people here are in there for like bad things on their own, not gang related. Where I guess, you know, West Coast, mostly gang related activity. East Coast, for some reason, we're kind of like the buffer. There is gang activity. Matter of fact, there was just a big shooting the other night where a kid got shot in the back of the head. There is that here. I ain't saying it don't exist. I'm just saying it's not as bad as other places. There's gangs in jail, like in the city jails here. It's just they don't really seriously completely run the jails yet. It's a little still. You'll have a few gang members and you'll have different gang members of different gangs that are kind of associated with each other, but not one heavy, strong presence of like, this is the Bloods jail, or this is a Crip jail, or this is, you know what I'm saying? It was pretty equally divided, which is, you know, for safety wise, that's actually pretty, you don't want to be the outcast in somewhere where it's all Bloods and you the only one that ain't. I just gave a update on the Cody Bixby stuff. His daddy goes to court March 4th. We'll try to be there for that, guys. Okay. Of course, I can't have a camera in the courtroom at Cody. And I don't know if anybody's going to air Cody Bixby, right? Some kids in this world don't get the same love. But I'll tell you what he got. He got the same treatment as these kids. He just don't get the same national attention that these other kids get. No matter who you are, where you come from, what color you are, every life is just as important as the next. These kids should be treated the same. You know, any effort that you put for this kid, you should put for that kid. Just the way I feel about it. So we are 3 minutes away from court. We're about to jump over. I'm going to take me a little smoke break, and I'll be back with you guys shortly. All right. Okay, real quick with you guys. If you haven't hit the like button yet, of course, we're over 1,000. And I still got these stickers, these Harmony stickers. So when you order something from my merch store, it don't matter what you order. We're going to send one out. I'm going to count them real quick so I know how many I got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I have 22 of them. Okay. So the next 22 orders that come from dolly.com, buydollysoap.com. I don't even know the damn web address. Buydollysoap.com. I will send one of these stickers out to the next. Well, it says 25 up there, but I don't think there was 25 in there. I think I took one out. So there's like 22, 21 stickers. So the next 20 orders, okay, we'll just say 20. So the next 20 gets one of these stickers with it, okay? That way I don't have to individually ship those out to anybody. I'll be right back with you guys once court starts. Hold tight. Okay, as soon as I say that, the judge comes back. And right now, court is still muted. So here we go.
State may call its next witness when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa. And before he comes in here, I would just ask that the court turn the lights down.
We're going to turn the lights down, please.
right,
We're turning the lights down. The witness has a light sensitivity right now, so we are going to be turning the lights down.
I have a light sensitivity too. They turned them off. Just a woman or a man? Sweet Jesus.
Just be careful of the wires, please.
They do a lot for people here, don't they?
So, Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm going to ask that you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can
They dim the lights for a cop.
And is the lighting okay here?
It's okay. Yeah.
At any point, if you need to take a break, please let us know so we can request.
He has something on with his eyes. You can tell.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, can you begin by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, ADAMBERGERON-ROSA.
And Detective Bergeron Rosa, how are you presently employed?
With the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
Light sensitivity is real. I know. It
Where
bothers
do I
my
currently
eyes.
reside?
City and state.
I currently reside in Allenstown, New Hampshire,
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
my whole life.
And you mentioned that you presently
Work for the
Manchester Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you worked there?
Just over 15 years.
And what is your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm a detective.
As a detective with the Manchester Police Department, what are your roles and responsibilities?
To investigate the crimes within the city of Manchester. That includes things like interviewing victims, suspects, witnesses, other involved parties, processing crime scenes, documenting evidence, collecting that evidence, and I'm also a liaison officer between Leads Online and the Manchester PD.
I'm going to follow up with you on a few of those specific areas as we go along here. Let me ask you this: Are you active? Are you on active duty currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you currently on a medical leave?
When need be, yes.
And I talked to you earlier about lights.
Yes.
Are you on medical leave currently?
Currently, I'm on FMLA. Yes,
And you're actually out this entire month, is that right?
I am.
So again, if you need to take a break at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
You mentioned working for the Manchester Police Department for 15 years.
Yes.
Any other law enforcement experience outside of that?
Not outside the Manchester Police Department, no.
As an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you graduate from the police, the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did in April 2009.
And do you remember what class you were?
148.
Class
Detective Bergeron Rosa, while
148.
working in your official capacity as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, were you assigned duties regarding the investigation of the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you describe generally, just generally, so a bird's eye view of your role and participation in that investigation?
Documentation and photographing of various crime scenes and anything when it came to leads online.
During your involvement in the investigation, did you participate in neighborhood canvassing?
I did on one occasion, I believe down in Lowell, where we canvassed the neighborhood.
Did you participate in area searches during the course of your involvement?
I did.
How
Now,
about
he needs dolly vision sunglasses.
One
Maybe
occasion, yes.
so.
on one occasion?
Yes.
And where was that location?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street.
Did you participate in evidence processing?
I did.
Why
wanna
not
go
just let him
into
wear?
some of the
They turn the
specific
lights on.
things that
Look,
you did during
they're
the
turning
course
the
of
lights up on
investigation
him.
in this case. And I want to begin by talking about the processing
Now
of
they're
an
low on
Audi IS4 bearing New Hampshire registration 4569334. During your involvement, did you participate in the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
Yeah, we're restocking it
And
tonight.
what was the condition of that vehicle when you processed it?
It was poor. Specifically, the inside was damp, covered in mold. The condition of the vehicle was poor.
What was your specific role in processing that vehicle?
To apply Blue Star to the interior of
Light
the
on,
vehicle
light
and
off.
document the results.
And were you assisted by other detectives in processing that Audi IS4?
I was.
And do you recall their names?
Detective Bombard and Detective Ray Lammy.
Do you recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2022.
And I think you mentioned this, but you used a chemical process called Blue Star. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the jury's heard a lot about Blue Star during the course of this trial. Let me ask you this. Did you receive presumptive positive results during the processing of that vehicle?
We did.
I learned a lot about Blue Star
With the samples that you received
and
presumptive
luminol.
positives on, what did you do with those samples?
So if it was on a part of the vehicle that could be removed, we removed that article that had that presumptive positive on it and then packaged that article as evidence.
Learn about
If they were on
hemoglobin.
parts of the vehicle that could not be removed, we took a blood swab or a swab.
He
of
does need some
that
dolly
area
vision
of that
sunglasses.
presumptive positive
They wouldn't have to dim the lights.
area.
So you swabbed the area?
Yeah, we swabbed it.
Do you know what occurred with those samples after your processing?
I don't.
Do you believe they would have been sent to the lab?
Oh, of course.
Okay. And we've already heard from the folks at the lab, so I'm not going to question you about that. I want to transition. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about a specific address, specifically
Pad lighting,
177
one
DeKalb.
microphone, people dressing
Familiar with
sloppy.
that location?
I am.
All
Is
these
that
little
also known
things
as
strange
the
to me.
Families in Transition or FIT shelter?
It is.
And what city is that location
in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Can you describe your role and participation in processing 177 Layton?
Primarily photography and processing that scene with Blue Star.
Were you accompanied by other detectives during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
I was.
Do you recall the specific room that you responded to?
I don't remember the actual room number.
Room number
I
one.
do remember being there and doing it.
Okay. Yeah. So you took photographs during that processing?
I did.
We know he was in room number one at the FIT
And
shelter.
do you recall who you were with during the processing of the families in transition shelter?
Yes, I was with Detective Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Ray Hill, Detective Garrett Bombard, and Detective Ray Lammy.
And I'm going to bounce around from thing to thing, but I want to switch gears again. I want to talk about the processing of an address, 644 Union Street. Are you familiar with that location?
Awesome, Lisa.
And can you describe your familiarity with that location?
I'm gonna be doing a whole bunch of stuff tonight.
It's in Manchester, New
So,
Hampshire. More or
restocking
less
the store
at
and
corner of
everything.
Union and Orange. It's a big multi-family building with several levels. And how much more do you want me to go into?
I want little Dove.
During
I
the
got
course of
you.
your involvement in this case, though, did you participate in the processing?
It's the first 20 orders. I'll make sure I include a
yes.
sticker.
And can you tell the jurors about the specific actions that you took during that process?
So I was mainly assigned to take photographs of the processing and evidence collection of the first floor at 644 Union Street and the basement. Whatever evidentiary items came out of that.
With regard to the evidentiary items that came out of the basement area, can you walk the jurors through generally?
You're not the one that packs the
what was
stuff.
collected?
Well, PJ will include
So
it.
generally speaking,
With the next 20
we were
orders,
focused
okay?
on the drain pipes going into the basement where all the other units converged.
You're right. I don't
What's
ship it.
called,
PJ
the
does.
plumbers called the
PJ
tree.
got you. Don't worry.
That goes down into a single pipe that then exits the building into the city sewer, the street.
How large are those pipes?
Very large. Most of them were very old, 4 or 5 foot sections of cast iron.
Cast iron?
Yep,
I imagine they would be very heavy as well.
they were.
And before we talk more about
Your
those specific
flaps
pipes,
need some.
what other agencies, if any, were present during the processing of that apartment?
Primarily the FBI was present.
And what was their role in processing that apartment?
As I recall, they were processing the top level of the series of apartments. I was not really there to see what they did, but they were on the top level, and we were on the first floor, and in the basement.
I want to turn back to the pipes that you mentioned.
Okay.
I think you said your role was to.
I don't know. You have to ask
collect
PJ.
photographs of the processing of that apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the entire processing of those pipes?
Yeah, I did.
And those those large cast iron pipes, were they removed from that apartment?
They're made for lady parts.
Yes, they were.
That is true.
Mr. May?
Some lady parts. Don't stick it up your butt. Okay. Oh. PJ says the mystery boxes are a steal, so we don't discount those. They're already a deal.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 57 through 60.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you look through each of those in turn
Just saying.
and look up when you finish.
You don't want to put soap in some places. It burns. That's why I don't need to make the soap commercials, okay?
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And what do you recognize them from?
Those are images I took.
You took those?
Yes.
And was that during the specific processing of the pipes that we discussed?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibit, what's been marked as States Exhibit 57 through 60, and mark as full and published to the jury.
No objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So Detective Berger and Rosa, I'm going to leave these with you. I don't
Okay.
know if that would be easier than looking at the screen behind you. I'm also going to put them up on the screen.
Okay.
Oh,
whichever
all right.
you prefer.
No soap on a rope either, okay? We call it the Adam Montgomery bar. In stock, soap on a rope.
I'm going to start with a question about those apartment units. the apartment units that you
What is the
searched,
easiest possible
what
day to
led
get
you
my
to those
soap if I
apartment
order
units?
today? You had to talk to PJ. PJ is the one that ships out all the soap.
As I understood it, from the lead detectives on that this case, is it was a prior residence of the people involved.
Who specifically was the prior resident?
Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
You are too much. You are too much. We work on older
And so
lady.
before we get to the
Yes.
actual photos
Yes.
themselves, you mentioned the pipes were processed. How did you process them?
So this was a unique circumstance for us. So we had to devise a way to get the contents of those pipes out so we can then look at them for anything of evidentiary value. So what we did is we suspended the pipes off the back of a police truck off the tailgate at about a 45-degree angle, and had a sifting device with 3 levels of sifting that we would then power wash the inside of those pipes, and the contents would then spill out onto these sifters.
Okay.
And
Damn.
after each pipe was done, we would
Free club.
empty those sifters and look at the contents to see if anything of evidentiary value was there.
So almost like gold pan.
Yeah.
And I'll be back up.
Oh,
Before
sorry,
you,
guys.
You set up that.
Back that up a little bit. Y'all still hear me okay? Everybody good?
Of course, yes.
Where we did.
These headphones are so loud.
Those pipes were brought to the Manchester police station.
And the setup that you're discussing, where specifically in the Manchester Police Department did that?
These photos, we transferred the pipes to, because this was kind of a large operation, it needed a lot of space. So we went to one of the bays in the highway department across from the parking lot and conducted the sifting there of those pipes.
And so I'm going to turn your attention to what's been
I hear you.
admitted as State's Exhibit
Different shaped
60.
soap molds.
Is that consistent with the State's Exhibit 60 that's in front of you?
Yes.
And so can you explain to the jurors what we're seeing in this image?
They took the pipes, everything.
So we have, the back tailgate of the truck, and we strapped down the pipes that we extracted from 644 Union Street, and we use our sifting devices and power wash one end of them, and the contents would spill out onto here, and through each layer, and we would look through the contents of those pipes after we power wash them thoroughly and see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
Turning your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at here?
That is one of the pipes after power washing.
And was this, you said this was after the power wash?
Yes.
And we'll talk about that in just a moment.
Yeah, but did they get anything?
What are we looking at here? First order, is it?
That is in the previous image of the double pipes. That's the one closest to you. That's before power washing.
Now, you mentioned a power washing, and I want to turn to State's Exhibit 57. What are we seeing in this image?
A high pressure hose that is manned by, I believe, I can't see the face, but if I remember, it was Detective Bombard holding that. And the high pressure hose, you put it in the end of the pipe, and the water would shoot down the pipe, and any loose contents would flow down into those sifting devices.
And you mentioned those sifting devices. Let me ask you this, Detective. Was there a forensic anthropologist there that day with your team?
There was.
Okay. And do you know that individual's name?
I do not recall, but she was there. I don't recall her name.
Okay, so he had to. So did they get anything
So
from
I
the
was their
pipes?
forensic anthropologist there that day.
Well, in the
Organs,
instance
blood.
that we found any kind of human remains, she would be able to assist us in identifying preliminarily if those remains were in fact human or not.
Trigger warning. God.
Your work that day processing those pipes, about how long did you work on that specific process?
It was most of the day.
Multiple individuals there.
Yes.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears again. And I want to talk about your involvement with collecting specific evidence items in this case.
Okay.
I want to discuss obtaining evidence items ABR2 and ABR4.
Okay.
We spoke earlier about your duties and assignments, and you mentioned that you currently serve as a liaison between the Manchester Police Department and an organization called Leads Online. Leads Online.
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the viewers? What is Leads Online and what's your involvement with them?
So Leads Online is the law enforcement pond database that we have access to assist us in our investigations, primarily in stolen property. In the city of Manchester, there are rules and regulations that pawn shops and secondhand dealers have to document what they bring in from people. And that information gets put on Leads Online, which we can then look at. So for instance, in the most simplest terms, if someone commits a burglary at a residence and steals a bunch of items, a lot of times that burglar or their associates for quick cash dumps them off at a pawn shop and gets the quick cash. And we can see, based on the report, statements and everything like that, if the items that
you can go.
are similar
You can be excused
or different, and we compare. And a lot of times those items do end up in pawn shops for the quick cash that the suspects need for whatever needs they need it for.
So a simplified version of that is you're able to track specific individuals to specific items.
Exactly.
During the course of your investigation, were you tasked with tracking information related to an individual named Kelsey Small?
I was.
And how about Adam Montgomery?
I was.
And did you do that following your assignment?
Yes, on January 5th, 2022.
How did you go about tracking items related to those two individuals?
So I signed into the Leads Online program, and it's fairly simple. I had the names of the people of interest, and I plugged their names into separate searches, and it pops up with any kind of secondhand transactions, that they conducted at either a pawn shop, and in this case, it occurred at an Eco ATM at Walmart.
And let me back up. There was another individual. Were you assigned to track another individual named Caleb Montgomery?
Yes.
And you said
So that was Adam at Walmart. We know that.
specific Eco ATM transactions occurred at Walmart, and I want to talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to turn your attention to December 30th, rather, of 2021. You said that your search yielded results. I want to talk specifically about the results from that specific day.
Okay.
Can you walk the jurors through your involvement in gathering information related to that transaction?
Sure. So I put in the searches for those three individuals in Leads Online. And what came up was on or about December 30th, there were 4 separate transactions for 4 separate electronic devices that occurred at the Eco ATM at Walmart, 725 Gold Street on December 30th, 2021. Those transactions were conducted by Kelsey Small. And in those transactions, I can see a photo of the individual's ID, because that's what's required to make those transactions, a photo of the individual themselves, and specific information on each item, like serial numbers if they're available, and a photo of those items that were sold to that Eco ATM.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, at the moment I'll be
You got me coughing. Stop coughing.
That states Exhibit 90, previously published to this jury. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at States Exhibit 90. I'm going to move these exhibits away. And just look up when you have a chance to.
She already passed away. Yeah, that was the girlfriend.
These are the certified records of those transactions from Eco ATM.
Have you seen those records before?
I have.
Familiar with them?
I am.
And to the extent that those have already been published, Your Honor, I move to republish to the jury.
You may do so.
Your allergies are crazy. Mine been bothering me today too. That they wasn't
And
bothering
you
me
mentioned
till
that
you
those
just
are the
said that.
certified records from the Eco ATM transactions.
Don't
Did you
remind
actually
me.
obtain those during
I was
the
good
course of
for a
your
few
involvement
minutes.
in this investigation?
I did.
And is that those documents, are they consistent with what you obtained?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask that you look to the screen behind you. What's up on the screen, is that consistent with States Exhibit 90 that's in front of you?
Oh,
yeah. Yep. It looks like it to me.
And feel free to look at States Exhibit 90 or the screen behind you, whichever one you prefer. So I want to ask you, what's the name of the individual in the top left that conducted
Kelsey
the
Small.
transaction that day?
Kelsey Small.
Kelsey Small.
And what was the date and time of the transaction? That should be on the top
He
right.
did a little bit of all. He was a pipe guy, a
December
damn
30th,
Walmart guy.
2021 at 2:18 p.m.
You missed the pipes. They cleaned out the
And
pipes.
so I want to
Pressure
walk through
washer.
the phone's make and model.
Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone.
And that's with respect to one of those 4 transactions? Is that-
Yes, it is.
How much they give him? $7.
And so I want to ask you this. What amount did
$1.
ATM pay the individuals for this transaction, this phone?
$1.
$1.
$1.
They paid $1 for the phone.
You mentioned this earlier, but you said that Eco ATM captures certain identifying information of the people that make the transaction or the person that makes the transaction.
Yes.
And so
A
I want to turn
dollar.
your attention back to the screen. Those records that you received, did they capture that information?
Yes, they captured this information. Yes.
And you said you'd
It must have
previously
been
reviewed
broke.
this information. Can you point the jurors to the individual Kelsey Small? that
It must have been a
you
broke
attached
phone.
with?
They give you $1. They refurbish stuff, use parts.
This young lady right here.
There she is. That's the lady that's passed away from drugs, right? Kelsey Smalls.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, what was the next step of your investigation following receipt of this information?
So
Just
the next
trying to get
thing
rid of it.
I went to do is I do what's called, I put a hold on these items, which means I send a notification to Eco ATM to say, hey, do not dispose of these things. We want them for our investigation.
And why would you put a hold on items?
So they do not go wherever they go to their processing center and get destroyed.
Okay. Cell phones?
Yeah, they take them
they
apart and
generally contain
refurbish them.
relevant information.
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, the data on these electronic devices can be very valuable to an investigation.
You mentioned putting a hold on those items. Did you ultimately collect them?
I did.
And
That was
with respect
Adam's
to the
girlfriend when
device
he
that you
left.
read off to the jurors, the Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone. Did you collect that specific item?
I did.
And did you give it a specific evidence number?
I did.
Okay,
What
so
was
they got the
evidence?
phones.
ABR4.
ABR4.
4.
If I can have just a moment.
Yeah, they can add more charges.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, you may.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 143 and 144. And I'm just going to ask that you look at those in
$1.
turn and
That's how much the
describe
phone sold for. $1.
Um, 144 is a photo of that Samsung A01 cell phone, and the other is the packaging, evidence packaging that I put that cell phone in.
You say that you put the cell phone in. So do you recognize the images that are depicted there?
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
True and correct?
She was jumping from
Yes.
girl to girl.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of States
She couldn't talk to nobody, and he had girlfriends, is what it looked
Right,
like.
the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits, and they may be published to the jury.
So, Detective Bergeron Rosa, you said that you collected the cell phone and you packaged it.
Yes.
$1 for the cell phone at that machine.
I later provided it to our cybercrime detective, Lou Krozik,
And why did you do that? Why provide it to a cybercrime detective?
so he could perform a cell phone data extraction on it.
You said a cell phone data extraction?
Yes.
Did you receive consent from the Eco ATM to take the items and to search them?
Yes. Before that was done, I did contact Eco ATM, and they gave us clear permission to do what we needed with the devices as it pertained to the investigation, which included a data extraction.
With respect to this transaction, what was the next step in your investigation?
Well, we had a photo of the person who
Adam ain't
conducted
as
the
smart as he
EcoATM
thinks.
transaction. So next, we wanted see if we could obtain video from Walmart.
Why did you want the footage from Walmart?
To see who possibly Kelsey was with when these transactions were conducted.
Because she dumped them
What steps
phones.
did you take to obtain that footage?
I contacted the asset protection officer at Walmart, Mike Doby, and requested the surveillance video footage.
And did you obtain it?
I did.
And I think you mentioned this, but you interacted with Michael Dobe.
I did.
And similar to the
I
cell
know,
phone
but they
images,
still need to find her.
did you give that footage a specific?
You're at 547 on TikTok. Oh, Lord. I'm blowing up.
I have no further questions for you.
Add my TikTok, guys. If you got TikTok, Dolly's True Crime, okay, on TikTok.
I have no questions.
Okay.
May I sit down?
Thank you.
Awesome. Now we can turn the lights back on. Turn the lights on! Get his vampire self up out the court. Let's get some lights. Put me to sleep. Ugh. See, making me tired.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Lou Krozik to the stand, please.
Mary Jane. Yep, we're at 1,000 likes, but you can still hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Let's see if we can break a record today. Let's see if we can go for 2K. Right, like they forgot to turn the lights back on.
Good afternoon, Detective. Please, go right up to where the bailiff is. Watch your step on the cords, please, on the way up. Thank you, sir.
That man stole your seat. All right, we got beef.
If you would remain standing just for a brief
We got beef.
I solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth.
Plaintiff said that man stole my seat.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to come.
Blowing up on TikTok. I'll be a superstar before you know it. 547 TikTokers.
State your full name and spell both your first and your last name
You
for the
need
record.
coffee. I just drank coffee. I can't drink
Louis
too much. It
Krausick,
makes me jittery.
LOUISKRAWCZYK.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
About 23 years.
23 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Academy?
Yes.
And do you remember your academy class number?
131.
131.
131.
With regards to the time that you've been working at the Manchester Police Department, can you describe for us, please, a couple of the different positions that you've had and the different sorts of duties you've had during that time?
Jumping jacks.
I started as a dispatcher in 2003.
That's all I got.
became a police officer.
That made me
and I worked
tired.
patrol for about 12 years.
Let's do this.
I then became a detective, worked general cases, investigations.
We don't care.
And moved to cyber crimes in, I think, 2017.
2017. And you're still working cyber crimes to this day?
Yes.
And working in that particular unit or division, how are those duties different from necessarily other detectives that might be working juvenile crimes or domestic violence crimes or general adult crimes?
Is it 4
I
o'clock
mostly
yet?
work with evidence for other cases that other detectives are working on. So I specialize in digital evidence, phones, computers, electronics.
Oh,
Can you talk a little bit and explain to the jury what is some of the training that you've had to go through in order to be able to work in this unit and do the type of work with electronics that you do on an everyday basis?
I've had a lot of different trainings through the Secret Service, Homeland
Oh,
Security.
damn, CIA.
I've had trainings through some of the companies that make the equipment that we use, including Celebrite, Magnet. And I've done some of their certification
I
programs.
studied under Chuck Norris.
The trainings that you take part in, do these sometimes happen almost on a yearly basis?
Chuck
to
Norris's
keep up
little
to
brother.
date with new procedures?
Yes, it's constant.
Buck
And
Norris.
as part of your trainings and part of your work, I should say overall, let's just say work, do you do data extractions from cell phones?
Yes.
Over the years, about how many different cell phone extractions would you say you've done?
I didn't count, but probably close to 1,000.
1,000.
Can
you talk to us a little bit with regards to when extracting information from a cell phone about the term an IMEI? What does IMEI stand for?
Tell us.
I hate
Tell us.
acronyms, but it stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's basically a serial number for a phone.
Like a serial number?
Yes.
So I guess like a serial number, is it unique to a brand of phone or is it unique to a handset, a phone itself?
It's the specific phone. It's how the company identifies that phone.
In connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone provided by Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, labeled evidence item ABR 4, a black Samsung cell phone with an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
And generally, how are data extractions conducted from a phone? So if I were to bring my phone into you and say, I need you to go ahead and extract it, how do you go about doing that?
We have physical tools and software to copy the data off the phones, and it varies. All phones are different, and there's different operating systems, so it varies slightly, but usually it involves some specified equipment.
With respect to the extraction from this phone, this ABR4 cell phone, how did you do that one? How did that proceed?
We have a tool called the Gray Key.
Gray Key. Is that a software or is that hardware?
It's hardware.
Okay. And how does that work?
You plug the phone in, it gives you instructions. It can determine if there's a pin to the phone. And once it finds a pin, it'll extract all the data from the phone.
Is that software generally accepted and utilized by law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yes.
And were you able to extract data from that cell phone, from that ABR4 cell phone?
All right.
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was done with the data that you extracted from that phone?
We have a software program that interprets the data to organize it so that you can look through it.
Okay. And did you save that data into evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember what evidence item you gave to it? It's my understanding that detectives typically use their initials when they put something into evidence. What would this have been called?
I believe it was LJK5.
LJK5 being your initials, right?
Yes.
Does that data extraction process also place the extracted data into a searchable format so that you can just look through with a user account and find different identified information on there?
Yes, it does.
And one key thing I want to ask, the extraction that you do, does that actually change or put any data on the phone, or does it simply copy the data that's on the phone into the searchable format?
It has to, sometimes it has to put a client on the phone, but it won't alter the user data at all.
And will it alter the information such as messages sent to and from, or list of contacts, or photographs that are on there, videos that are on there, music that's on there, anything like that?
No.
Were photos of the phone and the envelope it came in taken as part of your extraction process?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and direct your attention for the screen for what's already been marked as a full exhibit, States Exhibit 143. And if you could please, what's this a photograph of generally?
Evidence bag?
Evidence.
And I'd like to go ahead and look a little bit closer. The label, do you recognize that zoom in as the label on that envelope?
Yes.
And with regards to it, what's the label that's been given for this cell phone? What are the initials that came, the evidence initials that came with this one?
ABR4.
Separate from that, I'd like to also go ahead and show what's been marked as States Exhibit 144. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the back of the cell phone. ADR4.
You look like I'm chilling out. You go warm
There
and
are
relax.
two white rectangles that I see on the screen here. Are those labels?
Yes.
And are those labels that you put on?
No.
I'd like to go ahead and focus in on the label on the bottom, if I could, please, and we'll zoom in here. Is this that same ABR4 phone that you downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to that, could you read the IMEI number for us, please?
352-082-509-319804.
I apologize. Detective Krosnick, I'm just going to have you look at actually States Exhibit 143 and 144. I just wanted to have you go ahead and compare it to the images behind you. If you could look back on 144 just for a moment.
There's
Other than
the
fact that
phone
the one
right
behind you
there.
is in color,
Samsung.
that one is in black and white. Are there any other changes between those two images?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to 143. Same question. Other than the fact that what's on the screen behind you is in color and what's in front of you is in black and white, any other changes or differences between those two images?
No.
Thank you. Detective, did you look at some of the data that came off of the cell phone yourself?
Yes.
And did the data extraction process that you went through, did that also provide information as to whether or not a Facebook Messenger account was once logged onto the phone and accessed on the phone?
It did.
Okay.
Can
I'm
cell
here to
phones that have been deleted still hold on to relevant information on them for investigations?
Yes.
How is that?
There's a
Stores
couple
them to
different
catch
ways
them?
for an older phone. You can access the deleted space on a phone. If you delete something, you're basically telling the phone that it can use that space again, but it doesn't remove anything that's there. And then on a newer phone, a lot of times information is stored in a database, and similar to the way that the drive on the phone works, you're just telling the database it's okay to use this spot. You're not actually deleting the stuff on the spot until something new has to be written.
I imagine most jurors are familiar with the phrase Facebook or Facebook Messenger, but for those who are not, can you just explain to us what is Facebook and what is the Facebook Messenger service?
Facebook is a social media app, so people can post things publicly or to a private group. Messenger is their messaging app that's associated with Facebook. It used to be one app, but I think they separated it into two different apps. Similar to text messages, you can send and receive messages to people.
How do you identify one Facebook Messenger account from another?
Username.
Facebook uses either a unique name or often now it's a number, identifying number.
returning back to the data that was extracted from this cell phone that we see up on the screen, ABR4, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 100009007885803 was once logged onto that phone or accessed from that phone?
It was.
And how do you
I'm
look
trying not
into
to.
a user account extracted from the phone for the Facebook account?
The software will usually identify it. It looks through the Facebook files from the application, and then I manually look at the files that I picked out to confirm that the software is accurate.
So that particular account that I read out before, and I'll be clear about it, it's 140-900-788-5803. Was that Facebook account once logged into this phone that you searched?
Yes.
And you found evidence of that on this phone. Is that
Yes.
correct? I'd like to now show you what's been marked States Exhibit 11. It's a full exhibit. And here I'm on page 2 of that exhibit.
Oh,
let me
we
ask
got-
just
we got
generally,
the
do you
screenshot.
recognize this exhibit at all?
Not the specific one, no.
Okay. Do you know of any individual by the name of Matt Gendron?
I do not.
I'd like to zoom in here at the very top of the screen. Could you please read for us what the Facebook account is for this message thread involved?
This is 100009007885803.
Thank you. And also on this particular exhibit, and is that highlighted appropriately with the yellow circle, the Facebook account that you just read?
Yes.
And the message that you see on this particular screen, starting on the very first one, can you read for us the date and time of that first message?
12/8/2019 at 12:13 a.m.
And what's the message?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
And can you please read the date and time in the next two messages?
12/8/2019, 12:58 a.m.
And what are the two messages there?
I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died.
Did you say my car died?
Yes.
I'll be done nodded off in this.
Detective, I'd also like to show you.
We need something exciting.
I'd also like to show you what's
Bring back in Tone Capone.
And I'm just going to have you look.
Bring in Uncle Kevin. Chuck Norris is putting me to sleep.
I don't suppose you know who Travis Beach is.
I don't know. I know the name, but
No,
I don't know anymore.
Don't know the person personally.
No.
I'll be up here snoring if you.
With regards to this particular exhibit, the same number.
I didn't see Tone. No, we need him. Where's Tone? Tone when you need him. You woke up for a second? I know. This shit is like, whoa.
Message to Matt General. Could you please see? Do you see that same 1?
Free Tone Capone, right?
9007885803?
Give that man immunity.
I do.
Give that man immunity. All right.
Particular, the messages going back and forth. Does that person appear to be communicating with Travis Beach from a Facebook?
They should have left Tone for the afternoon. I know.
It appears so, yes.
I'm losing steam.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Is it 4 o'clock yet?
Regards to the time that's indicated on this particular exhibit, I'm going to take it back from there. Do you see that it says UTC there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just answer for us here? Regards to
Adam gets a fair trial.
what is
Oh Lord.
in terms of
I'm like a minute. I bet they didn't put
It's
Bud to
universal time
sleep.
code. It's a way that everybody knows what time we're talking about without having different time zones. So if I say 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock is a different time in California. So 8 o'clock is always 8 o'clock in UTC.
So 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock UTC. So does it work like time zones in terms of if it's currently 2 o'clock here, then I've got to think, well, what time is it in California? I have to go back 3 hours, so it must be 11 o'clock there. Is that work also from where we are here in the Eastern time zone versus UTC? Like, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, every time zone is just an offset of UTC time.
So what is the offset for where we are now, Eastern Standard Time? What's the offset of that for UTC?
It's
And
minus.
specifically, I'm sorry, I should be more specific. During the winter, when we're in Eastern Standard Time, as compared to the spring, when we spring ahead to Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
You got me because I always mix it up off the top of my head, but it's either 4 or 5 hours minus.
Does it fluctuate back and forth between those two based upon the time of year?
Yes.
Let me just have a moment, please, Ron.
Okay, like this is over the text messages. Is there anything incriminating? Like,
To clarify then,
we did it.
between 4 or 5 hours, depending on the time of year. That's the difference between where we are now, Eastern Standard Time, and UTC.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, sir. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery, and I just want to get a
I'm
quick
Chris
clarification on something.
And you're on my
The state
show.
talked with you about a phone. ABR4 is what it's labeled. And the state talked about how there is a Facebook account that was accessed on that phone. Do you understand thus far?
Yes.
Great. So
If Chris
the
Hansen
state
ever calls
then
out sick,
showed
we got this dude.
messages or Facebook Messenger exchanges from that account. One involved an exchange with a Matthew Gendron. The other involved an exchange with Travis Beach. Do you follow me thus far?
Yes.
Okay. So, but what is not shown is that those messages were physically typed from that phone. Correct? That's not what the
Correct.
evidence shows.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm sorry. Can you rephrase?
Sure. The evidence does not show that those messages were actually made from that specific phone, ABR4, correct?
Okay. I did not review the messages themselves. I reviewed the account.
Okay. So all that's shown is that the account that had those exchanges was accessed on ABR4.
That's what I reviewed. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Detective, so you found out that that phone was logged into that account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And that was all sitting on the deleted space? The deleted space on the phone? Like the account was no longer there on the phone. You're finding it in this deleted space?
The files that show the account were not deleted, but I don't recall whether the account was actually deleted from the phone. But the files were not. They were resident on the phone.
They were resident on the phone?
Yes.
So you could see them?
Yes.
And this was the phone that was ABR4. Do you know where Detective Bergeron Rosa got it from or not?
Yes, I believe he got it from Eco ATM.
Thank you.
Can we hurry up?
Right.
Dude.
Step down.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Need a
Holy
motion.
shit.
Witness is excused.
I didn't think that was ever going to come.
Excuse me. The state calls Craig Stansel, Officer Craig Stansel.
Craig Stansel. All right, Craig, don't bore me to sleep. Okay. $1 for the phone. Yep. That's how much they paid for it. $1.
What's your stuff report?
Thank you.
$1.
So you can remain standing. Caller's copy.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Nothing but the truth.
Thank
So help you God.
There's some water there.
Thank you.
When you're ready, if you can just begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Yep, my name is Craig Stansel. First
Hello,
is
Stansel.
C-R-A-I-G. Last is Stansel, S-T-A-N-Z-E-L.
And I've called you Officer Stansel, but can you tell these jurors how you're presently employed?
Yep, I'm currently a juvenile detective with
Oh,
the
Lord.
Manchester Police Department.
Oh shit. You
So
locking up
Detective
kids.
Stansel,
Correct.
what's your current duties or role and assignment as a detective with the juvenile division of the Manchester Police Department?
Currently, I'm a school resource officer at Memorial High School, and when school's not in, I'm a patrol officer.
What is a school resource officer?
Officer at the school. We oversee school safety, and we try and bridge that gap between police and youth.
And you said you also do patrol.
He
with
sits in the
move out.
parking lot and
What does
make sure you
patrol
don't
look like
smoke
for you?
weed.
Patrol
Yeah.
is typical police duties, whatever calls for service might come in, car accidents, domestic incidents, also proactive police work, car stops, things like that.
And how long have you held the position of detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I became a detective in September of 22.
He's a DARE officer, school officer.
You said September of
Detective.
22?
Correct.
Juvenile
Have
detective.
you held any other roles during your time at the Manchester Police Department?
Yep, I started off as a patrol officer.
All right.
Were you working patrol back in December of 2021?
I was.
And let me back up for just a moment. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
I believe it was April of 2020.
Do you remember what class?
It was
that
3
was?
years ago.
181.
181.
Correct. Back
I'm
in
going up there and become a
December
cop.
of 2021, what shifts did you typically work for the police department?
I was working day shift.
What are those hours?
Go ahead, Adam, me to the dollar.
7 to 3. 7 to 3:30.
He was trying to dump
7
that phone
a.m.
and
to
think they would
3:30
find
p.m.
it.
Correct.
Why did he just throw it
And-
away?
Back then in December of 21, what would happen at the start of each of your shifts?
At the beginning of every shift, we have a roll call with either the sergeant and lieutenant of the day, along with all the patrol officers going on shift.
You said that's at the beginning of your shift.
Correct.
About how many officers typically participated in those?
However many are on duty that day, 15, 20.
And you called it a roll call. What's the purpose of a roll call?
Multi-purpose. We do a systems check. We make sure all our gear is working properly. We'll go over any high priority incidents that may have happened recently, officer safety issues, and sort of things to be on the lookout for.
Yes,
When you
dark
say be on the
eyes.
lookout for, do you talk about people to be on the lookout for?
Sometimes, yes.
Is there an acronym that goes along with that, a BOLO, for example?
Yes, BOLO.
Be on the lookout for, do those apply to adults as well as children?
Yes.
I want to switch gears. I want to talk about your involvement as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on a case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. Are you familiar with that individual?
Yes.
That name?
Yes.
Can you tell these jurors your role, just generally, your role and participation in that investigation?
Yes. Back in December, of that year, I located the vehicle in which he was occupied.
And when you say the vehicle in which he was occupied, who's the he that you're referring to?
Adam Montgomery.
And let's break that down. When did you begin looking for Adam Montgomery? You specifically.
That morning, be on the lookout was issued during roll call for a blue, I believe a blue Pontiac with Maine plates that he was associated to. Adam Montgomery.
And I want to fast forward just a bit, but did you locate Adam Montgomery that day?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individual depicted in this image?
I do.
That's Adam Montgomery.
Individual to be.
Adam Montgomery.
We know it. Oh man, they're putting me to
Do
sleep
you remember
today.
the vehicle you mentioned, the Pontiac with Maine registration?
Yes.
Do you remember the individual that?
The blue Audi and the silver Sebring.
I don't recall the name. I do recall that it was related to Adam's current
He's
girlfriend
helping
at
flood.
the time. I believe it was one of her relatives' vehicles.
Does the name Douglas Small stand out to you?
Yes.
Was that the individual who that vehicle was registered to?
Yes.
And if at any time during this
Dollar Boy.
discussion you need to review your report, let me know and I can give it to you. But that name sounds familiar. That's the individual whose vehicle you were searching for. That
Court makes me tired. Oh my God.
walk us through
Ugh. I'm sorry, guys. It's putting me to sleep.
the roll call that you discussed.
I'm trying to stop fighting.
What did you do? What were steps
I'm
that you
fighting.
took to find him?
So that particular day, my assigned route was Route 11, which is a west side route.
I'm getting lower and
I
lower in
started the morning by
despair.
checking local area hotels, hotel parking lots for that vehicle. I believe I checked the Econo Lodge and one other hotel on the west side and did not locate the vehicle.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of that, Sarah.
I then went to a parking lot where
Yeah,
sometimes
I might get
unhoused
up and go get
people
some air
sleep
for a
in their
second,
cars.
guys. That might be a good
And
plan.
that's
Let
where
me
I
get up and
noticed
walk
the vehicle
around.
with the main registration.
And let's back up just a bit. What was the purpose of finding? What was your purpose of finding the defendant that day?
So the be on the lookout was issued during the roll call to locate Adam Montgomery in the hopes of locating his daughter Harmony, who family members hadn't seen for approximately 2 years.
2 years. Generally, when you're responding as a patrol person, do you wear any specialized surveillance footage on your person?
Yes, we're equipped with body cameras.
And is that typical of each of your shifts as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Body cam footage, who is that issued by?
I'm sorry?
Your surveillance footage, the body cam footage that you wear, who is that? Who's the issuing body of that? Who gives it to you? Do you get it from the police department? Do you get it yourself?
The camera?
Yes.
The camera is issued by the police department.
So your body worn camera is issued by the police department?
Correct.
Do you have occasion in your experience to review that footage?
Yes.
And in your prior review of body cam footage that you gather during the course of your time as in patrol, is that the footage that's depicted, is it taken at the same time as the events that you're perceiving?
Correct.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
And that recording, does it capture the events as they occur to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So turning to December 31st of 2021, you were looking for the defendant, you said.
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam
I was.
at that time?
I was.
And was it running?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review the relevant portion of that recording?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So Detective, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 142. I'm just going to ask that you look at that. What is that item?
USB card.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
I have.
Is there something attached to it?
Yep.
Do you recognize writing on the attachment?
I do.
And what is written there?
My initials.
Did you initial that?
I did.
And was that after having reviewed the portion of your body cam footage from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that deed of State's Exhibit 142 and mark this full and published to the jury.
It can be, the ID is stricken, it is entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
There we go. All right. So I'm just going to ask that you turn to the screen behind you. The image that's still on the screen there. What are we looking at?
That would be the blue Pontiac with the main registration that the Bolo was issued for.
And you testified earlier that you found the defendant that day. Where did you find him?
In a parking lot on Harvell Street, adjacent to some softball fields known as Wolf
Okay,
Park.
I'm back with y'all.
Wolf
That
Park.
did me a little good, a little air.
I'm just going to start that video up. What was the defendant doing when you found him?
He was sleeping.
So he's in the car asleep.
And back up for just a second. Were you able to make out an article of clothing that the defendant was wearing?
Is he wearing that same chorus shirt? Yep,
Yeah,
staff.
he was wearing a T-shirt that had staff written on the back.
And can you just point at the defendant?
That same picture as the Walmart,
Is it
same
staff
shirt.
written on the back?
Correct.
He's been wearing that same shirt for days.
And how about the front of his shirt?
Front
Chorus.
says Chorus Banquet.
Look at
The
him. He looks
individual
all
that
kind of
you
junky.
identified as the defendant in this case, Adam Montgomery. Is that the individual who's on the screen there?
That's correct.
Looking like damn Benny Keys.
Was there another individual in the vehicle with him?
There was.
And how would you describe that individual?
Okay, guys, I'm back with you. My internet has went down. Okay, so I just reset everything, but my internet is down. So give me a few minutes, and maybe it'll kick back up. Bad timing, absolute bad timing. But yeah, usually when my Wi-Fi, I mean my router's good and I got internet signal, I have a white light on. But right now I got like a green flash and light, which means I have no internet. And then all of course all my stuff went down, and it says no internet. Check your connection, but it's not my connection. It's Cox Cable. I don't know if they're resetting their systems or what, but right then my internet just went down. Okay, so they should give me a deal on my bill or something with their shitty service. I pay the highest fee for the best internet service you can get, and my stuff still sucks. You having trouble or they having trouble? You're having trouble, T-Mobile. They're having trouble issues. I don't know. Maybe it's something with the internet all the way around. I don't know. But I know my internet's down, so I just jumped onto my cell phone. But my cell phone's about to die. So let me see how much. I don't have a plug on me right handy. Oh, Lord. So let's just give it a minute. It usually only lasts a couple minutes when it goes down, but you never know. You have Cox too. It's horrible. Well, it is what it is. It's the only internet provider around here that you can get in my area. So you're kind of like it's like a monopoly. You got Cox or you got nothing. I mean, you can get some other stuff, but it's even slower. So court over for today? No, court is not over for today. The internet wants to be over for today. My internet just went down. So if you really locked into it and you want to see every little single thing, it's still live on Court TV, of course. You don't get the Dolly commentary with it. But right where they were at anyway was kind of putting me to sleep. But this started to get a little more interesting when they started to show the videos. But I've seen these videos, these encounters before with him anyway. But I wanted to hear about it. Y'all only have Comcast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you only got one service provider, how much bitching can you do? They ain't going to be like, well, I'll go to somebody else. You can't. You just got to deal with whatever Cox Cable does. And I call and complain all the time. Like, my internet's down. My internet's down. Anytime I do something, the damn internet wants to go down. But today we ran into a few technical issues. With this morning, we had the power went down. I tripped the breaker. And then now the internet's down. It must be a sign that says, Dolly, take a nap and pick up where you left off tomorrow, or cover the rest of this case later today. So with that said, I'm like, this might be a sign from the gods that I'm going to wrap it up till this afternoon, because me and PJ will be going to bring you a stream later tonight, and I'm doing some videos, and this will give me a little bit of time to chill and lay back. So you look, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. You guys go ahead and jump the rest and watch on J for Justice or Crime Curious or Court TV or anybody you want to watch it on. I'll talk to you guys later. Dolly loves you. Wait. Did my internet just come back? Wait, I think my internet just came back. You might be in luck. You're in luck. It's back. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me get everything pulled back up. Okay, still buffering. All right, we're going to keep it going then. Okay. No thanks.
Research, don't drive by any of the locations, don't look up the law. You will get the law from the court in the court's instructions at the conclusion of the case. And as I said to you earlier, you will also have all of that in writing as well. So for now, I just,
I've seen it.
you've been an incredibly attentive jury. I'm so grateful for the time and attention you've
I see it's
been
over.
putting in. So take a rest this weekend, try to enjoy the outdoors, and don't read the papers or the news. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you Tuesday morning, 8:45. All rise for the jurors, please.
Okay. So there you have it. Court is done. Court is done. I was burnt out anyway. They wrapped it up a little early today, which is a good thing. It was putting me to sleep anyway. I was over it. Court needs to be like a little bit shorter. Okay. Just to think people can sit up in that room all day for 8 hours is a lot. So already we've been here 6. 6 is a good day. I was starting to get tired at the 6 mark. I was like, yo, I ain't going to make this. He wore that Coors shirt a lot. Okay. Good job sticking to it, babe. I know. It was a struggle today. I was drained. I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. It was just, we didn't get no tone capone, nothing good. So it's a little boring today. Loss prevention officers. They didn't ask any good questions. It just, it is what it is. Long as at the end of this, Adam Montgomery never sees the light of day again, would be great. And this gives us a few days off of this doom and gloom, and we can start making videos on other things and other stuff. And like I said, I'm going to post up to some TikTok. I got some videos that are coming here for you guys that I'm going to get up later today. So make sure you watch the videos, support the videos, like the videos, and all that good stuff. And of course, we will pick back up on this Tuesday for this court case. And we'll be talking about some other stuff this weekend other than this case, because we've been talking so much about this case. I just don't want to, everybody's not into this, and there's other things people are into. I want to give a little bit for everybody. So I will see you guys later tonight. Me and PJ, we were supposed to do a conspiracy show last weekend, but I couldn't because we left. So maybe we will do it this evening. I don't know. So be on the lookout, and I'll see y'all soon. Peace.